I pioneered scientific magic. Chapter 101, The Enigma of the Faceless Ring. How is this even possible? Raphael instinctively wanted to retort. While he couldn't deny the accuracy of what Jason had said, the question of whether the continent beneath their feet was flat or spherical remained unsettled. Relying solely on the sails of the sea was too hasty of a judgment. Raphael was not the only one with such thoughts. Compared to the readily verifiable experiments of freefall, the concept of a spherical planet was the most incredulous one. No one could create a colossal spherical body that appeared as flat as the ground, and it was even more difficult to fathom such an existence. Furthermore, nobody could comprehend why the sea water adhered to the surface of a sphere instead of merely falling off. However, the skepticism of the people did not last long, as the legendary mage who had roamed the skies for days, nearly getting lost, finally returned with shocking news. Indeed, the land beneath their feet might actually be round. This earth-shattering revelation swept through the entire land of mages. Whether they believed it or not, everyone remembered the unfamiliar name that came from beyond the mages' land, Lynn. Professor Lynn. The next morning, after finishing a session of magical studies, Lynn was contemplating which creature's essence to use as the basis for his advancement when his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. "Your Excellency Roll, is there something you need?" Lynn inquired, looking puzzled at Roll, who stood behind him. "This is today's magical daily. You probably haven't had a chance to read it yet," Roll said, offering a newspaper to Lynn with a sly smile. Upon seeing the enlarged headlines, Lynn's mouth involuntarily twitched. Disrupting the foundations of magic, the law of freefall, and outrage from the Society of Mystical Arts, magic theories in the land of mages are already outdated. "Are you intentionally causing trouble for me, Your Excellency Roll?" Lynn could already imagine the storm that would be stirred up in the land of mages. "How is that possible? I'm just a regular contributor. I don't decide what content to publish," Roll shrugged and teased. "Besides, I'm merely repeating what you've said." Lynn rolled his eyes. He hadn't said anything about disrupting the foundations of magic or any such nonsense. "Don't worry, a member of the council has ascended to the skies to confirm. It is indeed possible that the land beneath our feet is a sphere," Roll said, deeply moved, though he still found it somewhat unbelievable. "Confirmed from the skies? How high did they have to go?" Lynn's face was filled with astonishment. While the planet might be round, its size was immense. To get a visible curvature, it would take an altitude of about 100 kilometers from the surface, a height approaching the ozone layer of the Earth in his previous life. However, perhaps this planet beneath their feet wasn't as massive as his previous world's Earth. Alternatively, legendary mages might have extraordinary vision, but at the very least, an altitude of 10 kilometers or more would be necessary to observe the curvature with the naked eye. This height was already near the altitude of the Earth's ozone layer. This development, however, saved him a lot of trouble. Now, with the legendary mage's endorsement and verified facts for both of his theories, he could avoid many complications. "I think the council's invitation should arrive in a few days," Roll said. "Invitation?" Lynn was momentarily puzzled and asked, "What invitation?" "Of course, it's the academic conference. The Land of Mages holds it every year, and representatives from various schools attend," Roll explained. "And as for your skyship, Lord Tyke has already submitted the patent application for you." "In that case, I'll have to thank him properly when we meet next," Lynn said with a smile. At night, Lynn once again entered the estate as Raydruk. The crucibles on the experimental table were still bubbling, and everything was exactly as he had left it. It seemed that no one had entered during this time. After checking the progress of the potion brewing, Lynn took out the Book of Magical Creatures to read. Being a third circle wizard who had lived for a long time, Raydruk's collection of books was extensive. Many of the books contained knowledge that couldn't be found in the Academy's library. For example, in this Book of Magical Creatures, there were details about the spiritual essence content and intensity in the brains of more than 10 common magical creatures. Generally, the more powerful the creature, the more noticeable the increase in mental power after advancing to a full-fledged wizard. The only concern Lynn had was that Raedric's estate only had the spiritual essences of fire lions, stone lizards, and griffins. These 3 magical creatures were of moderate strength, and Lynn wasn't entirely sure of a successful promotion. After all, the original Carl's magical talent was only average, and if he hadn't come from another world with a fused soul to strengthen his mental power, it would have been impossible to reach the limit of magic energy growth in just 2 months. As he contemplated, a slight magical fluctuation suddenly jumped within the sealed chamber. Lynn became alert instinctively and looked at the source of the magical fluctuation. Under the shattered floor tiles, something was faintly glowing. Mage's hand. Lynn raised his hand and cast the spell. The shattered floor tiles were quickly lifted, revealing a delicately shaped ring suspended beneath. It was brought in front of him. The faceless ring? Lynn immediately recognized the item, but it wasn't the same one he had received initially. This one was Raedric's artifact. He had thought this item would have been burned to ashes by white phosphorus fire. However, it had survived without any signs of damage under temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, continuously emitting a faint glow. According to the description on the original envelope, this was supposed to be a signal for a gathering. Calculating the time, it was indeed the day of the faceless gathering. Lynn's expression couldn't help but change. As Raedric had already perished, many things could not be confirmed in person. He could only speculate that Raedric obtained the airship blueprints using soul-searching magic on Relf's mind. However, the notes didn't mention any use for the airship. So, it was highly likely that Raedric didn't need it for himself but acquired it for someone else. After a brief hesitation, Lynn quickly made a decision. Perhaps he could attend this gathering as Raedric and find out more about the Faceless. To that end, he cautiously input a trace of magic. It was a strange sensation, as if his vision was instantly split into 2 halves. One half was the scene in the sealed chamber before him, and the other half was a dark, empty space. Chapter 102, Coincidentally, I have some knowledge of the human body. The scene felt like a whirlwind, surrounded by darkness, with about a dozen shadowy figures forming a circle in front of me. Faint traces of magic shimmered on their bodies. I scanned the surroundings. All of them appeared ephemeral, like unstable water ripples, making it hard to discern their exact features. I could only make out their height, weight, and subtle changes in their facial expressions. A virtual environment has been detected. Would you like to analyze it and search for the signal source? A prompt suddenly echoed in my mind, almost startling me. I realized that the voice of the AI wasn't transmitted through magic into this space, as everyone around me remained oblivious. Yes. I whispered my response in my mind. I was curious about this peculiar space. Who would have thought that attending the gathering in the guise of Ladek would lead to such an unexpected discovery? However, when I checked the progress of the analysis, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. The analysis was progressing at a frustratingly slow pace. After about 2 minutes, the phantasmal figures in this peculiar space stopped increasing, and I counted a total of 15 people, including myself. Is everyone here? The witch in front of me asked. Hasn't number 4 been missing for a while? Another person beside her shook his head. Maybe he died somewhere? Who knows? Stop the pointless chatter and let's get started. A tall and thin figure impatiently interrupted their discussion and then addressed the rest of us. Let me begin. I'll talk about the human body. If you're not interested, you can leave. With that statement, 5 of the phantoms immediately disappeared. I observed silently, not moving a muscle. The tall, thin figure soon started speaking again. According to my research, the human body contains over 200 bones and more than 600 muscles. Muscles are composed of long, thin threads, and if we break it down further, it's a unique structure made up of 4 basic elements. As the thin figure rambled on, those in attendance either contemplated deeply, chuckled, or interjected with questions. The male witch patiently answered their inquiries. When the explanation concluded, 8 of the attendees, excluding me, extended their hands and flicked a transparent coin in his direction. Do you have to pay for this knowledge? That thought crossed my mind. Moreover, it was brought here through magic, so it couldn't be regular currency. Number 7, do you have any objections to what I've said? The opening speaker, looking displeased, turned to me. His phantom body kept trembling with anger. According to the rules, if you didn't want to listen, you could simply skip and leave. However, I had listened but wasn't willing to pay. Under the scrutiny of more than a dozen pairs of eyes, I remained silent for a moment, then continued with a smile, you can think that way. In fact, I already knew everything you talked about. It's nothing new, and it doesn't help me at all. However, my words infuriated the male witch. Before he could retort, I continued, coincidentally, I have some knowledge about the human body too. For example, the muscle fibers you mentioned, I call them muscle fibers. There are approximately 6 billion of them in the human body, composed of 73% water and 27% protein. As for the bones, they are formed from collagen, calcium, phosphorus, and other components. I spoke confidently, expanding on the witch's previous speech, providing more details and even explaining the elemental composition of these substances. The tall and thin phantom figure continued to shift and change, his face growing darker. Although terms like protein and collagen were entirely foreign to him, he did have some knowledge he chose to withhold intentionally. This meant that the other party wasn't bluffing but genuinely had a deeper understanding of the human body. It looks like these coins should go to number 7, the witch sneered, noting the silence of the tall and thin male witch. However, as she looked at Lynn, she couldn't help but shiver with a hint of fear. How many bodies had he dissected and studied to acquire such profound knowledge? How did he even count those 6 billion muscle fibers? This time, you win. The tall and thin male witch, with an unpleasant expression, tossed the transparent coins he'd received in Lynn's direction. Lynn used a bit of magic to collect the coins into his hand, and the AI's prompt tone chimed again. Unidentified energy detected. There are similar records in the database. Would you like to convert it into energy? This time, Lynn quietly chose no. Given the scrutiny of the people around, he had no immediate intention to research this further. Since you've taken the money, how about explaining what these so-called proteins and calcium are? The tall and thin male witch asked with a scowl. He was naturally very annoyed about Lynn stealing his thunder, but those strange terms piqued his curiosity. Protein is an essential component of all cells and tissues in the human body, composed of elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. Lynn provided a vague answer, brushing off the more intricate details by claiming he hadn't fully researched them yet. No one in the room raised any objections. The study of magic was a complex and ongoing process, and they were already amazed by how in-depth Lynn's knowledge went. Despite some minor hiccups, the first lecture soon concluded, and the figures who had disappeared earlier reappeared in this chaotic space. Next, another wizard stepped up to talk about psychic magic. The meeting continued for several hours, with each person sharing knowledge that was not easily discussed openly. But here, everyone could speak freely, even sharing the gruesome details of their experiments on human bodies. The progress of Lynn's analysis also reached 3%, and he listened attentively, sending out 3 coins he had received. When the meeting finally concluded, the faceless figures agreed on the time for the next gathering and then adjourned. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was it really ending just like this? He thought someone might question why the new members he'd recruited hadn't shown up, but there wasn't a single mention of it. From the conversations among these people, it seemed like the Faceless Society was loosely organized, more like a place for exchanging knowledge. Just as Lynn was about to leave this illusory space, a male witch next to him suddenly spoke. Numbers 3, 7, 11, and 15, would you please stay? Chapter 103, Hunting the Eye of Death. In the chaotic space, only 5 people remained. Among them, 3 men and 2 women, including himself. Lynn glanced around, hesitating to start the conversation due to the lack of information. The witch beside him couldn't contain herself any longer and directly asked, "Nos, I've managed to get the high-grade magic crystal cannon you wanted. It took a lot of effort. Now, can you tell us what you need these things for?" High-grade magic crystal cannon? Lynn was immediately surprised. This was a secret of the Alchemy Guild. Rumor had it that with sufficient magical power supply, each shot could possess power close to 4th-tier magic. "I need this for going to the Misty Sea and hunting the Eye of Death," said Nos, the male witch, with a sinister smile. "The Eye of Death? The Great Whirlpool?" Lynn looked bewildered, while the others seemed to understand immediately. One of the male witches spoke in disbelief, "Are you out of your mind?" The rest couldn't help but retort, "Nos, if you want to go to your death, don't drag us into it. Even a grand wizard wouldn't dare claim to have a chance against such a monster." Of course, they all knew what Nos meant by Eye of Death. It was an incredibly powerful magical creature within the Misty Sea, capable of manipulating water currents, devouring souls, and the source of the Great Whirlpool. According to the information obtained from the Council of Magical Creatures Research Institute, there were approximately 50 Eyes of Death in the Misty Sea, and with the legendary magic Mist of Lost, they formed the most crucial defense against the Church's invasion. Even a grand wizard wouldn't want to face such a creature on the open sea. Even if they won, it wouldn't matter since it could escape at any time. Amidst the discussions, Lynn began to have some understanding of this magical creature called the Eye of Death. So, the Great Whirlpool in the Misty Sea was caused by a creature? Lynn immediately remembered the powerful force he had felt when crossing the Misty Sea on a boat. Rubnve.c. Normally, it would be very difficult, but who says I'm going to fight it on the surface of the sea? We don't need to take a boat. No's mouth curled into a sly smile as he shifted his gaze to Lynn. You plan to use a sky airship for long-range attacks? Lynn instantly grasped the meaning behind No's words. This powerful magical creature might control water currents and affect souls, but it probably couldn't fly. In other words, as long as they ascended to several hundred meters in altitude, the Eye of Death would be powerless to affect them, only passively receiving the punishment of the magic crystal cannon. No wonder the Bloodthorn Thorns was willing to steal his airship blueprint at a high cost. This was indeed the simplest method to kill the Eye of Death. Long-range attack? A fitting name, and it's quite appropriate. Nos laughed smugly. I have a few more questions. First, how do we find the Eye of Death in the Misty Sea and confirm its location? Second, the visibility in the mist is low, how do we aim when flying at high altitude? Third, what if it tries to escape? Lynn inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to Nos. These were all crucial points, and without the ability to address them, their efforts would be in vain. In the midst of this chaotic space, only 5 individuals remained. Among them were 3 men and 2 women, including himself. Lynn scanned the group but hesitated to take the lead in the conversation due to the lack of information. The witch by his side couldn't hold back any longer and directly asked, Nos, I've got my hands on the high-grade magic crystal cannon you were looking for. It took quite an effort. Can you finally tell us what you need these for? High-grade magic crystal cannon? Lynn was immediately surprised. This was an Alchemy Guild secret, rumored to possess power close to that of 4th-tier magic with sufficient magical power supply. I need these for our journey to the Misty Sea and hunting the Eye of Death. Nos, the male witch, said with a sinister smile. The Eye of Death? The Great Whirlpool? Lynn looked bewildered, but the others seemed to grasp the meaning right away. One of the male witches expressed disbelief. Are you out of your mind? The rest couldn't help but object. Nos, if you're planning to meet your death, don't drag us into it. Even a grand wizard wouldn't dare claim to have a chance against such a monster. They all knew what Nos meant by the Eye of Death. It was an incredibly powerful magical creature within the Misty Sea, capable of manipulating water currents, devouring souls, and the source of the Great Whirlpool. According to information from the Council of Magical Creatures Research Institute, there were approximately 50 Eyes of Death in the Misty Sea. They, in conjunction with the legendary magic Mist of Lost, formed the most crucial defense against the Church's invasion. Even a grand wizard wouldn't want to face such a creature on the open sea. Even if they won, it wouldn't matter since it could escape at any time. Amidst the discussions, Lynn began to have some understanding of this magical creature called the Eye of Death. So, the Great Whirlpool in the Misty Sea was caused by a creature? Lynn immediately remembered the powerful force he had felt when crossing the Misty Sea on a boat. Normally, it would be very difficult, but who says I'm going to fight it on the surface of the sea? We don't need to take a boat. Nose's mouth curled into a sly smile as he shifted his gaze to Lynn. You plan to use a sky airship for long-range attacks. Lynn instantly grasped the meaning behind Nose's words. This powerful magical creature might control water currents and affect souls, but it probably couldn't fly. In other words, as long as they ascended to several hundred meters in altitude, the Eye of Death would be powerless to affect them, only passively receiving the punishment of the magic crystal cannon. No wonder the Bloodthorn Thorns was willing to steal his airship blueprint at a high cost. This was indeed the simplest method to kill the Eye of Death. Long-range attack? A fitting name, and it's quite appropriate. Nos laughed smugly. I have a few more questions. First, how do we find the Eye of Death in the Misty Sea and confirm its location? Second, the visibility in the mist is low. How do we aim when flying at high altitude? Third, what if it tries to escape? Lynn inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to Nos. These were all crucial points, and without the ability to address them, their efforts would be in vain. These questions are nothing to worry about. I have my ways. Nos teased and didn't provide a direct answer. He had been preparing for this hunt for a year, originally planning to move the magic crystal cannon onto an alchemical ship to face the Eye of Death head-on. However, a few days ago, a guest from the Wizard's Land had brought an airship, changing Nose's plans. Seeing Nose's confidence, the others were intrigued. What will we gain from helping you? One of the witches asked. A Eye of Death corpse, worth at least 30,000 magic coins. I only need enough blood, and the rest will be distributed according to your contributions. Nos said without hesitation, then looked at Lynn. Ladek, you contributed part of the airship's blueprint and are the best among us in alchemy. Once we obtain the essence of the Eye of Death, you will make it. Just hand over 3 bottles of Source of Magic, and the rest will be your reward. If I'm not mistaken, a potion made from the essence of the Eye of Death can potentially turn a person into an esper. Nose's words made Lynn pause. The term esper wasn't unfamiliar to him. In the Wizard's Land, it typically referred to those born with immense mental power. For instance, the white dove he had encountered, who could perform mysterious psychic wizardry even as an apprentice and even influence Archbishop Onlook. Most others needed to advance to become official wizards before learning psychic magic. Even though Lynn had undergone a soul fusion, he was no exception. Back in the Sea-Coast Empire, he had learned the casting method of Soul Shriek from the White Dove, but his version was much weaker. Certainly, Nose's words weren't baseless. The infamous Dark Wizard Merc, despised by the entire Wizard's Land, became an esper by creating a potion from the essence of a succubus. The power of the Eye of Death would be even more formidable. As for you, Barbara, once this is done, I'll give you 4,000 magic coins as payment for purchasing the high-grade magic crystal cannon. Nos said. A smile appeared on Barbara's face. No's generosity was beyond imagination. The value of a high-grade magic crystal cannon was around 2,000 magic coins at most. It was only more expensive if it was hard to acquire, and the fact that he was willing to pay double the price was incredible. Following that, Nos looked at the other two as well, making substantial promises. In this operation, he would tolerate no mistakes. The airship's construction and modifications will be completed in a few days. I assume you should all be available. Nos gave them a stern look. His intention was quite clear, whether they had time or not, they must make time. How about we set it for the day after tomorrow? I have an important experiment to conduct during that time. Lynn volunteered, but the real reason was different. The reason he deliberately chose this date was that it happened to be a day off at A.K.A. Academy. Lynn had no intention of missing out on this so-called hunting operation. Nos and the others planned to create an airship using stolen blueprints to hunt A.K.A. of death and take the majority of the profits. It wouldn't be that easy. Chapter 104, The Modified Airship. After finalizing the details of the hunt for the Eye of Death, the meeting was officially concluded. Separated consciousness returned to Lynn, and he extended his hand, bringing 5 ethereal coins with him. Recalling the earlier prompt from the AI, Lynn began to speculate that these coins were somehow related to souls. Perhaps one coin represented a human life? 1. The AI's prompt rang out again. Lynn hesitated for a moment but chose to convert the coins into energy. Those who had already passed away couldn't be brought back. In the next moment, the 5 ethereal coins instantly disappeared, replaced by a substantial increase of 5% in energy. That's quite high, isn't it? Lynn was somewhat surprised. It seemed that if he had spoken up more during the meeting, he could have replenished the AI's energy reserves with these ethereal coins. However, considering that these coins might be related to souls and using them might be unsettling, Lynn quickly adjusted his mindset. Next, he turned his attention to the bubbling alchemical table in front of him, where the concoction of magic potions was nearing completion. However, with a more perfect goal in mind, Lynn didn't want to rely on the spiritual essence of fire lions, petrifying lizards, or griffins to advance as a mage, as it might cause some hindrance when breaking through to become a grand wizard. 2 days later, inside the A.K.A. Academy, Lynn addressed a group of apprentices below him. Let's conclude today's magical class here. For the next week, I'll be working on research and improving a spell. So, classes will be suspended for a while. During these days, you can take the opportunity to review the knowledge you've acquired. Even though tomorrow was a holiday, Lynn felt that the time might not be enough, so he decided to extend their break. That's fantastic! As soon as Lynn's voice fell, the classroom erupted with enthusiastic cheers. There was no denying that over the past month, they had been mentally drained from daily calculations and numerology. However, their mental growth had been rapid as well. Johnny, in particular, felt that his magical power was close to reaching its peak, and he could soon apply for graduation after completing one more course. Watching the excited wizard apprentices, Lynn couldn't help but shake his head. Their happiness was a little premature. So, it's time to assign some homework. Lynn's voice turned into a devilish whisper, and the apprentices' moods plummeted, feeling like they were on a roller coaster ride, descending from heaven to the abyss in an instant. Don't worry, it's just a few hundred questions in total. Nothing difficult at all. 5 minutes later, Lynn left the classroom under the resentful gazes of Ulk and others, returning to his room with the potions and liquid explosives he had prepared over the past few days. After changing into the appearance of Ladek, Lynn stepped outside the mansion and found a luxurious carriage waiting at the door. Ladek, Lord Nos is already waiting for you, a robust servant said respectfully, pulling open the carriage curtain. Lynn glanced at the servant, nodded, and lifted the curtain to step into the carriage. The camel beast pulling the carriage quickly started trotting forward. The road to A.K.A. harbor was exceptionally smooth. Lynn, sitting inside the carriage, hardly felt any bumps. However, he quickly realized that the carriage was heading straight out of the city. But it made sense. The airship was no small contraption, and if they had built it within A.K.A. harbor, it would have been discovered long ago. Lynn remained composed and allowed the carriage to proceed. As the carriage delved deeper into the outskirts of the city, the road gradually became rough and challenging. However, the carriage's speed increased instead of slowing down. Eventually, the carriage stopped beneath a cliff by the sea. "Wizard, please follow this way," a sturdy servant opened the carriage door and made a welcoming gesture. Lynn nodded and hopped out of the carriage. Following the servant's lead, he entered an abandoned cave in the cliff. After passing through a long tunnel, the view suddenly opened up before him. The interior of the mountain was an incredibly vast space. Lynn immediately spotted the massive airship placed in the center. Its design and size were identical to the one Lydia had built earlier. However, these wizards had made some magical modifications to it. The inner walls of the cabin were embedded with metal plates, adorned with numerous strange runes. Below, a menacing magic crystal cannon was mounted, with a barrel nearly half a meter thick, sending shivers down anyone's spine. EOL.O. Lay deck, look! This is our airship, a magnificent creation. An elderly, thin-faced male wizard, brimming with excitement, walked over. He was none other than the initiator of this operation, NOS. That should be my airship, Lynn thought, but he didn't immediately confront NOS. Instead, he inquired, "So, have you discovered the secret to making this thing fly?" Ralph only had the blueprints for the airship's frame, lacking the most crucial components. "Of course, I figured out the secret after dozens of attempts," NOS nodded but gave no hint of what it was. Although this contraption was destined never to see the light of day, NOS had spent several days researching it. Not to mention that it was related to one of the airship's vulnerabilities, which he naturally didn't want to reveal. Lynn didn't press further and turned his gaze to the three people standing in front of the aerial airship. Hank, Eva, and Barbara. A few days ago, during a secret meeting with this small group, Lynn had gathered information about their names and identities. All three of them were third-tier wizards and high-ranking members of the Bloodthorn organization. If there was a common trait among them, it was their age. Even Eva, who appeared the youngest, looked to be in her 40s or 50s. "When do we start the operation?" Barbara, who had an impatient disposition, asked as the team was fully assembled. "Not now. The airship is too conspicuous. Taking it out during the day might attract the attention of patrolling vessels. It's better to wait until evening," NOS shook his head. In reality, he was the most eager, but all he could do now was wait and urge the apprentices to load barrels filled with pungent liquid onto the airship. Chapter 105, You Better Pray for Our Luck This Time. In the nighttime sky above A.K.A. harbor, a massive airship sailed slowly towards the open sea, concealed by the darkness. "This altitude must be over 1,000 meters, right?" Hank remarked as the sea breeze continued to brush against him. Looking into the distance, he could even make out the city of the harbor below. "About that. At this height, no one should be able to spot us," NOS replied, his expression relaxing. Since the airship they were on used magical steam power to drive the bottom propellers, combined with wind-resistant enhancements and a stable alchemical array, its speed was incredibly swift. By the time the full moon hung high in the sky, they had entered the realm of the misty sea. The thick mist engulfed them, soon occupying everyone's field of vision. Hank, Eva, Barbara, and Lynn, all born in the land of the wizards, had heard various stories about the misty sea, but this was their first time facing it for real. Lynn turned to NOS, curious about how he intended to locate the so-called Eye of Death. At sea, NOS no longer kept secrets and immediately pulled out a wooden compass. Lynn recognized it at a glance. It was a compass similar to the one Loud had used to locate the wizard's land before they ventured into the misty sea. Hank and the others, however, looked puzzled and in need of an explanation. NOS quickly clarified. This compass can pinpoint things with substantial magical power nearby. If we extend its detection range to the maximum, it will continuously point towards the Sun Crown Tower in the Wizard's City. So, all we need to do is adjust the range to locate the Eye of Death. NOS explained while turning the top needle of the compass to its minimum range. The compass's pointer immediately started to spin, eventually pointing at Lynn. "Didn't expect you, Ladek, to be the one among us with the most magical power," Barbara said, quite surprised. Lynn hadn't considered this, he wasn't even a formal wizard yet. However, he soon realized that the magical power stored in the smart brain was likely taken into account. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Lynn smirked and said, "That's because these days, I've just developed some interesting little gadgets. If this operation doesn't go smoothly, you might get a chance to see their power." Lynn's words immediately shifted everyone's attention. Since the compass's magical detection could locate the Sun Crown Tower, it clearly wasn't limited to detecting personal magical power. It might also include the total magical power of alchemical items carried by an individual. With this in mind, the group couldn't help but wonder what powerful alchemical devices Lynn had come up with during this time. NOS continued to increase the compass's detection range. Once the range extended to 50 kilometers, the compass pointer finally moved away from Lynn, pointing towards the depths of the misty sea. Lynn heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He had been most worried that the pointer would keep pointing at him, making it difficult for him to explain. Fortunately, the smart brain's energy had received a replenishment, increasing to about 30%. This still wouldn't make it stronger than the Eye of Death. Having located their target, NOS immediately instructed the apprentices who were controlling the airship to adjust their course and head in the direction indicated by the compass. 50 kilometers might not be a great distance for an airship's speed, but the problem was that the Eye of Death seemed to be constantly moving. So, even after sailing for most of the day, they hadn't caught up to it. Barbara and the others' patience was gradually wearing thin. In the misty sea, all they could see was thick fog in every direction. They couldn't even discern their current altitude and had to rely on the light to determine whether it was day or night. In the night sky above Iida Harbor, a massive airship sailed slowly towards the open sea, concealed by the darkness. "By the way, NOS, will hunting the Eye of Death have any impact on the protection of this sea area?" Eva impatiently inquired. "What do you think it is? A sea creature raised by the Council? A watchdog guarding our home?" NOS scoffed. "Don't joke around. These terrifying monsters cause massive whirlpools to devour creatures in the nearby waters, consuming their souls. In their eyes, both church members and us wizards are merely food, no different from the fish in the sea, perhaps with a better taste. Instead of worrying about the Eye of Death, you better pray that we get lucky this time and don't encounter overly powerful individuals," NOS said with a serious expression. Lynn gazed at the misty sky. The range of this legendary magic was larger than he had imagined. He wondered how high they needed to ascend to escape the shroud of mist. 5,000 meters? 10,000 meters? As time passed, Lynn felt the vast and terrifying nature of the misty sea. He had a hunch that their target was getting closer. The sound of rushing water came from below, prompting NOS to command the apprentices to lower the airship's altitude. Soon, the sound of churning seawater grew louder, echoing in their ears. "Altitude is too low, quickly ascend!" Lynn suddenly shouted. Hank and the others immediately looked down below the airship. The fog was as thick as ever, like a bottomless abyss. However, a few seconds later, the sharp-eyed Barbara saw faintly splashing waves. It was only then that the group realized, due to the low visibility, the airship had unintentionally descended to a mere few meters above the sea's surface. "Did you hear that? Go up now!" NOS also panicked, looking at the apprentice controlling the airship, urgently shouting. At that moment, a fleeting and echoing voice, like a resounding bell, entered their minds. Lynn, Barbara, Hank, and the others immediately felt their thoughts being affected. The apprentices controlling the airship, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, unmoving, constantly muttering something. Amidst a violent jolt, the airship had already landed on the water's surface, resembling a massive vessel. It was being dragged towards the center of a whirlpool with the swirling waters constantly hitting the sides of the cabin, causing the airship to sway from side to side. Damn it! Nos gritted his teeth and, despite the discomfort in his head, cursed. He angrily kicked the apprentices standing motionless and then grasped a conduit, wildly converting the magical power in his body into hydrogen to replenish the airship's gas bags. Lynn held onto the edge of the cabin, stabilizing his stance. An apprentice beside him was flung out during the violent shaking. It wasn't until the turbulent water covered his mouth and nose that the apprentice seemed to wake up from his daze. He cried out and struggled, but was carried away by the rushing water, disappearing into the depths. Chapter 106, Plunging into the Chaotic Eye of Death. Save me, Lord Nos! The apprentice who had been thrown off the airship continued to struggle and wail, being sucked into the surging maelstrom. Bring me up! Lord Nos shouted, injecting a sufficient amount of hydrogen into the airship. Bit by bit, the airship rose into the air just before being drawn into the giant whirlpool. As the airship lifted from the water, everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief. If they had been pulled into that vortex, they would all have been doomed. Nos' hands were trembling, and after surviving a life-threatening ordeal, he no longer held back. He quickly took out a palm-sized crimson crystal, and with an anguished expression, he used his mage's hand to send it into the sky. After a moment, it exploded with a brilliant red light, causing a sudden change in the environment. The thick fog that had shrouded them dissipated rapidly before their eyes. Lynn surveyed the area. In just a few seconds, the dense fog covering a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers had vanished. It seemed that the range of the whirlpool was smaller than the previous one. Barbara, quite unhappy, asked, "If you had something so useful, why didn't you use it earlier? We almost died underwater." This is the bone marrow of a feathered serpent. It can temporarily neutralize the mist, but the range and duration are limited. There's only one of these, we must not use it lightly, Nos explained gravely. He gazed into the distance, as the nearby white fog had dissipated, but the fog in the distance was slowly converging toward the center. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. "Quick, everyone, get moving, and throw these things down there." Nos urged the others to throw the wooden barrels on the airship in the direction of the vortex. The barrels, filled with an unknown liquid, quickly fell onto the sea surface, flowing into the massive whirlpool. Shortly after, Lynn made an astonishing discovery. The previously turbulent waters were slowly calming down. What's going on? Is the massive whirlpool subsiding? Hank, too, was taken aback, but the next moment, they realized they had jumped to conclusions. The extraordinarily calm sea seemed to be boiling like a raging fire, emitting a continuous stream of bubbles. After a moment, a massive tentacle extended from the giant whirlpool, slamming heavily onto the sea surface. The entire sea seemed to tremble for a moment, and a 10-meter-high giant wave leaped into the sky, its spray soaring into the clouds. The terrifying force was chilling. And this was just the beginning. More and more colossal tentacles emerged from the sea, each covered in menacing barbs that glowed with an eerie blue light, indicating their exceptional sharpness, like a group of serpentine dragons writhing on the surface. Nos, however, was excited beyond restraint. The information he had received was accurate, and this creature indeed plunged the Eye of Death into a state of frenzied madness. "Now, Hank, adjust the cannon's aim and take it down," Nos yelled at the others. If it were possible, he would have loved to do it himself, but apart from the unreliable apprentices, he was the only one capable of operating the airship right now. Should they really attack this? Hank stared at the enraged Eye of Death below, continuously swallowing his saliva. It seemed they had provoked an entity they shouldn't have. Nos, frustrated by Hank's hesitation, wanted to kick him off the airship, but he turned to Lynn and said, "It's your turn, lay deck." Lynn glanced at him and immediately took over the position of the gunner, adjusting the angle of the crystal cannon with the switch. About 3 seconds later, she pressed the lever. A substantial amount of condensed magical energy gathered at the half-meter-wide barrel, and with a thunderous roar, an extremely brilliant blue light burst forth, carrying destructive force as it fiercely struck a certain point on the sea surface. Rumble! An intense explosion set off a chain reaction, causing the sea to instantaneously sink. But in the next moment, an enormous amount of seawater rushed madly inward. The power of the advanced magic crystal cannon was astonishing. Even with the airship stabilized by alchemical enchantments like wind ward and rapid lift, it still shook violently under the powerful recoil. However, this crucial shot missed. Nothing but splashing water could be seen. "Lay deck, what happened to you?" Nos said with great disappointment. Firing this cannon required several high-quality mana stones, and the power came at a high cost. Hank, Eva, and Barbara also looked at Lynn with strange expressions. The Eye of Death was so massive, and yet she managed to miss it. "Cough, my bad, let me try again," Lynn said, somewhat embarrassed. From such a distance, she had instinctively aimed using a ballistic trajectory, but it turned out that the cannon fired in a straight line. To make it easier for Lynn to aim, Nos quickly lowered the airship to an altitude of 300 meters. This time, Lynn readjusted the crystal cannon's trajectory. A few seconds later, another thunderous roar rang out as an extremely brilliant blue light crossed over the constantly swaying tentacles and struck a spot on the sea surface. Could she have missed again? The idea crossed the minds of Nos and the others, but they quickly realized they were mistaken. As a massive amount of seawater evaporated, a colossal figure hidden beneath the sea's surface was revealed. The Eye of Death. Everyone present widened their eyes and gazed at this figure. Its visible body length was over 20 meters, and if you included the tentacles, it might break the 100-meter mark. Its jet-black body seemed to be forged from steel, with a triangular head and a pair of blood-red eyes that exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another beam of magic crystal cannon light appeared. Lynn didn't wait for the airship to settle from the intense recoil before launching another attack. With the displaced seawater not having rushed in yet, this shot directly hit the body of the Eye of Death. The jet-black, steel-like body was pierced by the dazzling beam, revealing a massive, bone-deep wound. A large amount of blood gushed out from it, dyeing the nearby sea surface a deep green. An angry roar resounded through the sky, and the sea seemed to come to life, constantly churning. Dozens of thick, sturdy tentacles reached out and slammed down, creating waves several meters high on the sea surface. However, the airship was simply too high, and no matter how large the waves on the sea were, they couldn't harm Lynn and the others inside. Even the psychic screams, after crossing a distance of 300 meters, had become extremely weak. One after another, the magic crystal cannon shots landed on the sea surface, creating a series of scars on the colossal body of the Eye of Death. Normally, even with magic crystal cannons capable of penetrating defenses, severely injuring a thinking behemoth would not be an easy task. However, after consuming the liquid from the barrels, the Eye of Death had lost its sanity and only knew to continuously swing its tentacles and launch attacks on distant enemies. Chapter 107, Chaotic Mayhem. "It's just like this, take it down!" exclaimed Nos with immense excitement. Hank and the others watched the terrifying sea monster struggling on the surface of the sea, unable to do anything about it. They felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. The power of the Eye of Death was evident to them. If they were to fight on the sea, even their three-ring mages wouldn't be enough to pose a threat. And now, this creature was helpless, being mercilessly battered to death by them. The contrast was so staggering that it made them feel like they were in a dream. As the 13th magic crystal cannon was fired accurately, the body of the Eye of Death had been riddled with holes, and many of its tentacles had been severed. Blood and debris scattered in all directions, staining the once broad sea with its crimson hue. However, the creature's vitality proved to be much stronger than expected. Even under such a relentless attack, it still refused to die. It continued to thrash on the sea's surface, its massive body contorting wildly, even starting to consciously evade the magical energy beams flying towards it. The thick white fog around them gradually closed in, reducing visibility by half. It was clear that the power of a feathered serpent's bone marrow crystal could only sustain them for a short while, and it wouldn't be enough. Lynn fired another magic crystal cannon and then turned to the onlookers. "NOS, we're running low on magic stones. We can't continue like this. You guys need to help." Hank and the others nodded in agreement. They had come this far, and none of them wanted the hunting operation to end in failure. With that in mind, the three of them began casting spells, launching various attacks like frost, fireballs, and corrosive magic, caring more about quantity than precision. Even NOS gave up control of the airship and ran to the edge, conjuring a dozen or so fire burst spells to rain down on the sea below. Under the relentless bombardment from the magic crystal cannons and the trio of third-ring mages, the Eye of Death finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its colossal body rolled over in the sea, creating a deluge of waves. Its body was covered in scorch marks, and even the spells cast upon it no longer had any effect. "Is it dead?" NOS and the others watched as the creature lay motionless, its body spanning nearly half of the sea's surface. They couldn't help but hesitate, as the sheer terror of the creature made it hard to believe it was truly dead. Lynn checked the magic stone launcher in her hand, and the magic reserves were nearly depleted, insufficient for another attack. As they hesitated, the massive body of the Eye of Death slowly sank and disappeared into the sea. NOS became anxious, realizing how much they had invested in this hunt, both in terms of magical gold and resources. If the Eye of Death's corpse sank to the seabed, it would be a disaster. Hurriedly, NOS rushed to the pilot's seat, activated the valve, and released a large amount of hydrogen from the airbags. The airship quickly descended, and the wooden bottom of the cockpit popped open with a loud thud. Unlike Lydia's airship, the bottom of the cockpit was not a sphere but a massive claw anchor with many sharp barbs, obviously designed specifically for hunting giant sea creatures. When the airship's altitude dropped to 50 meters, NOS, unable to contain himself any longer, launched the massive claw anchor. With a whooshing sound, the gigantic claw anchor pierced straight into the massive body of the Eye of Death, its barbs deeply embedded in the flesh, connected by sturdy cables. The downward movement of the Eye of Death suddenly halted, and NOS breathed a sigh of relief. Their next task was to slowly tow this creature back. Although the enormous corpse far exceeded the maximum load capacity of this modified airship, it was still buoyant in the sea, allowing them to drag it. The only regret NOS felt was that, after the intense bombardment, the Eye of Death's body was now only half its original size, with much of its tissues and most of its blood sinking to the seabed. On the side, Lynn felt that something was amiss. When the claw had pierced the creature's body earlier, the body of the Eye of Death suddenly shook violently a few times. Perhaps it wasn't just due to the impact. At the same time, a battered tentacle suddenly shot out from the dark green sea below, wrapping around the thick cable. "It's pretending to be dead, be careful!" Hank shouted in panic. But the reminder was obviously too late. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the tentacle, firmly attached to the cable, exerted force and began dragging the airborne airship down towards the sea. The immense force caused the airship to tremble uncontrollably, and the interior of the cabin emitted creaking and scraping sounds. "We're done for! We're dead!" Barbara screamed, her face turning deep purple. She desperately held onto the edge of the airship but could only watch helplessly as the airship descended, directly above the gaping maw of the Eye of Death and its constantly waving tentacles. It actually intended to entangle the entire cabin and swallow it whole. Lynn held onto the magic crystal cannon's firing device tightly, her gaze fixed on the tentacle dragging the airship. The internal magic reserves weren't sufficient for another magic crystal cannon shot, but in the face of life and death, Lynn didn't hold back. She supplemented some of her own magic power into it. Nearly 60% of her magic power was instantly drained, and another magic crystal cannon, only half the original size, was fired, blasting the tentacle attached to the cable into 2 pieces. The powerful shockwave from the explosion also caused the airship to veer off course, saving it from being crushed and devoured. However, its fate of crashing into the sea was still unavoidable. Boom! The enormous airship crashed sideways directly into the sea, sending up a wave several meters high. Lynn and the others, under the tremendous impact, slammed into the cabin's wooden planks one by one. Since most of the cabin's structure was wooden and filled with hydrogen, the entire airship did not sink but remained afloat on the sea, tilted to the side. Damn! This damn monster should have lost its sanity long ago. Nos cursed loudly, his head spinning from the fall, a mix of anger and fear in his expletives. Lynn, Hank, and the others had no time to argue because a massive tentacle was descending from above, about to strike the airship. Chapter 108, Let It Feast. Glacial Curtain, Subordinate Magic Barrier, Mage Armor, Magic Ward. Facing the massive tentacles crashing down, the people present deployed their most powerful protective magic. Several layers of glacial curtains stood in front, but in the next moment, they were pierced as if they were made of mere bubbles. Even the third circle protection spell, the magic ward, couldn't withstand the wrathful power of the Eye of Death. It crumbled like a withered leaf in less than 2 seconds. The tentacles slammed heavily onto the airship's cockpit. The intricate runes on the outer hull of the cabin lit up, and with an ear-shattering noise, the airship's shell caved in. Most critically, the magical crystal cannon was smashed to pieces. It was only because of the protective magic and the alchemical array on the airship that most of the force was mitigated. Otherwise, with such an impact, the entire airship would have been split in 2 in an instant. Everyone inside the airship was tossed about by this tremendous force. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the terrifying power of the Eye of Death. What was even more chilling was that the Eye of Death seemed to have regained some sanity, as it played dead and prioritized destroying the most significant threat, the magical crystal cannon. This undoubtedly meant that the opponent might have partially regained its intellect. However, the massive tentacles didn't stop. In a single sweep, before anyone could react, Eva, who was on the far right, was sent flying. "No, Eva!" Barbara shouted in horror, watching another tentacle rise from the sea and crush Eva into a pulp. Seeing Eva's gruesome death, Barbara's eyes turned red. She abandoned her protection and pointed her finger at the tentacle. Ice breath! A strange cold stream shot out, causing the tentacles swaying near the cabin to slow down drastically, and the crystalline water droplets on their surface instantly froze. Seeing this, Nos and the others, familiar with Barbara, immediately understood and shot several fireball spells. Under the combined attack of ice and fire, the massive tentacles were immediately blown into 2 pieces. "It can't hold on for long. Kill it, or none of us will survive!" Nos roared loudly. With the Eye of Death blocking them, getting the airship back in the air was practically impossible. Their only way out was to kill it directly. Everyone present understood this, but the Eye of Death still had 11 remaining tentacles, half of which were already curling around the airship's gas bags, attempting to drag the entire airship underwater. Hank cursed under his breath and raised his hand to conjure multi-explosive fireball. However, at this moment, Nos seemed to remember something and hastily interrupted, "Be extremely careful, you must not use fire magic on the gas bags." Hank and Barbara, who were preparing to cast their spells, couldn't help but pause. The gas bag was enormous, and it was positioned right between them and the Eye of Death. It meant they would be prohibited from using fire magic. Will it explode? Lynn immediately realized that the airship likely used hydrogen as a lifting gas. At this close range, it's the kind that can kill us all. Nos said in a panic. In fact, the airship they were on was the second one they had constructed. As for the first airship, Due to an apprentice's mistake, it had already turned into a fireball, resulting in significant casualties. Therefore, when making the airship beneath them, he deliberately used fire-resistant materials to create the most crucial gas bag, but it was still no match for excessively powerful fire magic. However, after receiving confirmation from NOS, a thought popped into Lynn's mind. Without hesitation, he grabbed the secondary gas bag's pipeline, converted his mana into oxygen, and cast a spell. Magic Barrage. In the next moment, dozens of magic missiles hovered around Lynn, then whizzed away. However, their target wasn't the constantly waving tentacles but the ropes connecting the gas bag to the cockpit. "What are you doing?" Hank asked in astonishment. Lynn's actions were so fast that no one could react in time, and the airship's gas bag separated from the cockpit. "With our magic alone, we probably can't take down the Eye of Death. Since it wants to devour this thing so badly, why not let it have a taste?" Lynn calmly replied. Although they had successfully blown up one tentacle a moment ago, it was challenging to threaten the Eye of Death's main body without the formidable magical crystal cannon. With the advanced magical crystal cannon destroyed, there was only one method left to inflict a deadly wound on the Eye of Death. NOS instantly understood Lynn's intention and, though chilled to the bone, realized this was their only chance. "NOS, Hank, Barbara, if you want to survive, follow my orders later. We only have one shot." Lynn looked at the two of them and said resolutely. Hank and Barbara couldn't comprehend what Lynn was saying, but they also knew they couldn't come up with any method to reverse the situation, so they nodded quickly. In the brief moment they paused, the Eye of Death had already swung its tentacles and dragged the massive gas bag in front of it, as if it were an irritable child, toying with its toy and causing the gas bag to deform. While it had hindered their use of fire magic, it had also blocked the Eye of Death line of sight. Living in the Misty Sea for years, the monster had never seen an airship before. In its perception, the gas bag and the cockpit were one and could be devoured together. The Eye of Death had evidently good dental hygiene. It could chew up not only the gas bag frame made of camel beast leather and branches of magic trees but even steel. "Starting now, count silently to 3, and then everyone use your most potent fire magic," Lynn declared loudly, unleashing Magic Barrage again. A multitude of magic missiles reappeared and whooshed away. Every wizard knew this basic spell, and as long as they didn't draw too much attention, Lynn wasn't worried about his identity being questioned. Perhaps sensing danger, though it couldn't see what was happening behind the gas bag, the remaining tentacles flailed wildly. Some of the magic missiles struck the giant tentacles, corroding the surface with pockmarks. It was evident that the surface magic was just a disguise, and the insides were still filled with corrosive aqua regia. The remaining magic missiles all struck the gas bag in unison, and the gas from both the main and secondary bags gushed out. A significant amount of hydrogen and oxygen mixed together. Chapter 109, The End of the Death Eye. If you want to trigger a hydrogen explosion, you need to keep the hydrogen gas in the air between 4% and 75.6%. And for a more powerful explosion, the ratio of hydrogen and oxygen should be around 2:1. No doubt, Lynn achieved it. Although it's not the standard ratio, it's pretty close. Multi-fire burst art. As they continued counting, NOS and his group had already started casting their spells the moment the missile hit the airbag. In an instant, dozens of ferocious fireballs whizzed through the air and collided with the airbag after breaking through half of its protective shield used against the tentacles. Boom! At that very moment, the mixed gases were ignited violently, shaking the heavens and the earth. A massive explosion echoed through the sky, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising into the air. Blinding flames and a raging shockwave swept outwards. The Eye of Death, which had just pierced the airbag, immediately experienced a sensation it had never felt in its entire existence. Flames and explosions rushed into its gaping maw. The internal damage from an explosion is often the most severe. Burning, pain, numbness. The agony struck from all parts of its body, and in an instant, it felt like it had turned into a red-hot block of iron. Intense pain coursed through its entire body, as if something were tearing its flesh apart, causing it to howl even more furiously. Lynn and the others had no time to worry about the Eye of Death because a terrifying tidal wave accompanied the shockwave, swallowing the cockpit. The battered cockpit was slammed into the sea by waves over 10 meters high, and Lynn, Nos, Hank, and Barbara were no exceptions. The contaminated greenish seawater rushed in from all directions, tossing them around like a tumble dryer, leaving them disheveled and dizzy. Once the cockpit resurfaced, everyone was drenched, looking thoroughly miserable. Damn it! Next time, no matter what you say, I won't fall for it again. Hank angrily cursed. He had believed in Nose's crazy idea, and it led them to this life-threatening situation. Lynn immediately turned her gaze towards the direction of the Eye of Death. The monstrous creature was now completely motionless, its massive body torn to shreds, its tentacles severed, and various parts of its body either sunk to the sea floor or floating on the surface. Even its head was less than a third of its original size, engulfed in raging flames. It should be really dead, right? Barbara's face showed a hint of relief. If it's still alive after this, I'll walk backward for the rest of my life. Nos spat on the ground, saying with determination, before proceeding to inspect the damaged cockpit beneath his feet. Although they had added metal plates on both sides of the cabin and protective alchemical arrays, the extent of the damage was still not optimistic. The stern of the cabin was completely deformed. Fortunately, magic was convenient enough to handle this minor inconvenience. With the airbag gone, they had to treat this as a boat and slowly make their way back. Even though they had been confident when discussing it earlier, when Nos got closer to the cockpit, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, fearing that the Eye of Death would attack them again. However, none of that happened. They smoothly arrived in front of the massive corpse, and after extinguishing the burning flames, it was finally time to collect their spoils. First, there's the spiritual essence in the brain, undoubtedly the most precious thing. The Eye of Death power has even caused these spiritual essences to crystallize in the brain, roughly the size of a fist, which should be enough to refine more than 5 bottles of magical sources. What surprised Lynn was that after obtaining the crystal, Nos casually tossed it to her. Then he eagerly used a specially prepared, silver-made barrel to collect the blood of the Eye of Death. Is this stuff important? Hank suddenly asked. Barbara, who was standing nearby, also looked over. Anyone could tell that Nos attached great importance to the Eye of Death blood. It was even possible that Nos had planned this hunting operation and expended countless efforts just for this. This blood isn't actually anything special. It's just that the alchemical array I'm researching happens to require this stuff, Nos said, looking at the people gathered around him, sounding a bit annoyed. And there's blood everywhere in the sea. If you want it, you can go collect it yourselves. However, Barbara and Hank were persistent. The blood in the seawater had long been diluted, and its effects would be greatly diminished no matter what it was used for. We'll make a deal. My reward can be halved, but you have to give us some of the collected blood. Hank suddenly suggested, then turned to Lynn, who had been silent all along. What do you think, Ladek? It's reasonable, Lynn nodded and spoke up. You guys are pushing it. Don't forget, the airship, magic crystal cannons, and the feathered serpent bone marrow used to dispel the mist, they were all things I bought at a great cost to hunt down the Eye of Death. Nos chastised them, suppressing his anger. Barbara's expression became a bit awkward. Don't say it like that, Nos. We just want to replace part of our reward with blood. You only need to give us a vial of blood for research. Faced with the pressure from the three of them, Nose's expression changed, but he had to compromise. Even though they were all members of the Bloodthorn Alliance, it was essentially just an alliance of interests. In the battle they had just fought, he had expended a lot of magical power. If the three of them had turned against him, he might really have died here. With that in mind, NOS reluctantly took out several empty potion bottles and filled them with some blood before tossing them to the three. Hank and Barbara, after receiving the bottles, glanced in Lynn's direction, knowing that the spiritual essence of the Eye of Death was also extremely precious. "I'm only responsible for making potions, not for distribution. But my share must not be touched," Lynn said casually, understanding their intentions. She then passed the responsibility back to NOS, and no matter how much he promised, she didn't care. "You can buy it from me when the time comes." NOS gritted his teeth. The two immediately stopped pressing the matter. They didn't dare to provoke NOS any further, fearing that he might go crazy and take them down with him. Chapter 110, The Mysterious Rodent Experiment. On their way back, the airship had been transformed into a ship, and coupled with the need to drag the remains of the giant beast, the group found themselves adrift at sea for 3 long days. Due to the previous disputes, everyone remained on high alert throughout the journey, even refraining from closing their eyes during sleep. In this tense atmosphere of mutual suspicion, Lynn had no intention of provoking any conflicts deliberately. After all, this ship was incredibly small, and a brawl on board could easily damage the cabin or the compass in NOS's possession, leaving them stranded in the sea of mist forever. NOS, Hank, Barbara, and the others seemed to understand this, so despite the tension, they maintained a facade of harmony. It wasn't until the evening of the 4th day that the ship returned to the land of the wizards. "We're finally back," Barbara breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped onto solid ground, feeling her legs trembling. The sea of mist had been truly torturous, shrouded in nothing but white fog. Hank, on the other hand, grumbled about never wanting to take a boat across the sea in his entire life. "In any case, you've all worked hard on this trip. I promise you, I will deliver what I owe you in a few days," NOS said wearily. "You better not delay too long," Barbara reminded, as the money for the high-grade magic crystal cannon had come from her own pocket, and it was no small sum. NOS nodded in agreement and then instructed his subordinates to arrange a few carriages to transport everyone back to the city overnight. Lynn wasted no time and immediately returned to the Laydeck estate. Once back at the Laydeck castle, he ordered Coleman and his team to capture 100 rodents for a biological experiment. rebol.com. Coleman was dumbfounded by this order. Where on earth could he find so many rodents? In the end, he had to have the apprentice mages stop their work and catch mice in the castle. It took them half the night to barely gather half of what was needed, so they had to go to other places to catch more. Lynn quickly realized the convenience of having his own power. Whether it was magical materials or rodents for experiments, everything was gathered for him in just a few hours. During this time, Lynn reviewed all the books in the secret chamber related to making the source of magic once again. Then, he took out the crystal he had extracted from the Eye of Death. The crystal looked translucent with a dark red hue, covered with strange runes and patterns on its surface. A single glance was enough to make one feel absorbed, as if their soul was about to be drawn into it. Weighing only about 150 grams, it was very lightweight. According to Laydeck's notes, making a source of magic typically required 30 grams of spiritual essence as a material. This meant that this spiritual essence was only enough to make 5 sources of magic at most. It seemed like a lot, but for experimentation purposes, it might not be sufficient. Lynn had to conserve as much as possible. He carefully placed equal amounts of the spiritual essence from fire lizards, griffins, and the Eye of Death into the pre-prepared magic potions. This resulted in 3 bottles of differently colored sources of magic. He then used 0.5 milliliters as a unit and set up 9 rodents as experimental subjects. They were divided into groups of 3, each receiving the corresponding magic potion. Perhaps due to the small quantity used, they waited for a long time with no apparent effect at all. According to Laydeck's notes, this substance should take effect within a few seconds. Lynn had to slowly increase the dosage until it exceeded a total of 2 milliliters. At that point, 3 of the rodents immediately started showing signs of agitation, becoming increasingly restless. One even attempted to chew through its cage. These rodents had just ingested the magic potion made from the essence of the Eye of Death. Lynn meticulously recorded these changes and then proceeded with the control group. In each group of 3 rodents, one was dissected on the spot to record data, one was left untouched, and the other had its dosage increased for further experimentation. While 100 rodents may sound like a lot, it turned out to be insufficient when conducting controlled experiments. In just one night, they had almost exhausted their materials. The spacious experimentation table was filled with rodents in various states of demise. Some had been dissected by Lynn, while others had succumbed directly to excessive doses of the magic potion. Among them, the rodents that ingested the Eye of Death magic potion exhibited the most horrifying reactions. After consuming about 5 milliliters of the potion, their eyes turned crimson, they let out piercing screams, and then, without any warning, they died within half a minute. What shocked Lynn the most was the intense magical response in their brains. In fact, all the rodents that had ingested the potion exhibited some level of magical reaction, which was normal and a characteristic of magical creatures, indicating that the formula was correct. However, one particular rodent was different. The magical response in its brain was excessively strong, even reaching the level of a first-tier magic user. It was an exaggeration to describe it, but it subsequently displayed symptoms of brain death. Lynn picked up Ladex notes and examined them. He only found some records of brain death caused by ingesting the magic potion, but there was no mention of the reasons behind the rodents having red eyes and showing extreme aggression. This might be attributed to the unique nature of the Eye of Death essence. As an alchemist, Ladex had conducted extensive research on the source of magic. However, unlike Lynn, he didn't shy away from using human subjects for experiments. Many of the missing beggars from the southern district were related to his magical workshop. Ladex had even experimented on wizard apprentices, accumulating a significant amount of experience. What Lynn was doing now was to confirm if Ladex had any tricks hidden in his notes and to assess the strength of the Eye of Death essence. Judging from the condition of the rodents that ingested the magic potion, the difference was likely more than tenfold. Such a potent effect left Lynn feeling somewhat uneasy. The Council of Alchemists had determined that a 30-gram essence was the optimal ratio, allowing the source of magic to maximize its effects. However, an excessively powerful effect might lead to certain side effects. The previous rodent's violent behavior had also caught his attention. After much contemplation, Lynn ultimately decided to create a weakened version of the source of magic and have someone test it. If there were no adverse effects, he would consider ingesting the potion himself. Chapter 111, Unraveling the Knot. The next day at noon, Johnny, who had received a notification, knocked on the door and entered only after getting permission. "Professor Lynn, did you want to see me?" The silver-haired witch closed the door gently, holding her notes on arcane mathematics, and asked with a charming smile. Lynn didn't rush to discuss business but instead looked at Johnny curiously and inquired, "After all these days, don't you have something you want to say to me?" Since arriving in the land of wizards, he had done quite a lot, and compared to the original Carl, a nobleman who had been learning magic for less than half a year, he was far more advanced. Johnny's face showed a hint of hesitation, and she struggled to find the right words. Finally, she shook her head and spoke seriously, "Back in the Nordland territory, if it weren't for you, I might have died." This was why she was willing to trust Lynn and keep his secrets, given that he had saved her life twice. Lynn nodded but quickly asked, "Just a few days ago, I received an invitation that mentioned the name Carl. But I never disclosed your identity to anyone." Johnny's brows furrowed, and she stated with certainty. However, she soon realized that her defense was weak because she was the only one who knew Lynn's identity. The silver-haired witch bit her lip, unable to think of any way to prove her innocence. "I know it's not you." Lynn wasn't surprised by this. He still had trust in Johnny, first because they had become comrades on the run, and second, during their time in the harbor town, she was willing to risk her life to free him from prison. Coupled with their shared interests, the likelihood of betrayal was extremely low. "I'm just worried that someone might analyze something from what you've said," Lynn explained, then asked Johnny if she had seen those people recently and when she had mentioned the past of the Sekus Empire. While Johnny thought and talked, during her 2 months in the land of wizards, she had rarely gone outside and only spoke to the apprentices of the Iida Academy. Even then, she had spoken only a few words, bothered by their constant questions. And all of those words were prepared by them in advance after they escaped from the pursuit of the Holy See in the Misty Sea. Apart from the two of them, everyone else had fallen into the Holy Sea's clutches. After careful questioning, Lynn ultimately gave up on finding clues from Johnny, as there were no inconsistencies in her words. "By the way, I came to you for another important matter this time." Lynn took out a bottle of dark red magic potion and placed it on the table. "What is this?" Johnny asked, filled with curiosity. "This is the source of magic," Lynn said, emphasizing each word. The silver-haired witch's expression became incredibly astonished as she looked at Lynn and then turned her gaze to the bottle of entirely dark red source of magic. The magic potion in front of her was undoubtedly something every apprentice longed to obtain. It was the proof of becoming an official wizard. "If I'm not mistaken, your magic growth should have reached its limit, right?" Lynn asked. Unlike Johnny, Lynn had studied magic with Karu for 4 years before entering the land of wizards. With Johnny's talent, she was probably close to advancing. At first, Lynn had considered finding an apprentice in Ladek's estate for his experiments, but he realized it would be a waste. Although this source of magic was a weaker version, with only 10 grams of Death's Eye essence as a catalyst, according to his calculations, its effects would still surpass those made with ordinary materials. He couldn't help an apprentice advance and then dispose of them just to keep the secret, especially since the apprentices in the estate had helped Ladek with many dirty tasks. They had no grievances with him, and it wasn't worth it. Moreover, Death's Eye essence was precious, and after conducting experiments and brewing 2 potions, there was less than 50 grams left. It needed to be used sparingly. Another point was that changing the target to Johnny would make solving the identity issue much easier. As long as the witch applied for graduation in a while, with his approval and going through the process, she could become a recognized official wizard. "This potion is slightly different. I brewed it myself, and its effects should be stronger than what the council distributes. The probability of advancement is higher, but I can't be 100% sure. There may be potential side effects. If you're not willing to take the risk, that's fine." Lynn succinctly explained the pros and cons, with no intention of deceiving Johnny about taking the potion. However, Johnny's attention was not on that. She didn't inquire about the supposed side effects and instead took a deep breath before suddenly asking, "So, you're not an official wizard yet, are you?" She wasn't foolish and could guess Lynn's purpose in presenting the source of magic. Lynn fell silent and didn't respond. The title of apprentice wizard would be removed from him starting tomorrow. But sometimes, silence was also an answer. Johnny immediately understood that her guess was correct, and her lingering doubts vanished. Over the past few days, what puzzled her the most was Lynn's exaggerated speed of advancement. If Lynn was truly a third circle magician, then the so-called super genius of the land of wizards, the magic star August, wouldn't even be fit to polish his shoes. But now, it seemed they were all just apprentice wizards. Lynn must have used some other means to unleash powerful magic. This wasn't impossible. For example, her use of the magic hand power allowed her to use first circle magic 5 times a day. If Lynn had gained the appreciation of a great wizard or even a legendary wizard in that society of mystical arts and acquired alchemical items capable of casting third circle magic, it would be quite normal. With that in mind, Johnny picked up the source of magic on the table. Out of trust in Lynn, she didn't hesitate to drink it down. Compared to the extremely rare probability of side effects, she valued Lynn's statement about the higher probability of advancement more. No apprentice could claim with certainty that they could cross the heavenly domain. Even a slight improvement was of utmost importance. Lynn closely watched Johnny's reaction. The second important reason for finding a test subject was to see what the process of advancement was like and if there were any lessons to be learned from it. Chapter 112, I call it the antimatter annihilation canon. At the moment Johnny consumed the magic potion, a strong magical fluctuation enveloped his entire body, and his magical energy seemed to boil within. The witch's expression gradually turned pained, her eyes closed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as if she were struggling with something. Lynn watched nervously, not daring to disturb Johnny in the midst of his breakthrough. She couldn't assist and could only patiently wait for the potion's effects to wear off. Approximately 3 minutes later, the magical fluctuations around Johnny began to subside. He slowly opened his eyes, swaying unsteadily on his feet, almost falling. How did it go? Did you succeed? Lynn reached out to support Johnny, anxiously inquiring. The silver-haired witch didn't respond immediately. Instead, she extended her hand, and several blazing fireballs appeared around her, spinning around her body without the use of any materials to cast the spells. This was the hallmark of a full-fledged wizard. I did it. Johnny's face lit up with an incredibly joyful smile, like a child who had just found a beloved toy. After extinguishing the fireballs, she began experimenting with other spells. Fire, ice, poison mist. This felt entirely different from using materials to cast spells in her daily routine. Advancing from an apprentice to a full-fledged wizard was a qualitative leap. Lynn could understand the witch's excitement, so she didn't rush to ask questions. It wasn't until Johnny had finished playing around that she inquired, "How do you feel? Is there anything you're not accustomed to? Did you encounter any obstacles during the breakthrough? If you want to talk about obstacles." Johnny paused for a moment, then furrowed her brow and said, "Your brewed magic potion is quite hard to swallow." Lynn visibly paused, her face showing a wry, amused expression. After teasing Lynn for a bit, the silver-haired witch grew serious and explained the sensations after taking the potion. The main effects involved the transformation of the body and an enhancement of the spirit, accompanied by intense pain that was hard to endure. But as long as one could endure it, the benefits were substantial. As for the so-called side effects, she hadn't noticed any. As for the breakthrough process, it's a rather exhilarating feeling. Johnny racked her brain, not sure which adjectives to use. Having learned the details of the breakthrough process from Johnny, Lynn took a sigh of relief, knowing that the potion's formula was accurate. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, Lynn decided not to undergo the breakthrough at the A.K.A. Academy. Instead, after seeing Johnny off, she returned to her secret chamber in Ladek. It was an extremely concealed location, where she didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing her. Lynn took out a perfectly prepared source of magic, then gulped it down. The dark red liquid flowed down her throat. As soon as it entered her mouth, Lynn understood why Johnny had said the magic potion was hard to swallow. The taste was indescribably awful. It felt as if, despite feeling no heat while holding the potion bottle, she was drinking thick molten lava. Immediately, her entire body experienced waves of intense itching and burning sensations. She felt like she was inside a furnace, except what was being burnt was not her physical body but her soul. Lynn's body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering loudly. Veins bulged all over her body, her face turned bright red, and tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Though she had anticipated the horror of the magic potion beforehand, she had never imagined that its effects would be so dominating and intense. An inexplicable force continuously eroded her body, eventually surging directly into her brain. In that moment, her brain seemed to explode. Lynn briefly lost consciousness, and when she came to, she found herself in a different place. Before her lay an endless sea, and she was standing on the surface of the water, swaying with the rolling waves. As Lynn became aware of this, her body sank, and the surging sea water pressed in from all sides. However, before she could react, her body was lifted by something sticky. Lynn glanced downward, realizing that she was being held up by a massive tentacle. Beneath the surface of the sea, a colossal, menacing figure had emerged. It exuded a suffocating aura, its crimson eyes fixed on her, filled with anger and hatred. The Eye of Death. In the instant Lynn locked eyes with the Eye of Death, her body went cold, immobilized. Then, she felt the tentacle holding her squeeze tightly, causing her body to burst as if squeezed. Blood sprayed onto the ocean's surface, and her flesh and blood disintegrated, leaving no trace. However, the next moment, Lynn's body reappeared on the ocean's surface. She had realized that she was currently in a mental world. Perhaps the magic potion she had just consumed had activated her power so perfectly that the Eye of Death could materialize within her consciousness. Just as she was pondering this, another tentacle rose from beneath the sea, reaching out for her. This time, Lynn shot into the air, imagining that helium was lifting her body, and she floated hundreds of meters above the sea. Even though she wouldn't truly die if she were killed here, the pain was all too real. More and more tentacles emerged from below the sea, twisting and contorting in various forms, as if they had no upper limit, continuously extending toward Lynn in the sky, as if to ensnare her and drag her into the depths of the sea. Damn it! Lynn cursed internally. The Eye of Death actually believed its tentacles could be this long. After narrowly avoiding another strike from a tentacle, hundreds of white phosphorus fireballs the size of human heads materialized around Lynn and hurled themselves toward the Eye of Death, turning the entire sea into a sea of flames. The enraged sea beast roared incessantly, its massive body and tentacles exposed above the sea quickly being engulfed by the flames. However, this level of attack was far from enough. In Lynn's mental world, not only was she incapable of dying, but the infuriated Eye of Death also roared and bellowed. Its 100-meter-long body actually broke free from the sea surface, soaring into the sky. Lynn was left dumbfounded. She then realized that her thinking was too rational and not bold enough. In this peculiar space, perhaps she could attempt things that were impossible in the real world. Lynn raised her hands high. In her left hand, she continuously generated hydrogen atoms, while in her right palm, numerous anti-hydrogen atoms appeared. She used magnetic force to contain them within two massive spheres of magical energy, and then hurled them toward the approaching Eye of Death. I call it the Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Chapter 113, Breaking Through as an Official Wizard. The so-called antimatter, as the name implies, is the reverse state of normal matter. When antimatter and normal matter meet, they annihilate each other, causing an explosion and producing immense energy. Its power lies in the conversion of mass energy produced during annihilation, which is close to 100%. In contrast, the mass energy conversion ratio of a hydrogen bomb is only around 0.7%. In the face of the power of antimatter annihilation, so-called nuclear energy is simply not worth mentioning. The Eye of Death, racing towards him, immediately felt the deadly threat. It wasn't just the annihilation of the physical body but also the obliteration of the soul. Countless tentacles, like towering pillars, lashed out, but two monospheres had already collided. Space and time seemed to freeze as Lynn was left with nothing but endless light and heat. It was a radiance that was tens of thousands of times brighter than the sun, and the heat generated could only be measured in countless billions of trillions. Everything lost its meaning in the face of such a terrifying energy outbreak. The massive Eye of Death and countless pillar-like tentacles were annihilated in less than a second. Then, the entire ocean, and the seabed, rapidly rose. Billions of tons of seawater were instantly evaporated, and the energy waves and high-energy radiation from the explosion spread in all directions, causing the entire space to shake violently. Until a faint sound resonated in the space. It was a precise sound that reached Lynn's ears, despite being obscured by the intense explosion. It was as if he heard it with his soul. It was the shattering of the consciousness space, with intricate cracks spreading like a spider's web. But this was also Lynn's final thought. The terrifying energy wave had already rushed toward him. The whole process was painless because the annihilation of the physical body happened in an instant. The vast consciousness space was completely shattered under the impact of the energy wave, and the remaining energy merged into Lynn's body. The formidable barrier that had been blocking the growth of his magic power was now easily breached. Lynn felt every cell in his body rejoicing, and the total amount of magic power was rapidly increasing. His brain became incredibly clear, although not as much as in overload mode. The computing power had increased several times. The elements in his perception became even clearer, and controlling them became effortless. If he previously needed the assistance of his intellect to release spells like white phosphorus, flame hand or liquid nitrogen, ice domain, he could now completely rely on his own power to cast these spells. Furthermore, his magic power continued to grow, even directly crossing the second hurdle, advancing from an apprentice to a second circle wizard. Lynn sensed that his magic power reserves had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. The power of the Eye of Death was truly evident. Even my physical qualities have improved, Lynn said, clenching his fist and testing several jumps. His body's cells had been partially enchanted. However, the degree of enchantment was not high. This should not be an exclusive benefit of his own. When he was conducting the dual sphere experiment before, he found that the wizards who moved the iron balls had varying levels of strength. After spending 10 minutes adapting to various types of magic, Lynn finally let go of the tension that had been gripping him. When he entered the wizarding world, his greatest concern was that his identity as an apprentice would be exposed. Now, this major weakness had been addressed. No one could question his identity anymore. The next step was to verify whether Rock Dagu's conjecture was correct. Lynn opened his notebook and quickly found records about psychic magic. Soul shriek, flesh reconstruction, rotten corpse, necromantic control. Soul shriek was undoubtedly the most familiar psychic magic to Lynn. However, with no target for an attack, he couldn't test its actual effect. Spells like flesh reconstruction and rotten corpse were methods for creating undead, and he had no intention of dabbling in that. After he saw the relevant information about necromantic control, Lynn suddenly had an idea and inquired in his mind. 071, can you release the stored unknown energy from earlier? Estimated energy consumption, 1%, used to maintain the energy body. No problem, go ahead, Lynn said without hesitation. After becoming an official wizard, he cared less about the energy reserves of the AI brain. After all, he rarely needed to use them, and he could slowly accumulate them. After Lynn gave the order, a faint blue glow floated out of his body and gradually condensed about a meter away. It took the form of a 13 or 14-year-old girl, with a translucent figure that flowed like water. Because they were both psychic users, the girl's body looked much more solid to Lynn compared to the chubby apprentice and the heavily injured Ridak. He could even make out her features and the clothes she was wearing. Dove? Lynn asked tentatively. His premonition was indeed correct. The unknown energy entity collected by the AI brain was undoubtedly her soul. The girl slowly opened her eyes, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Her consciousness seemed to be frozen in the moment of death, and she mumbled something. I don't want to die. Lynn understood Dove's intended message, and a hint of helplessness crossed his face. The girl, barely 13 or 14, seemed to come to her senses at this moment, curling up in fear. She looked around the unfamiliar space, and when she noticed Lynn, she instinctively floated towards him, reaching out to grab his clothing. However, her action passed through empty air, as her ethereal hand went straight through the fabric. Dove visibly paused, and then she realized that her body felt different. It was transparent and ethereal. She realized that she was already dead. The witch's face showed a timid and bewildered expression. Her eyes brimmed with glistening tears. If she were alive, tears would have fallen from her eyes long ago. Actually, you're not really dead. Let's just say, you've found a different way to live, Lynn tried to console her in a very tactful manner. Unfortunately, his consolation seemed to have no effect. Dove's glistening tears immediately fell but dissipated into tiny specks of light before they reached the ground. Her crying sounds were sporadic and eerie, giving one a shuddering feeling. Lynn felt overwhelmed. Offering comfort to others was not his strong suit, especially when the other person was a ghost. In the end, he reluctantly told Dove that her body was still around. Once he figured out how to put a soul into a physical body, she might be able to come back to life. Chapter 114, We Might All Be Used as Blades. After some less than reassuring words from Lynn, White Dove finally stopped crying. She then gazed at him with pitiful eyes. "Well, don't resist for now. Let me perform a little experiment," Lynn said as he approached White Dove. He placed his hand on her head and then let his spiritual power seep into her ethereal body. This was the application of psychic magic, necrocontrol. A look of uncertain fear appeared on the girl's face. She felt as if something foreign was surging into her body. Her instincts urged her to resist or flee, but she remembered Lynn's command and endured it, closing her eyes with a look of resignation. This feeling was quite peculiar. Once the spell was cast, Lynn immediately realized he had gained control over another body. With the thought, the illusionary girl beside him raised her hand and spun in place. At this moment, White Dove realized she had lost control of her body. Having studied psychic magic, she understood what was happening. She stared at Lynn with a resentful, tearful look. Seeing this, Lynn had initially planned to give the girl's ethereal body some respite, but as soon as he released his control, White Dove transformed into a ghostly blue light and flew directly into his body. The sound of the AI in his mind alerted him again. Unique energy entity absorbed, can be converted into a 12% energy reserve. Would you like to use it immediately? No. Lynn hastily responded, with a wry smile. In her attempt to escape his experiment, White Dove had unknowingly entered the AI's reserve pool, the most dangerous place she could be. In other words, the AI became White Dove's spiritual anchor. Lynn quickly realized this, as the soul couldn't exist independently of the body. Even a Tier 3 wizard like Ladek had to create a soul container for themselves. But in this case, perhaps shackles would be a more appropriate term. Let's call this energy soul power, Lynn pondered. Data loaded into the database. Although the experiment with the ethereal body had just begun, Lynn had already gathered some valuable information. Firstly, as Radak had suspected, using the Eye of Death to brew magical potions could indeed turn a person into a psychic. Secondly, psychic magic, an exceedingly mysterious and powerful force beyond his previous knowledge, was just as dangerous to use. For instance, when controlling an ethereal body, if White Dove resisted, he would have to exert more soul power to suppress her. Otherwise, the controlled ethereal body might break free, and Lynn himself would suffer backlash. This was probably why Radak had been cautious in controlling too many ghouls at once in the secret room. So, compared to controlling the undead, Lynn found another use for this magic more appealing, controlling weak-souled creatures. While in Ieda Harbor, White Dove had controlled a group of ravens to gather information, making it a kind of overpowered intel-gathering ability. The only drawback was that when controlling living beings, it would divide his focus. It was somewhat like playing a game while managing multiple units. Controlling too many could affect his ability to handle each unit effectively. Lynn continued to browse Radak's notes. Although he had no intention of using some of the more sinister psychic magic, he needed to understand them to know how to deal with them effectively. In the following days, Lynn, having successfully advanced, focused all his energy on honing his spell-casting skills, especially the protective spells, to enhance his strength as much as possible. He hadn't forgotten his promise to deliver the remaining mana source. Naturally, Lynn had no intention of reneging on his promise, especially since they hadn't settled the account for the airship trip yet. However, things took an unexpected turn. Even before he could make a move, Barbara and Hank came knocking at his door. "Are you saying that NOS hasn't been acting right lately?" Lynn asked, quite surprised, in the estate of Ladek, after listening to their complaints. Hank nodded. As per their prior agreement, after this hunting operation, NOS was supposed to pay him 1,000 magic gold coins as a reward, along with some disassembled parts of the Eye of Death. However, nearly 3 days had passed, and there was no sign of NOS. His apprentice, sent to hurry him, reported that NOS wasn't even at the base outside the estate in Iida Harbor. This raised some troubling thoughts. "NOS probably doesn't intend to pay us," Barbara said angrily. In her view, NOS had likely suffered heavy losses during the Eye of Death hunting operation, so he was stalling. They had come to Lynn this time to present a united front and confront NOS during the upcoming Crimson Thorns promotion ceremony in 2 days. Lynn stared at the two with a strange expression. When he first heard about this organization, Lynn was worried. After all, Crimson Thorns was quite extensive, with a complex composition of members. However, now it seemed like the entire organization was nothing more than a disorganized group of individuals who cared only about themselves. Of course, this might also be related to the unpleasantness that occurred during the Eye of Death hunting operation. NOS had put a lot of effort into it, only to obtain a partially damaged Eye of Death, which he was then forced to hand over a portion of its blood. He was definitely harboring some grievances. Lynn was quite pleased to see this situation. If only they could go straight to an all-out fight. With that in mind, Lynn leaned toward the fire. "I'm afraid things aren't that simple. You both must remember No's obsession with that blood, to the point of being willing to go to any lengths. He must be urgently wanting to use it for something, keeping it from all of us. Perhaps from the beginning, he never intended to pay the so-called reward. We might all be mistaken for sword users." As he said this, even Lynn himself seemed taken aback, growing somewhat suspicious. Suddenly, his analysis seemed quite plausible. NOS had been overly generous, to an absurd degree. For example, he was willing to pay several times the market price for the high-grade magic crystal cannon that Barbara had acquired. That was a whopping 4,000 magic gold coins, an amount even many Tier 3 wizards wouldn't accumulate in their entire lives. Then there was the essence of the Eye of Death. While Radak was the only one among them who understood how to make a mana source, after NOS handed it over, he showed no further interest. Barbara and Hank exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and doubt. The only thing that would make a Tier 3 wizard stake everything was something. Chapter 115, Have the Wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts gone mad? Does he want to become a Grand Wizard? Barbara exclaimed, her face showing a hint of desire. This was undoubtedly the dream of every Tier 3 wizard. In the entire world of wizards, there were thousands of official wizards, but the number of those who could truly become Grand Wizards was only a few dozen. But the problem was, how? Rely on the blood of the Eye of Death? This is just our speculation, Hank said with a bit more reason. If advancing were that easy, they wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 3 for so many years. Speculation or not, I'm going to ask NOS, Barbara said, her emotions running high. Just like them, NOS was also a talentless individual, and he had no hope of breaking through to become a Grand Wizard in this lifetime. If the other person could advance using this method, then she could too. Ask, how do you plan to ask? Lynn smirked. Barbara's face turned pale instantly. According to Hank, NOS was currently unfindable, probably intentionally avoiding them while working on some secret plan. What worried her even more was that by the time she found him, NOS might have already completed his breakthrough, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Perhaps we can enlist some help. Hank's mind couldn't help but come up with a devious plan. There were more than just 1 or 2 Tier 3 wizards aspiring to become Grand Wizards. In a sense, they had many allies. Since NOS was hiding like this, perhaps he wasn't using any legitimate means for advancement. They could potentially use this as leverage to force NOS to share this method with them, or else have their trusted aides spread the news throughout the entire wizarding world. For a possible advancement method, Hank and Barbara were coming up with cunning schemes, even carrying a touch of madness in their intentions. Listening to them, Lynn broke into a cold sweat, casting a gaze at the two with a hint of pity. Although Hank and Barbara were prestigious Tier 3 wizards, at this moment, they were not much different from the apprentices who worked tirelessly to advance to official wizards. But this was the cruel reality of the wizarding world, where each level represented power and authority. After discussing various methods to interrogate NOS and establishing a temporary alliance, Hank and Barbara couldn't wait to take their leave. They were both eager to return and study the vial of blood they had obtained in the Misty Sea, to understand what made it so special. Once the two left, Lynn contemplated and took out a vial filled with green liquid. During these days, he had naturally conducted some research on the blood of the Eye of Death. However, the results of his experiments were terrible. The power contained in this blood was extremely mysterious, with a strong repulsion that made it impossible to use for brewing shape-shifting potions. The rats that consumed the blood directly mysteriously died within seconds, and even dissecting their bodies revealed no apparent cause of death. Lynn suddenly remembered that NOS had mentioned using this blood in some kind of alchemical formation. Maybe that could be a starting point. While conducting his research in secret, Lynn didn't forget that he was still a teaching professor. In fact, his one-week vacation had already ended. Faced with the reopening of his math classes, the group of wizard apprentices were both excited and troubled. During the break from math classes, they had been working on the assignments left behind by Lynn, which contained various bizarre problems. For example, a wizard had many chickens and rabbits in a cage. There were a total of 35 heads and 94 feet. The question was, how many chickens and rabbits were in the cage? And then there was another wizard who spent 10 silver coins to buy a camel, sold it for 12 silver coins, bought it back for 15 silver coins, and sold it to another person for 20 silver coins. The question was, how much did he earn in the end? Besides these, there were snails that ran up trees and took breaks, frogs that always slipped back into the well when trying to jump out, carpenters who couldn't figure out how to match keys and locks, and the area of intersection of two squares, and more. Elok couldn't understand how Professor Lynn's mind worked and why he had so many strange questions. And what about those wizards from the Society of Mystical Arts? Why did they insist on keeping chickens and rabbits in the same cage? They even had to determine the quantity by counting heads and feet. If they had the time, they could have separated the chickens and rabbits. Very well, it seems like you've all got a good grasp of it, Lynn roughly reviewed the collected assignments. Although there were many questions, they were all about the most basic equations and geometry knowledge. The only difference was the variety in the question styles, all of which Lynn had found through searches on his intelligence brain, which contained some classic problems. One had to admit that the minds of these wizard apprentices were much more effective than those of ordinary people. Elok, Johnny, and the others were indeed elite class students. In just 2 months, they had already mastered some of the fundamental knowledge. After hearing Lynn's words of praise, the faces of the apprentices couldn't help but show expressions of joy, especially Pierce. As one of the apprentices with the longest tenure at A.K.A. Academy, his magical power was overflowing, but he had no talent in elemental magic, alchemy, potion making, or shape-shifting studies, which had kept him at the academy. However, the subject of math was different. Although his talent was not as good as Elok, Johnny, and the others, it was much better than the rest. This was his only hope for graduation. Professor Lynn, does this mean we've completed this math course? Pierce asked with great excitement. We're far from done. What you've been learning so far is just the very basics, Lynn shook his head and said, feeling a bit helpless. This was just the basics? Elok, Pierce, and the others found it hard to believe. They thought they had already learned everything they could. After all, they could now perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, and calculate the dimensions and surface areas of various complex objects with precision. They even knew how many days it took for the lazy snail to crawl up the wall, how many jumps the frog needed to leap out of the deep well, and they could easily solve the bizarre chicken and rabbit puzzle. What more was there to learn? And there's trigonometry, probability, linear algebra, plane vectors, inequalities, infinite series, and more. Have you all mastered these as well? Lynn asked with a smile. Lynn's trademark smile sent a shiver down the spines of the apprentices present, and his words left them in a state of confusion. The only thing they recognized was the word triangles in trigonometry. Chapter 116, The Power of Combining Alchemy and Magic. Professor Lynn, what's the point of learning all this? Ilk asked in a soft voice, looking a bit puzzled. Ilk thought that if it was just about exercising their brains, dealing with indices, square roots, and solving equations would be torturous enough. Lynn glanced at the equally confused group and smiled before speaking. Haven't you all been curious about how alchemy can be combined with magic? Are you going to teach us magic involving alchemy, Professor? Deborah exclaimed in surprise. The group of wizard apprentices eagerly looked at Lynn, their memories of the terrifying ice magic he had used on the training ground fresh in their minds. Just the residual magic from his demonstration had nearly frozen their arms. They had heard that Lynn had personally developed this unique magic. Lydia, on the other hand, pouted and kicked the table in frustration because she was the only one among them who couldn't grasp this whole magic thing. In a way, you could say that. Lynn nodded. He then asked everyone to leave the classroom and join him in a more open area. Once everyone was in position, Lynn turned his gaze towards the Howling Tower, raised his hand, and began to calculate something. What are you planning, Professor? Are you going to blow up the entire Howling Tower? Ilk whispered. How could that be? Pierce scoffed. The Howling Tower was the iconic landmark of A.K.A. Harbor, and it couldn't just be demolished, could it? But when Pierce saw Lynn's serious expression, he became unsure. It can't be, right? Under the curious gazes of the group, 12 magic missiles appeared around Lynn. Then, with a whooshing sound, they streaked towards the Howling Tower. As they watched, the disappointment on the faces of the onlookers was palpable. They had hoped for something more impressive. However, they still kept their eyes fixed on the trajectory of the magic missiles. Was he planning to attack the top of the tower? Ilk looked up at the sky, but to his surprise, the trajectory of the 12 missiles followed a parabolic path, soaring over the tower's dozens of meters tall peak. They then descended downwards and disappeared from view. The field fell into an eerie silence, and everyone's expressions turned strange. Ilk and Deborah stifled their laughter. Failure, this was definitely a failure, right? Professor Lynn, that was just a demonstration, right? Should we try it again? Johnny kindly suggested, trying to save Lynn from embarrassment. However, Lynn's expression remained unchanged. He scanned the group of apprentices, who were barely holding back their laughter, and then looked at Ilk and Deborah, who were struggling not to burst into laughter, and casually said, Ilk, Deborah, go to the training ground and fetch the training dummies. Sure thing, Professor. Ilk struggled to keep a straight face, but as soon as he received Lynn's order, he rushed off. Only when he was out of Lynn's sight did he finally burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I never thought Professor Lynn would have moments like this. Deborah also joined in the laughter. It couldn't be helped, Professor Lynn had always carried an air of confidence, as if he had everything under control. However, today's teaching mishap was just too amusing. Let's hurry and get there, so we don't keep the professor waiting, Ilk said, picking up the pace after a good laugh. He was sure that the magic missile Lynn had cast wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was probably just a mistake, and Ilk wanted to see what it would be like to combine alchemy and magic. The training ground was quite a distance from the alchemy classroom, situated at the far corner of the entire campus for safety, to avoid any magical accidents. When the two arrived at the training ground, they were surprised to find a crowd gathered there. As they squeezed their way in, they were left in shock. In front of them stood a row of decapitated training dummies. There are 12 of them, exactly 12, Deborah counted, and then a ridiculous idea suddenly came to her mind. Ilk also thought of the same thing and turned to the other apprentices next to him. He asked urgently, "Daka, what happened to these dummies?" "We don't know. Just as we were practicing our magic a moment ago, several magic missiles fell from the sky and struck the dummies on the head, scaring all of us," Daka replied with a perplexed expression. "From the sky? Do you know which direction they came from?" Ilk asked quickly. "It should be from that direction," Daka pointed behind him. Ilk and Deborah exchanged glances, and their expressions changed immediately because behind them stood the towering Howling Tower. Could it be that Professor Lynn, from the alchemy classroom, across the entire tower, covering hundreds of meters without any line of sight, accurately hit the training dummies on the training ground with magic missiles? How was that possible? What on earth is going on? Daka and the others, gathered at the training ground, couldn't help but ask, looking at the surprised expressions of Ilk and Deborah. "If I'm not mistaken, this was probably done by Professor Lynn," Ilk swallowed hard, his disbelief evident. It was only now that they realized Lynn didn't want them to bring the training dummies for experimenting with magic. Instead, he wanted to take these damaged dummies back to showcase the effect. At the same time, Lydia and the others waiting in front of the classroom were getting impatient. Where were Ilk and Deborah? They were just supposed to bring a few training dummies, and yet, they hadn't returned for so long. Could they be intentionally trying to watch the professor embarrass himself? This was really mean. Pierce couldn't help but grumble in his heart. After all, the professor always liked to throw strange and difficult alchemical questions at them. Just as he was thinking that, Pierce saw Ilk and Deborah, accompanied by Daka and a few others, approaching. Each of them was carrying 2 headless training dummies, which looked particularly eerie. Without waiting for them to ask, Deborah immediately approached Lynn, her curiosity brimming. She inquired, "Professor Lynn, how on earth did you do this? It's simply unbelievable." "What's so unbelievable about it?" Pierce couldn't help but interrupt. Ilk didn't beat around the bush either and quickly explained what they had witnessed on the training ground. Daka and the others also chimed in, describing how the magic missiles had fallen from the sky and smashed the dummies during their magic practice. Chapter 117, Lynn, time is running out, let's get to work. After listening to the accounts of several people, Pierce and his companions found it hard to believe, even suspecting if Ilk was deceiving them. The classroom of the arcane mathematics was a whole 600 meters away from the training ground, with the towering Howling Tower several tens of meters high in between. Could they really hit that from here? But the 12 training dummies with smashed heads and the testimonies of Daka and the others told them that it was all true. The group of apprentices, puzzled, all turned to Lynn, waiting for his answer. "It's simple. Just calculate all the data and work it out, right?" Lynn said with a smile. During his time as a professor, he had already recorded every location in the Iida Academy with the help of a smart brain. So, he had a clear understanding of the position information for each training dummy. All he needed to do was construct the corresponding parabolic trajectory equations and make minor adjustments for interference factors such as wind speed. The same attack can be replaced with fireball spells, flame burst spells, or even more powerful magic. Lynn added. Ilk and the others couldn't help but shiver, as no one wanted to be walking down the street one day and have a massive fireball drop from the sky and hit them on the head. It was just too terrifying, not even knowing how they would die. "Professor Lynn, is this the magical technique you've researched during this week?" Tayek, who had been listening, asked with astonishment. "You could say that." Lynn shrugged, conveniently using it as an explanation for his unexplained one-week vacation. "Professor, when can we learn this kind of magic?" Deborah raised her hand high, full of curiosity. Since you all want to learn this, at the end of this month, I will organize an examination for the arcane mathematics. If someone can solve all the questions, I will teach them this improved magic, and even allow them to apply for graduation ahead of time, Lynn promised to the group of apprentices. However, his words weren't meant to deceive. He didn't expect these wizard apprentices to master very advanced mathematical knowledge. As long as they could complete most of the knowledge from elementary and middle school, they could apply for graduation. After all, they could continue their education after becoming official wizards. In fact, this exam was also to help Johnny advance. Now that she had become an official wizard, it was better to secure her status as soon as possible. Fueled by the prospect of learning improved magic and applying for early graduation, the group of wizard apprentices burst forth with an unimaginable enthusiasm. They were more focused during class than ever. Pierce was especially excited. Lynn's promise was undoubtedly his only chance to become an official wizard as a mediocre talent. Next, we will continue with the explanation of the Cartesian coordinate system, just some basic knowledge. Lynn extended his hand and used magic to draw a cross in the air, launching into the lesson. After the arcane math class, Ilk and the others left the classroom, either lost in deep thought or looking bewildered. Their minds were filled with terms like absolute value, the first quadrant, the second quadrant, the x-axis, the y-axis, from this point to that point. Pierce glanced at his notes, feeling like he had understood it but also not entirely. He decided to contemplate it further when he got back. "Tayek, please stay for a moment," Lynn called out after packing up his teaching materials, stopping Tayek from leaving. "Professor Lynn, is there something you need?" Tayek paused, then continued, "The concept of the coordinate system you introduced in class is very interesting. It seems like it can precisely locate any object in space. I wonder if this was the idea of some great master or perhaps a legendary wizard." Compared to the apprentices who were engrossed in learning superficial knowledge, Tayek understood just how important this was. He guessed that Lynn could hit those dummies with pinpoint accuracy from hundreds of meters away, even avoiding the entire Howling Tower. It seemed to involve knowledge in this area. "That's an idea put forward by a master named Descartes," Lynn replied with a smile, answering Tayek's question. After listening to their stories, Tayek and Lynn couldn't help but be amazed by the profound nature of this subject. "Descartes, it would be an honor to meet these masters of arcane mathematics," Tayek sighed, increasingly astounded by the depth of this field. "There might be a chance in the future," Lynn replied with a smile. He then adjusted his expression and expressed his gratitude. "I heard from Roll that you've been helping me with the patent application for the skyship. I haven't had a chance to thank you. It's just a small favor. I can't sit through so many arcane math classes for nothing." Tayek laughed heartily. "It's about time they arrive." After some small talk, Lynn seized the opportunity to ask about alchemy. "I heard from a scholar within the Society of Mystical Arts that some wizards can enhance their abilities and break through their limits using alchemical arrays. Is that true?" Hearing this, Tayek's brow furrowed slightly, but he still explained, "Alchemy can indeed achieve similar effects, but nowadays, very few wizards in this land actually practice it." Tayek's explanation was brief and to the point, without going into detail. A century ago, when the management of the land of wizards was lax, the methods for promotion in various schools were diverse, leading to many undesirable outcomes. This was also related to a scandal that the Wizard Council preferred not to mention, and it involved the dark sorcerer Merc. Tayek didn't want to delve into such knowledge. Lynn understood this and changed the subject, asking about the layout of alchemical arrays and their decryption. This time, Tayek was more open and patiently explained everything to Lynn. The two of them talked all the way to the professor's lounge. When they saw the silver-haired witch standing at the door, Tayek couldn't help but smile. "I'll go back by myself, Professor Lynn," Tayek raised an eyebrow and quipped. Lynn could tell that Tayek had misunderstood, but before he could explain, Taek had already tactfully turned and left. Lynn shook his head, opened the door, and invited the witch in before asking, "Johnny, after your promotion yesterday, did your body experience any discomfort?" The silver-haired witch shook her head, looking puzzled. "Why do you ask? Is there something wrong?" "No, there's nothing wrong. I was just curious," Lynn shook his head. It seemed that the potency of the potion Johnny had taken wasn't sufficient to reveal the death eye in her consciousness. "Next, let's get to work quickly. We only have 2 hours," Lynn said, looking at the witch, urging her to focus. Chapter 118, The Promotion Ceremony of Bloodthorn. Under Lynn's continuous prodding, Johnny nodded and quickly took out the notebook he was holding, flipping to the latest page. He pointed to the title and inquired, "Professor, I'm still not quite sure about the Cartesian coordinate system you mentioned today, especially this question. If you want to determine the distance between 2 coordinate points, you need to use the Pythagorean theorem we discussed earlier. You can mark the differences in the horizontal and vertical coordinates on the axes, and then connect them with a line. This way, it becomes a right-angled triangle formed by joining 2 coordinates, and it comes back to the question of geometry." Lynn explained the problem-solving approach to Johnny in a straightforward manner. When it comes to doing real work, it's time to give specialized guidance. After all, Lynn had promised to apply for Johnny's graduation in the name of a professor as long as he passed the exam. To prevent too many people from passing, leading to a rejection from the council due to an excess of applicants, the test content had to be challenging. However, this level of difficulty had its limits. Lynn couldn't introduce unfamiliar topics. At most, the questions were just a bit more challenging in terms of format. To ensure that Johnny could answer all the questions correctly, specialized guidance was necessary. Although it might seem unfair to other students, seeking a professor for extra lessons was not something to be ashamed of. Lynn had never prohibited other apprentices from asking questions, but Johnny asked more and delved deeper. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Johnny closed his notebook. He looked at Lynn and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor. I have to admit, you are a really amazing teacher." A faint blush colored the girl's cheeks, and her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lynn in front of her. It seemed like she had completely immersed herself in the academic exchange they had just had. "I just started learning about arcane mathematics earlier than you did," Lynn shook his head. Even if it was just half a year earlier, Johnny cast a slight disdainful glance at him. She understood why the other students in the regular classes looked at them with envy and jealousy when she was with Lynn. The gap in talent was simply despair-inducing. "Well, I won't bother you any longer, Professor. We'll see each other again tomorrow." Johnny closed her notebook, filled with answers and problem-solving strategies, and prepared to leave. Lynn stood up and escorted the witch to the door. As she was about to leave, she glanced at the joints of Lynn's left hand, which was used to open the door, and said with a touch of sentiment, "I didn't expect the teacher to give you this." Lynn paused for a moment and then followed Johnny's gaze, lowering his head to look at the maskless ring on his left ring finger. So, Cora was also a member of the maskless. Lynn was greatly surprised. This was completely unexpected, but he kept his composure. "The teacher cares about this ring? Do you know what it's used for?" Johnny shook her head. She only knew that Cora had worn this ring when he accepted her as an apprentice. She guessed it must be a powerful alchemical item, but she had never seen him use it in front of her. After the silver-haired witch left, Lynn closed the door and gazed at the maskless ring in his hand. Could it be that his identity had been revealed by Cora? But wasn't Cora captured by the church and taken to the Holy City? It was unlikely that he had escaped. Maybe Cora had mentioned him to someone before being captured by the church. Hasn't number 4 been absent for a long time? Lynn suddenly remembered the words spoken by one of the attendees at the maskless gathering. Could number 4 refer to his mentor, Cora? On the following evening, in the southern district of Iida Harbor, a luxurious mansion stood, and 3 carriages drawn by camel-like creatures came to a slow stop in front of the entrance. Lynn, disguised as Hurlram, stepped out of one of the carriages, ready to participate in the so-called promotion ceremony. Accompanying Lynn were 15 apprentices under Hurlram, including Bach and Patty. They were both excited and anxious, hoping to be chosen and take a giant leap forward to become noble official wizards. "Lord Hurlram, please." The robust guard at the entrance opened the tightly closed iron gate and invited them inside with great respect. Lynn led the group of apprentices into the mansion's entrance. They followed a path paved with cobblestones and proceeded towards the mansion's interior. Meanwhile, the robust guard had once again closed the iron gate behind them, casting a mocking look in their direction. Unbeknownst to him, a dozen small, pitch-black rodents sneaked into the mansion amidst the bustling crowd. These rodents were puppets controlled by Lynn using his psychic ability, the death puppetry. Their small size made them inconspicuous, and they were joined by a few grey crows and even more discreet geckos. Though they lacked combat strength, they served as Lynn's eyes, observing the layout of the entire mansion and its surroundings. If necessary, the liquid explosives they carried might come in handy. After passing through a long corridor, Lynn and the group arrived at the mansion's banquet hall. It was spacious and filled with a variety of exquisite dishes and desserts displayed on long tables. The banquet hall was already crowded with many guests, and a rough estimate indicated there were at least 100 or 200 people. Most of them were apprentices, but there were also many official wizards, including Barbara and Hank. Lynn even spotted Leah, the city's law enforcement officer. Their faces bore smiles of varying degrees, and they conversed with each other, creating a rather harmonious atmosphere. In the center of the banquet hall, a male servant dressed in a tailcoat danced gracefully on the stage. Lovely maids held silver trays, ready to serve drinks and food to the guests. "Hurlram, why are you always the last one to arrive?" Hank spotted Lynn as soon as he entered, walked over, and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. "Early birds may catch the worm, but isn't it better to arrive in style?" Lynn responded casually, surveying the lively scene in the banquet hall. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure NOS will come to this gathering?" Over the past few days, Lynn had tried to control the grey crows to find any trace of NOS, but he had come up empty. "If he hasn't cancelled the promotion ceremony, he'll definitely come," Barbara stated confidently. As Barbara finished speaking, NOS, dressed in a grey robe, appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 119, You're destroying the foundation of our rights. Welcome, everyone, to this gathering. In the midst of everyone's attention, NOS emerged from the corridor behind the banquet hall, looking at the people present with a gentle smile on his face. Hank and his companions exchanged glances, a hint of suspicion in their eyes. They had thought that NOS had been missing for some time to break through as a grand mage. But now it seemed that wasn't the case, as they couldn't sense the distinct aura of power from him. It meant that NOS was, just like them, a Tier 3 mage. Realizing this, Barbara let out a sigh of relief and a hint of annoyance. She didn't care about the occasion and bluntly interrupted, "NOS, shouldn't you explain some things to us? Like where you've been these past few days and when you intend to fulfill your promises." Barbara's words made the atmosphere in the room tense. Leah and others, who had been invited, swirled their glasses of red wine, amused by the commotion. The mages of the Bloodthorn Thorns, on the other hand, looked disapprovingly at Barbara. In their view, no matter how significant the conflict, it shouldn't be discussed in such a setting. It would be making a spectacle for outsiders. However, NOS didn't seem to mind at all. He calmly raised his highball glass and took a sip of the bright liquid before laughing. "After the promotion ceremony, I promise that everything I've said to you will be delivered without exception." NOS's confident assurance left Barbara and Hank hesitating, making them wonder if their assumptions had been wrong. Could it be that NOS wasn't planning to come empty-handed as they had imagined? Perhaps he had been selling his assets to raise funds for them? They both turned to look at Lynn, who shook his head without saying a word. His attention was focused on the rats and ravens roaming freely throughout the estate. The entire estate had been sealed off completely, with guards stationed at regular intervals. The entrance to the banquet hall was locked from the outside. What exactly did NOS intend to do? Was this just a precaution, or did he plan to eliminate all those who had gathered for the meeting? It was essential to remember that apart from the over 100 apprentice mages, there were also more than 10 full-fledged mages and 7 Tier 3 mages present. Both their power and influence in Iida Harbor should not be underestimated. Lynn controlled one of the ravens to soar to a higher altitude and surveyed the entire estate. He quickly noticed that the layout of the estate was meticulously planned, with the banquet hall at its center and dozens of silver pillars, each about half a meter tall, placed around it. Viewed from above, the layout of the entire estate resembled an enormous alchemical array. Recalling the alchemical knowledge he had learned from Tech, Lynn quickly deduced that these pillars were likely made of precious mithril and served as the nodes of the entire array. With a thought, a small, inconspicuous rat moved stealthily along the shadows of the high walls, intending to get a closer look at one of the pillars in the area with the weakest guard presence. But just as it was about to approach, Lynn suddenly felt his vision go dark, as if the camera had been disconnected while spying. The next thing he sensed was the excruciating pain of the rat's death. Through the eyes of the raven, Lynn saw a menacing brown wolfhound, saliva dripping from its mouth, lurking near the mithril pillar. A few patrolling guards noticed the commotion but, after a cursory glance, saw the wolfhound carrying the lifeless body of a rat in its mouth. They mumbled some curses and moved on. The rats in the southern district had become a plague, impossible to eradicate completely. As the guards walked away, the fierce wolfhound continued to faithfully guard the area, its gaze fixed on the remaining rats hiding in the shadows. A showdown between dogs and rats. Lynn suddenly found himself in a tricky situation. While these creatures were under his control, they had no special abilities. Their combat abilities were no different from regular rats, and no matter how many of them there were, they might not be able to defeat a vicious dog. The only advantage they had was aerial support. Of course, it had to be a one-hit kill, they couldn't give the dog a chance to call for help. Just as Lynn was secretly planning an animal battle, NOS, inside the banquet hall, set down his glass of red wine and began to speak. Now that there are no other questions, I suggest we proceed with the promotion ceremony. Right now. Hank hesitated, his gaze shifting to Leah and others who had been invited. He couldn't help but feel a hint of regret, this was a secret of the Bloodthorn Thorns. Maybe we should wait until after the banquet to confirm the list, Barbara suggested, opposing the idea. No, there's no need to make it so complicated. I believe we can conduct the promotion ceremony differently this time, NOS said with a faint smile. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new alchemical formation using special materials. As he spoke, NOS raised his hand, and intricate runes appeared on the floor of the banquet hall. The fine runes continued to connect, covering half of the entire hall. The outer circle formed a large ring, while the inner part created a complex geometric pattern made up of numerous intricate patterns, exuding a strange sense of beauty. The faces of the formal mages in the room changed, and they quickly left the area covered by the formation. Lynn followed suit. Until they were certain of the formation's effect, no one wanted to take any risks. NOS didn't mind and turned to the Bloodthorn Thorns apprentices, continuing, this alchemical formation can amplify a mage's power. In general, the longer you stay inside the formation, the greater the boost. Of course, everyone's will, endurance, and potential are different. I can't guarantee that everyone will succeed in their promotion, but you can give it a try. Hearing this, Hank and Barbara frowned, looking at the alchemical formation that had appeared on the ground. Their expressions were somewhat unpleasant. NOS had unexpectedly changed the promotion ceremony's process without prior notice and introduced a so-called alchemical formation. This made them suspect that NOS wanted to reduce their power and influence. It was crucial to understand that one of the most significant factors motivating these mage apprentices to risk their lives was their access to promotion as core members of the Bloodthorn Thorns. Using this as bait was the only way to make them strive to their utmost. Nos's actions were undoubtedly undermining the very foundation of their rights. Chapter 120, The Purpose of Bloodthorn. Compared to the disgruntled Barbara and Hank, the wizard apprentices present were brimming with excitement. In previous promotion ceremonies, there were typically only 3 to 5 slots available, leaving most of them watching in anticipation, hoping to earn a valuable spot next year through their hard work. But this time was different. Everyone had an equal chance, and the extent of their power increase depended solely on how long they could endure inside the alchemical array. Each of them believed they could hold out till the end, but Lynn and the others had quite the reputation, so, apart from the apprentices under NOS, no one dared to step forward. In the face of such temptation, betrayal was only a matter of time. After much hesitation, Bach clenched his teeth and stood inside the alchemical array. His body trembled, and he dared not look at Lynn's expression. He was gambling. Gambling that this time he could become an official wizard, and then he wouldn't have to fear the others' harassment. Lynn cast a meaningful glance at Bach but said nothing. He didn't think NOS would be so kind. Seeing that Lynn had no intention of punishing Bach, Patty and others, who could no longer restrain themselves, stood in the alchemical array. Following them were Barbara and Hank's apprentices. "You! How dare you!" Seeing her own apprentices enter the alchemical array without a word of greeting, Barbara was furious. If Lynn hadn't allowed that apprentice to leave, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. "It's useless." Lynn shook his head. These wizard apprentices joined the Bloodthorn for one purpose: to become official wizards. Faced with the temptation of promotion, no one could resist, no matter what he did. "This is quite interesting," Leia chuckled softly. The onlookers among the wizards were also curious about whether the alchemical array was as amazing as NOS claimed. NOS finished the red wine on his table, gazing at the 100-plus apprentices inside the alchemical array with a satisfied smile. He lightly tapped his wand, and the entire alchemical array was activated. Fine runes shimmered with a dark green aura, followed by a strong surge of magical power radiating from the alchemical array. The apprentices in the center of the array immediately sensed a certain power flowing into their bodies, and their magic power, as if being pulled, began to stir. "It's real! My magic power has increased!" Bach exclaimed in excitement. It was a delightful, ethereal, and comfortable feeling. He felt like his soul was humming softly. He was about to become an official wizard soon. Leia and the others, who were watching, stared at the scene inside the array. They had deep doubts about the alchemical array that could help apprentices advance. After all, these apprentices had already reached the limit of their magic power growth, and raising it again wasn't that easy. But Bach's heartfelt praise made them hesitate. Moreover, the surging magic power around them was indeed a sign of their imminent breakthrough into official wizards. Barbara and Hank also vaguely suspected that the special material NOS used to set up the array was likely the blood of the Eye of Death. Only that terrifying monster had enough energy to promote over 100 apprentices at once. "Lord NOS, do you know if this alchemical array is still useful for official wizards?" An elderly wizard asked excitedly. "It is. Of course, it is." NOS laughed heartily. In that moment, a wizard apprentice inside the array let out a painful scream and then collapsed to the ground. Bach, Patty, and the others also experienced an excruciating, heart-wrenching pain at this moment. At first, they paid it no heed, thinking it might be a side effect of pushing their bodies to the limit. They continued to endure, as NOS had mentioned that the longer they persisted, the greater the increase in magical power they would gain. In just a short while, their magical power had already increased by 50%. But as more and more collapsed, Bach began to struggle. What horrified him even more was that the power absorbed into his body earlier had now turned into a deadly poison. His body rapidly withered and decayed, and his soul seemed to be torn apart by some mysterious force. Seeing rows of wizard apprentices contorting in agony and falling lifeless, even the most foolish among them realized that something was seriously wrong. Hank, what the hell are you doing, NOS? Hank angrily berated. NOS didn't reply but muttered somewhat nervously, since y'all want to increase your magical power, I'll grant your wish. After absorbing the power of dozens of wizard apprentices, the power of the alchemical array was becoming increasingly potent. On the side, Leia seemed to suddenly realize something, as if a chill shot up from the solace of her feet to her heart. She shouted in terror, "This is wrong. It's the soul-devouring array of the necromancer Merc. Are you crazy, NOS?" Barbara's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Nose lips curled, and he laughed manically. "Of course not, Barbara. Water the most vibrant thorn with blood, that's the purpose of bloodthorn, isn't it? Over 3 years ago, the necromancer Merc had used the blood of Mind Reaper to set up an alchemical array, sacrificing an entire village and numerous apprentices within the School of Mystical Arts, using thousands of souls as nourishment, in an attempt to enter the realm of legendary wizards. Although the necromancer Merc had failed, his power had increased significantly. He could even contend with several grand wizards sent by the council. NOS wasn't greedy. The realm of legendary wizards was still far away for him. He just wanted to become a true grand wizard with the help of this power. "Come, all of you will become part of the esteemed grand wizard NOS." NOS raved. "Madman, he's gone insane, kill him!" Leia shouted loudly. The 20 or so wizards in the banquet hall were also burning with anger. They raised their hands to cast spells, ready to tear this lunatic to shreds. Hank, in the heat of the moment, even forgot that they were indoors. He raised his hand to unleash a fireball spell, intending to blast NOS and the alchemical array to bits. But in the next moment, Hank felt his soul disturbed, as if something had violently pierced his head. The pain caused him to convulse, and the fiery ball exploded on the spot. Chapter 121, Hell on Earth. The once spacious and lively banquet hall had turned into a living hell in an instant. The wizards who dared to resist quickly realized that something was amiss. Many of them, just like Hank, experienced a severe magical backlash the moment they cast their spells. Some clutched their heads in pain, wailing, while others were sent flying by their own magic. Under the influence of disrupted souls, even casting the most basic magic became a luxury. Desperate cries and screams filled the air, but NOS wore a blissful expression, relishing the chaos before him. This chaos was the catalyst for his ascension. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Lynn swiftly assessed his own condition. It wasn't that he was affected by the magic array, but rather he couldn't fathom why the other wizards in the room all seemed mentally shocked. Had it something to do with his absorption of the power of the Eye of Death? Lynn immediately thought of this. The core of this magic array was most likely the blood of the Eye of Death, and his body possessed a similar source of power. Besides Lynn, the only one with some resistance left was Koru, an expert in shape-shifting. As soon as she sensed something was wrong, she began to transform. A 2-meter-tall owl beast emerged in the chaotic banquet hall. Koru's eyes were bloodshot, and she let out a sharp roar, evidently affected by the magic array. She first swatted a wizard blocking her path, sending him flying. Then she charged straight at NOS. "Your resistance is utterly futile." NOS taunted, extending his hand to create dozens of robust ice blades, intending to pin the charging beast to the rear wall. However, these ice blades were shattered one by one on their way by unknown magic missiles that struck them down. The owl beast had covered more than 10 meters and delivered a resounding slap to NOS. With a loud boom, NOS was sent crashing into the banquet hall's wall. His entire right arm twisted and deformed, revealing stark white bones. But he quickly struggled to his feet. His injuries rapidly healed with a continuous supply of energy. Then he promptly cast a magic barrier, protecting himself from the feeble resistance of these people. The owl beast let out another sharp roar, but this time it was blown away by a magic blast that came from an unknown source. Simultaneously, Lynn's magic was complete, and a large quantity of corrosive aqua regia seeped into the floor, corroding the alchemical array in the center of the banquet hall. Ladek, I never thought you could hold on this long. Nos now noticed Lynn's presence. He looked at the alchemical array that was almost half corroded, and his expression contorted for a moment before he menacingly said, "It's useless, this is just a subsidiary array. The time should be about right." Nos exclaimed fanatically. "Now, everyone shall merge with me." Just as Nos spoke, through the eyes of the grey raven in the sky, Lynn clearly saw the mithril pillars standing within the estate glowing brightly. Subsequently, ethereal blue lights emanated from everyone. These flickering lights varied in intensity and size, with higher-level wizards emitting more intense ones. A small portion rushed into Nos' body, while the vast majority merged into the magic array covering the entire estate. Even Leia, who had transformed into an owl beast, couldn't resist. She quickly fell to the ground in agony. Detection: rapid increase in energy concentration. Detection: a large amount of soul energy. Absorb and convert it into an energy reserve. In Lynn's mind, the notification sounds of two smart brains echoed. Got it. Lynn glanced at the blue ethereal lights scattered in the banquet hall and silently shouted in his heart. If he didn't absorb this soul energy, it would be used to enhance Nos' power. Spirit entity captured, estimated to convert into a 3% energy reserve, current energy remaining at 37.5%. Spirit entity captured, estimated to convert into a 5% energy reserve. A series of over a dozen notification sounds followed. Lynn had never imagined that the energy reserve of the smart brain could increase so quickly. In a matter of seconds, the smart brain's energy reserve reached 100%. The overflowing energy will automatically be used to advance the decryption progress of the virtual space. On the other side, Nos felt the steadily rising power within his body. After 9 years, he was experiencing the sensation of magic growth once again. However, he soon noticed something amiss. While his magic power was increasing rapidly, he was still a little short of breaking through to Grand Wizard. This can't be right. Where did I go wrong? Nos shouted in madness. The banquet hall was filled with over 100 wizard apprentices, 7 third circle wizards, and more than 10 official wizards. Such a vast source of soul power should have been enough to propel him to a higher realm. However, reality didn't align with his preconceived expectations. He had become stronger than before, but he still hadn't broken through the limit of a third circle wizard. "It's you, it must be you, Ladek." Nos glared menacingly at Lynn, who was the only one standing in the banquet hall. Earlier, he thought Lynn had only temporarily resisted the influence of the soul-devouring array, but now it seemed much more complicated. "Don't blame this on me. Maybe you messed up the spell yourself," Lynn retorted with a hint of sarcasm. While speaking, he simultaneously controlled the rodents and ravens, which were locked in combat with the hellhounds and griffins. This statement clearly had no effect, as the soul energy wafting through the air continued to flow into his body relentlessly. Nos had obviously noticed this as well, and he felt his heart clenched as if it were about to explode. "You bastard, all of this power belongs to me." For this very moment, he had prepared for 3 years and paid a massive price. He wouldn't allow any unexpected mishaps. "I'll kill you, and once I do, everything will return." Perhaps the blow had been too great, as Nos' mental state was clearly disturbed. His eyes turned bloodshot, and since some of his soul had been absorbed by Lynn, killing him would ultimately bring that power back into Nos' body. Chapter 122, Lynn, I was just fooling you, you fool. Nos's expression gradually shifted from ferocious anger to an icy silence. The scattered magical energy around him rapidly gathered and merged into the dozens of armored statues adorning the banquet hall. Through the combined power of magic and psychic energy, these unconscious inanimate objects sprang to life, wielding giant axes and bows. They marched in perfect formation towards Lynn. Fossil to mud. Lynn dodged 5 incoming arrows and then pointed his hand at the ground. Ripples of magic swept through, transforming rows of tiles into fine sand. The approaching psychic guardians, like rolling gourds, sank into the sandy ground, and then these sand piles, infused with magic, began to stack up. Psychic magic, summon lion-headed humanoid. Lynn followed Nose's lead and attempted to use psychic magic, although not proficiently. The sand piles gradually took the form of a humanoid upper body with a lion-like lower half. However, being his first try with this new magic, the appearance of the lion-headed humanoid was quite distorted, resembling a figurine molded by a child. After sending a few approaching psychic guards flying with a punch, it was obliterated by a fiery explosion, losing half of its body. Magic, Danmaku. Realizing that his half-baked psychic spell wouldn't provide much help in combat, Lynn resorted to his most adept form of magic. Dozens of glittering magic missiles hovered in the air, resembling a dense rain of arrows, shrouding most of the banquet hall. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the remaining psychic guards were reduced to fragments, crashing into the solid magic barrier in the rear. Each missile was like a cannonball, immediately bursting upon impact with the magical barrier. In just 2 seconds, the sturdy magic barrier was covered in cracks. Just as the barrier was on the verge of breaking, Nose opened his mouth. A sharp sonic wave echoed continuously in the banquet hall. Over a dozen magic missiles that were about to hit the barrier instantly burst into pieces, and Lynn's movement halted for a moment. It was the soul scream. Seeing Lynn's obvious pause in response to the soul scream, Nose immediately understood that Lynn's soul power was weaker than his own. He raised his wand without hesitation. Magic impact. The tip of the wand lit up with intricate runes, and then a powerful beam of magic shot out, directly targeting Lynn, who was immobilized by the soul scream. However, Nose quickly realized with horror that Lynn, who should have been immobile, effortlessly lifted his arm. A faint flame condensed at his fingertip, rapidly expanding into a gigantic hand made of endless flames, a fiery avatar of a god. It collided head-on with the incoming magical beam. The raging white phosphorus fire almost instantly devoured the beam of magic, imprinting itself fiercely on the already fragmented magical barrier. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the entire magic barrier crumbled. Following that, the hand of the fiery god swept across every inch of the banquet hall with an overwhelming force, obliterating everything in its path. Finally, it charged towards Nose at the back. Nose only had time to release a mage shield before being engulfed by scorching flames. A piercing scream soon echoed from the raging sea of fire. The feeble mage shield clearly couldn't withstand the white phosphorus, flame god's hand, which had reached the limit of third-tier magic. In just a moment, the white phosphorus flames made intimate contact with Nose's body. It was like flames from hell, greedily clinging to his body, using flesh and blood as nourishment, corroding every inch of his skin. While his originally outstanding regenerative abilities had become a form of torment, under constant cycles of repair and destruction, Nose's spirit was on the verge of collapse. His magical energy quickly dwindled, and his physical recovery slowed down. Lynn raised his hand and extinguished the white phosphorus flames. Nose's body had been burnt beyond recognition, looking almost like a dried corpse. However, his massive soul power allowed him to retain some consciousness. His crimson eyes stared fixedly at Lynn, seemingly not understanding how Lynn had suddenly broken free from the soul scream. "I was just fooling you, you fool," Lynn said coldly. Having become a psychic after consuming the essence of the Eye of Death, Lynn's soul power was not inferior to Nose, who had devoured a large amount of soul power. So when Nose used the soul scream, Lynn was affected, but not to the extent of being unable to move or cast spells. He deliberately acted as if he were under control to make Nose lower his guard, allowing Lynn to unleash his deadliest magic. Nose widened his crimson eyes, blood trickling from his mouth. His body convulsed, as if trying to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his life force vanished completely. Did I anger him to death? Lynn shook his head and approached Nose, placing his right hand on the scorching head of Nose. He activated psychic magic to retrieve Nose's memories. However, he quickly found that Nose's memories were in disarray and rapidly dissipating. It seemed that the person who set up this array couldn't escape the fate of being consumed. Lynn glanced at the unresponsive AI brain, confirming his suspicions. The AI brain's transformation and absorption of spirits were not without limitations. Apart from the requirement of being close to the target, there seemed to be a strength requirement. Judging from the fact that the energy reserves converted didn't exceed 10%, it seemed that only the souls of wizard apprentices were directly captured and absorbed, and they had to be in a state separated from their physical bodies. Just as Lynn was pondering, sounds of explosions came from outside the banquet hall. Lynn's expression remained unchanged. This was the result of him controlling the rodents and grey crows to quietly use liquid bombs to destroy several array nodes in the manor. However, Lynn quickly realized that the situation seemed to be different from what he had expected. The soul-eating array, which covered the entire banquet hall, did not end. Instead, it continued to spread outward. The guards, who had rushed to the array nodes upon hearing the explosions, suddenly showed painful expressions and collapsed on the ground. Bluish spirits emerged from their bodies, then sank into the ground. Not only that, the hunting dogs patrolling the manor, the horses and camels in the stables, did not escape the fate of having their souls extracted. The soul-eating array, strengthened once again, flickered with an emerald green glow and surged towards the entire southern city district. Chapter 123, The Whole Truth. Through the eyes of Grey Raven, Lynn also saw the soul-devouring array continuously spreading, and his brows furrowed slightly. The creatures under his control seemed to be able to escape the fate of having their souls extracted. However, what surprised Lynn was that he had already destroyed several nodes of the array just now. According to Tyek's explanation, this thing should have stopped. Could it be that he made a mistake? Perhaps the nodes of the array were not here, or there were more critical components. The power of the soul-devouring array was self-evident. Even three-ring wizards like Barbara and Hank couldn't escape its grasp, let alone the beggars in the South City district. Lynn wasn't sure if this thing would continue to expand infinitely. If it did, the entire Iota harbor would likely be consumed. With such a massive amount of soul energy, what kind of monsters would eventually be born? As Lynn pondered, a few small mice that had been sent to search the entire estate earlier discovered a secret. The space beneath the entire banquet hall was empty, and there was a very hidden passage, which likely led to the core of the soul-devouring array. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At night, in the underground of the gathering estate, faint squeaking sounds echoed through the long underground passage. Several small mice, with their petite appearances, were running quickly within the tunnel. They occasionally stopped to sniff or used their paws to probe, making sure there were no traps set here before continuing their mad dash. Not far behind, most of Lynn's attention was now on the continuous notifications from the intelligent AI. Decryption progress, 94%. 97%. 100%. Remaining soul energy has been stored. Do you wish to seize control of the virtual domain? Seeing that the progress had reached 100%, Lynn didn't rush to agree. Instead, he inquired about the actual function of this virtual domain. After the AI replied, Lynn understood that this place was similar to the metaverse of his previous life, but with the distinction that this domain was made of magical energy. It existed somewhere between reality and illusion and could change according to the imagination of the one in control. As long as the person possessed the appropriate data and a sufficient amount of magical energy, they could reshape the chaotic space into a projection of the universe's starry sky. Of course, this was based on the condition that the person comprehended the essence of the objects they wanted to manifest. Otherwise, their manifestations would only be superficial and lack substance, much like poking a cotton ball. Perhaps this was why the owner of this virtual domain had not made it overly extravagant. In theory, with accurate data, everything constructed within this domain would be nearly identical to the real world. This was much more potent than the virtual spaces from his previous life, which often claimed to have over 90% realism. In reality, achieving even 60 to 70% was considered good, and bugs were abundant. This virtual domain, composed of magical energy, could truly approach close to 100% realism, becoming a literal second world. However, achieving this required an astronomical amount of magical energy, something not achievable in a short time. Lynn quickly stopped daydreaming and began to examine the two main functions of the virtual domain. The first was naturally to bring people into it for gatherings. Using the ring as a medium, a portion of the holder's soul-infused magical energy was projected into the virtual domain. The second function was a bit insidious. It could reverse connect to the holder's mental power through the ring, accessing a part of the person's computational power. To make an inappropriate analogy, every wizard's brain was like a high-speed biological computer. The process of projecting magical energy into the virtual domain was like connecting to a network, and naturally, it came with corresponding risks, such as exposing the frequency of their mental power. This process was not instantaneous but rather quite slow. Considering the frequency of the Faceless One's weekly gatherings, it would likely take several years to breach the mental defenses of a formal wizard. It was precisely because it required such a long time that they remained sufficiently concealed. During the last gathering, the entire Faceless organization, including himself, had 15 members in total. They were all three-ring wizards. With the recent fall of the Bloodthorn Brambles, there should be at least 9 members remaining besides himself. The question was how much computational power could be summoned. 071, can you locate the source of magical energy in this virtual domain? Lynn inquired mentally. It was obvious that this thing required a massive supply of magical energy to operate. Signal source located, 30 meters ahead. So close. Lynn hesitated for a moment, then, through the eyes of several mice, witnessed a scene that astonished him. At the end of the passage was a spacious circular hall with a high platform that resembled an altar. Many intricate patterns were drawn on each step of the platform, similar to the alchemical arrays he had seen in Ladek's hidden room. However, these patterns were more complex. Numerous azure fluorescences flowed out from the ground and merged into the almost solidified spirit hovering above. The mice gazed up and saw a figure they were all too familiar with. By now, Lynn had crossed the narrow passage and was staring in disbelief at the vengeful spirit hovering above the platform. It was a girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a magnificent gown with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She had a slim and delicate figure, and her entire body emitted a ghostly blue light. Her exposed skin was covered in strange, web-like patterns that seemed fragile, as though they would shatter upon touch. Despite her exquisite appearance, she had a grotesque and contorted expression, as if she were enduring immense pain, exuding a terrifying aura. Lyd. Lydia. Lynn instinctively called out upon recognizing the face of the vengeful spirit but then immediately retracted his words. No, this wasn't Lydia. Although her appearance bore a resemblance to the halfling girl, she had long hair, round ears, and her attire and overall appearance didn't match at all. In a sense, spirits had no concept of clothing, it was merely the manifestation of soul energy, reflecting the most memorable form from their previous life. So, the spirit before him couldn't be Lydia. It could only be. She is Iada, my daughter. A deep voice resonated throughout the tower. Lynn turned instinctively and saw the long-absent Hurlram. Hurlram, the founder of the Iada School of Magic, the ruler of the harbour town, and a great wizard who had departed for Grenville 2 weeks ago, was now standing here. Chapter 124, Lynn, what? I'm the sorcerer Merc? Hurlram gazed at Iada, bound on the high platform, her face twisted in agony. He seemed reluctant, but his expression soon hardened as he turned to Lynn and asked, "You don't seem surprised." "Surprised? Perhaps a bit, but isn't there only one great wizard in A.K.A. harbor?" Lynn replied casually, seeing that Hurlram didn't seem to have any intention of harming him. In that moment, all of Lynn's previous doubts had been dispelled. To gather so many Tier 3 wizards, form the Faceless, and create a virtual domain, one had to be a great wizard. However, Lynn had previously thought this had something to do with the sorcerer Merc. After all, many of the psychic books he had collected in Ladek had Merc's name on them, and the soul-devouring array was also Merc's creation. But now, in hindsight, there were too many anomalies in A.K.A. harbor. In a situation where the Council had completely banned the study of psychic arts, an organization like the Faceless had emerged, consisting entirely of psychic wizards. In addition, the power of Nos and his Scarlet Thorns faction was too extensive. They not only had 6 Tier 3 wizards as core members but also more than 10 official wizards and hundreds of wizard apprentices. Even Sheriff Leia had some unclear connection with the Scarlet Thorns. Coupled with the chaotic scene of magic workshops in the southern district, it was either that Hurlram, the ruler of the harbor, was too inept, or it was the deliberate result of his actions. Now it seemed to be the latter. "So, does that mean Nos' actions today were also at your behest?" Lynn couldn't help but ask. "No, that was his own idea. I believe Nos planned to take advantage of my absence to break free from my control using the soul-devouring array, and that's it," Hurlram replied succinctly. Lynn, however, didn't believe a word of it. Since Hurlram was here, it meant that Nos' little plan was still within Hurlram's expectations. In other words, Hurlram had intentionally leaked information, letting Nos know he had left A.K.A. harbor. Then Nos had the audacity to go hunting the Eye of Death while simultaneously setting up the soul-devouring array. Poor Nos was like a puppet. Lynn could imagine that without his interference, Nos would probably have smoothly ascended to the rank of Grand Wizard. Then, he would discover that the soul-devouring array had inexplicably gone out of control, spreading throughout the entire southern district, causing even greater chaos. Hurlram would then arrive at the last moment and kill this culprit, effectively quelling the riot. Leaving out Nos and the entire Scarlet Thorns as disposable pawns, Hurlram's ruthlessness and cunning were evident. "So, the person who wrote that letter inviting me to join the Faceless, that was also you?" Lynn asked again. Hurlram did not answer and instead asked suddenly, "What should I call you? Lynn? Carl? Or maybe, the sorcerer Merc?" Although Lynn currently appeared in the form of Ladek, Hurlram did not judge based on physical appearance but rather by magical aura. "What? I'm the sorcerer Merc." Lynn's expression turned somewhat strange, not quite understanding why Hurlram would think so. 2 weeks ago on the training grounds, when you were challenging Roral, you were just a wizard apprentice, weren't you? Hurlram inquired, although his tone was very certain. In the world of wizards, the fundamental difference between an apprentice and an official wizard lay in their magical affinity elements. This was common knowledge throughout the wizard community. However, only a grand wizard could perceive the subtle differences in the nature of their magic. This difference became most apparent during battles. Lynn, on the other hand, defied all expectations. With the status of a wizard apprentice, he unleashed powers that exceeded ordinary Tier 3 magic, conjuring the Frost Domain. He possessed a wealth of esoteric knowledge that clearly surpassed the capabilities of an apprentice wizard. Hurlram could only think of one possibility: possession. 3 years ago, he had volunteered to join 2 other Grand Wizards on a mission to the Northern Territories to eradicate the entire Psychic Academy. However, unlike his colleagues, he had another agenda: to acquire the research findings of the sorcerer Merc in the field of psychic arts. Although he encountered significant obstacles along the way, Hurlram ultimately obtained what he desired. Due to the intense battles that had transpired earlier, many precious magical books had been destroyed, resulting in fragmented and incomplete psychic research data. This was how the Faceless and the Scarlet Thorns came into existence. Hurlram carefully selected over 10 Tier 3 wizards eager to break through, distributing the fragmented psychic research materials he had acquired. These individuals, in secret, continued the research in psychic arts on his behalf. As expected, with the relentless efforts of NOS and others, along with countless sacrifices, they had managed to reconstruct the methods of setting up the soul-devouring array and transferring a soul into another body within a mere 3 years. They were only missing the material to replace the heart devil blood and one other crucial technique. It was at this critical moment that Lynn suddenly appeared in Ieda Harbor, bringing 2 highly essential items with him: airships capable of defeating the Eye of Death and the intact body of a witch that had lost her soul. It all seemed too perfect, like a gift specially prepared for himself, which is precisely why Hurlram felt a hint of fear. Just like the scarlet thorns in his hands, he briefly doubted whether he, too, was just a pawn in a larger game. In the major battle back then, everyone believed that the sorcerer Merc was dead. However, Hurlram, who had read numerous psychic books, had a premonition that the sorcerer hadn't truly perished. For these 3 years, it appeared as if the sorcerer Merc had completely disappeared, perhaps leaving the realm of wizards. But he would surely return someday. Hurlram stared at Lynn in front of him. Although the fluctuations in magical power did not match, there was a possibility that the fusion of their souls had caused a change. Therefore, he had no choice but to suspect that the person before him was the sorcerer Merc. After all, the timing of his appearance was just too perfect. In response to Hurlram's questioning, Lynn countered, saying, "If I were the sorcerer Merc, a former Grand Wizard, I would never reveal a flaw on the training ground, exposing my true identity. It's clear you've made a mistake." "I am Lynn and only Lynn, nothing more," Lynn stated firmly. Chapter 125, Seizing the Magic Web. Lynn's words made Hurlram hesitate for a moment, but it didn't affect his judgment. A wizard's apprentice could never possess so much hidden knowledge. "I believe more in the possibility of body possession than that so-called Society of Mystical Arts," he thought. However, Hurlram didn't dwell on this topic any longer. He spoke solemnly, "In fact, I don't care about your identity, and my invitation to join the Faceless carries no ill will. I only need one thing." Lynn looked at the Great Wizard with confusion, not quite understanding his intentions. "The perfect method for fusing souls," Hurlram said, emphasizing each word. He continued, "You can propose any conditions as long as I can fulfill them." Hurlram maintained a humble posture and showed no immediate intention to act. Dealing with any great wizard was no easy feat. Since he could complete the fusion and transformation of souls, his knowledge of psychic abilities undoubtedly surpassed Lynn's. "NOS is already dead, and anyone from the council with a hint of intelligence can trace you." Lynn shook his head. While the promise of a great wizard was tempting, Hurlram's guarantee meant nothing because he was currently in danger. "Unfortunately, I don't have what you're looking for," Lynn said straightforwardly. "Seems like you're not willing to cooperate." Hurlram's tone grew colder, and his old, hunched figure straightened up. An intense surge of magic emanated from him, shrouding the entire circular hall. "Then I'll have to personally dig it out of your mind." Hurlram's gaze turned icy, and he took step by step closer. A mysterious pressure descended on Lynn's mind, both on the spiritual and magical level. Lynn felt that all the elements in the space had been tainted by Hurlram's magic. His body seemed to sink into quicksand, requiring several times more effort for any movement. This was the 4th circle spell, Slow Down Barrier. With each step Hurlram took, the magic around him intensified. He raised his right hand, pointing it at Lynn, and the elements in the space suddenly became incredibly active. Lynn felt an indescribable sense of danger. This magic was impossible to dodge or resist. In that moment, he even smelled the scent of death. Facing an unknown opponent capable of soul fusion, Hurlram showed no restraint. He immediately cast the 5th circle spell, Mana Torrent. However, what Lynn had been waiting for was the moment when Hurlram cast his spell at full power. Without hesitation, he shouted in his mind, 071, immediately, now. Take control of the virtual domain. In the vast space, the surging elemental flow suddenly seemed to come to a halt. Hurlrum's advancing steps also stopped, as a sudden and intense pain, as if his soul were being severed, assaulted him. The magic web had been seized. A look of horror and disbelief spread across Hurlrum's face. He could clearly sense the complete severance of his connection to the virtual domain. The massive computing power that had been bestowed upon him had disappeared into nothingness. At the crucial moment when the spell was dispelled, the terrifying magical backlash struck his body. Phosphorus, Flame Demon's hand. Lynn would never give up this hard-won opportunity, even if it meant risking his life. He unleashed his most powerful move, and the blazing flames transformed into a colossal demonic hand that surged straight toward Hurlrum. However, just before the scorching flames touched Hurlrum's body, a mysterious force separated them, much like a torrent blocked by rocks. Fourth circle spell, deflection force field. However, Hurlrum's condition had deteriorated while casting spells against the backlash. Crimson blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his wrinkled skin had cracked in several places, revealing withered flesh beneath. This can't be. Hurlrum paid no attention to his physical discomfort, keeping his gaze fixed on Lynn with an incredulous expression. The magic web was his greatest achievement in decades, connecting the psychic power of the wizards and, more importantly, having nothing to do with the dark sorcerer Merc. The source of its magic was firmly in his grasp, yet it was easily taken away by Lynn. This completely overturned Hurlrum's understanding. Unless the other party was originally a legendary wizard. Lynn didn't respond. At this moment, he was experiencing the combined psychic power of 9 third-circle wizards, accompanied by immense computational power. It was a whole new world for Lynn. He could clearly sense the surges of magic and even see things he couldn't see before. The space around Hurlrum seemed to have undergone some deformation, which allowed the scorching flames to bypass the real target in a circular manner. Was this force field magic? Most offensive magic would likely fail under such power. As Lynn pondered, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his head, as if a sealed iron bucket were being continuously filled with gas. The combined psychic power of the 9 third-circle wizards was evidently approaching the upper limit his brain could withstand. Magic, barrage. In an instant, Lynn noticed the failure of Flame Demon's hand and raised his hand to conjure hundreds of magic missiles, probing the weak points in this force field magic. A continuous stream of magic missiles shot from various directions and angles toward Hurlrum. As long as Lynn could detect the curvature of the space, he could potentially harm his opponent. But Hurlrum clearly didn't give him that chance. Straining his body, he lightly touched his finger, and an invisible ripple spread forward in a semicircular shape. The magic missiles flying in midair exploded one after another. This was the second time Lynn had faced such bizarre magic. However, unlike the encounter with Roral, this time the power was 1,000 times greater. He could clearly see a strange magical wave that crushed the magic missiles, rapidly closing in on him. The speed was so fast that Lynn didn't even have time to cast a protective spell. Cell transformation. Just before the magical wave reached him, Lynn leaped into the air. Utilizing the amplifying power of his magical cells, he narrowly dodged the peculiar magical wave. However, being in midair also meant he lost the ability to change direction. At the same time, countless slender, sharp iron thorns appeared in the void, like a swarm of locusts or a rain of arrows, hurtling down and covering half of the hall. Fourth circle spell, Iron Sandstorm. Just as Lynn had previously anticipated, a grand wizard could mimic and control more elements, but it was he himself who first experienced this. Chapter 126, Feel the Anger of Those Who Died Under the Magic Formation. Magic Bullet, without a doubt, was Lynn's specialty, and it was the magic he used the most against his enemies. But the one who had improved this magic was Hurlrum, and now he was using this technique against the approaching iron thorns. Sharp breaking sounds resounded continuously as sweat trickled down Lin's forehead. He had no doubt that he might be turned into a sieve, even though he possessed the most potent defensive spell, Magic Barrier. It couldn't completely block such a dense barrage of attacks unless... Suddenly, Lynn thought of the magic Hurlrum had used to defend against the flame demon's hand. There were many factors that could affect and distort space, such as mass, momentum, stress, and pressure, but ultimately, it was energy. And wizards had only one type of energy. In that instant, Lynn realized it. He extended his hand, and a massive amount of magic energy surged from within him, forming a tightly packed, circular shape around him. Just before the iron sandstorm struck, there was a slight distortion in the space surrounding Lynn, causing all the attacks to narrowly miss him. This was the four-circle magic, deflection field. Lynn successfully landed on the ground, his back covered in cold sweat. Using a substantial amount of computational power, he forcefully cast the four-circle magic as a formal wizard. The consumption of magic energy could only be described as terrifying, and in an instant, his magic reserves were reduced to half. The power of an archmage was truly impressive, even in Hurlrum's state, weakened due to the backlash of his magic. But at that moment, a new change occurred. A terrifying, piercing sound suddenly swept across the area. Both Lynn and Hurlrum were affected simultaneously. Lynn glanced in the direction of the vengeful spirit on the high platform, where a massive amount of spirit energy was continuously merging into the seemingly fragile body of Iida. Her aura grew stronger, even through the alchemical array that restrained her spirit, he could sense her terrifying presence. After absorbing the life force of countless people, Hurlrum had managed to create a spirit at the level of an archmage. Unlike the white doves nurtured by the A.K.A., the girl named Iida, after absorbing the life force of numerous individuals, transformed from a clear, deep blue spirit into a glaring crimson one, with her eyes filled with resentment towards the living. Hurlrum, is all of this really what Iida desires? Lynn repeatedly tried to disturb Hurlrum's thoughts. rwbnve.co. If Philip hadn't lied from the beginning, Iida should have died long before the establishment of the academy. In other words, this girl, with the mind of an 8 or 9-year-old, had been trapped within the array for at least 20 years. She had enhanced her power by sacrificing thousands of people and would later be forcibly stuffed into another person's body for resurrection in this bizarre way. This wasn't what Hurlrum should accept. Maybe it would have been better if she had died back then. You will never understand. The entire Iida harbor exists because of this. Hurlrum spoke with a deep voice and raised his hand. In the vast space in front of him, all the elements were rapidly stripped away. Four-circle magic, vacuum domain. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, to gain the secret of perfect soul fusion from Lynn's mind at any cost. No matter the price. While Lynn struggled to deal with Hurlrum's onslaught, two small, mouse-like creatures quietly crept up behind Hurlrum. They painstakingly used their tiny paws to climb onto the platform, facing the terrifying aura of the vengeful spirit. With great effort, they used their teeth to unscrew the cap of a vial. Simultaneously, the vacuum domain had already spread in front of Lynn. Although he kept retreating, his speed couldn't catch up with the domain's expansion rate. Seems like even with this frail body, you can't muster much power, Hurlrum's indifferent words resonated within the hall. However, the vacuum domain in front of him hindered the sound's transmission. After his earlier probing, Hurlrum had already realized that the male witch in front of him wasn't as formidable as he had imagined. Even though he didn't know how the other had managed to snatch the magic web from him, it was now clear that Lynn was struggling to handle even four-circle magic. So, despite suffering from magical backlash and a drop in his wizard level, Hurlrum had the confidence to defeat Lynn. Lynn had already retreated to the corner, and the expanding vacuum domain was closing in. However, his expression remained unchanged. Retreating to the corner wasn't just to evade this magic. At this moment, on the high platform, a thick, pale yellow liquid continuously gushed from a vial. Subsequently, two mice, one holding a flint and the other using its sharp teeth, bit down fiercely on it. A spark ignited on the high platform, and then the two mice were violently thrown out by the explosion. The alchemical array restraining the vengeful spirit was also damaged. Amidst a piercing scream, the powerful vengeful spirit immediately broke free from its restraints. It was enveloped in a black mist, heading towards Hurlram, who was the closest. Iida. Hurlram turned his head abruptly, his face showing a hint of panic and, more predominantly, anger. He couldn't believe that Lynn had dared to use his daughter against him. But what he saw when he turned around wasn't the girl who seemed delicate and about to shatter into pieces at any moment, but a vengeful spirit radiating a terrifying aura. The once innocent cheeks had become grotesque and filled with malice, and the blood-red mist surged. Before Hurlram could react, those nearly substantial hands sent him flying. Compared to the physical pain, Hurlram's fear and panic were much more intense. According to the records in the psychic books left by the dark mage Merc, once a spirit broke through to the level of an archmage, it would regain all of its memories from its past life, becoming a soul that could exist without relying on a physical body. However, at this moment, Iida seemed to have completely lost her sanity and even made him the target of her attack. Necromancer's manipulation. Hurlram's face contorted, and his vast spiritual power transformed into chains that tightly bound the screeching Iida. Look at what your daughter has become. Is this your intention, Hurlram? Do you think a 9-year-old child can handle such a vast amount of soul energy? Lynn taunted. During his earlier confrontation with Nos at the mansion, Lynn had already noticed that boosting one's strength through devouring soul energy wasn't without consequences. Feel the anger of those who died under the magic formation. Chapter 127, The Wailing Witch. Iida. Iida. Blood continued to flow from Hurlram's mouth and nose, a clear sign of his mental distress. However, he couldn't afford to think about that now. He kept calling his daughter's name, trying to awaken Iida's sanity. But all his efforts were in vain. The collective spiritual power of thousands, coupled with their lingering resentment from their deaths, had completely shattered Iida's sanity, driving her into madness. Don't blame yourself, Iida. Hurlram clenched his teeth, realizing that if he didn't regain control of the situation, everything would be lost. The only hope now was to find a way to merge their souls from Lynn's mind, which might bring his daughter back to her senses. Fourth circle magic, soul bind. Hurlram shouted lowly, and countless runes formed from pure spiritual power instantly enveloped Iida's entire body. Ah! 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 A piercing scream escaped from Iida's mouth, as her ethereal form struggled fiercely. It was the excruciating pain caused by the runes burning her soul, and her bloodshot eyes made her look like a malevolent spirit. Hurlram couldn't help but show a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and the binding magic weakened slightly in response to the girl's agonizing cries. In that moment, the vengeful spirit's power reached its peak, and a crimson mist continually gushed out of Iida's body, eroding the runes formed from her spiritual power. As she broke free from the binding, Iida pounced on Hurlram, her hand immersed in blood mist, and thrust it directly into his chest. Iida. Hurlram immediately felt an extremely chilling force flowing into his body through the wound. His life force was rapidly draining, and he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him with regret and resentment in his eyes. His lifeless body soon fell to the ground, his eyes staring at Lynn, and he opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. Forgive her. Lynn read Hurlram's final words and shook his head. You overestimated me, Hurlram. At this moment, Lynn had quietly retreated to the entrance. Although he had used Iida, the vengeful spirit, to deal with the sorcerer, he had no means to confront this vengeful spirit. After absorbing some of Hurlram's power, Iida's aura became even more oppressive. Her eyes, filled with malice, were now fixed on Lynn. A horrifying wail erupted from Iida once again, and the entire vengeful spirit transformed into a dense, blood-red mist, rolling towards Lynn. Lynn suddenly felt a deep sense of oppression and suffocation, as if his body had sunk into the mire, making every step a struggle. This sensation was similar to the fourth circle magic, sluggish barrier. An vengeful spirit had actually mastered such powerful magic. Things had clearly spiraled beyond his control, but Lynn had no time to dwell on that. The blood-red mist was closing in. Cryogenic, frost domain. Lynn raised his hand, and an extremely cold air rushed forward in a semicircular shape. In the next moment, a crisp sound of freezing filled the air, and everything around them seemed to slow down. The blood-red mist instantly froze into blood-red ice crystals at the terrifyingly low temperature. However, the third circle magic, frost domain, couldn't hold this formidable vengeful spirit for long. With the surge of her spiritual power, the blood-red mist soon burst, and ice shards scattered in all directions. A powerful surge of magical energy sent Lynn flying. The light of the mage shield appeared in front of Lynn, mitigating most of the impact. His body rolled backward into the passage behind him. But Lynn's expression remained grave. He had intentionally released Iida, thinking that an irrational vengeful spirit would be easier to deal with than the sorcerer. However, after experiencing her true terror, Lynn no longer underestimated her. Facing such a terrifying vengeful spirit, even if all the wizards in the entire harbor town were assembled, they might not be able to defeat it. Instead, they could become the creature's nourishment. Hurlrum, you've truly created a monster. Lynn was feeling a headache. As Iida leaped at him once more, ready to cast a spell, he discovered that she seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, stopping her in her tracks. Is there still a second layer of protection here for restraining spirits? Lynn immediately realized this and asked, 071, can you determine my current location? Based on location, the designated target is currently inside the Wailing Tower of Iida Academy. 10 minutes ago, inside Iida Academy. Taik stood on the top floor of the teacher's lounge, gazing at the towering Wailing Tower not far away. Taik-sama, you've been here for quite a few days. Have you made any discoveries? A voice came from behind, and it was Roral, who curiously approached Taik and asked, you've deliberately stayed in Iida for a whole month. It can't be just for learning arcane arts, can it? Taik stroked his long beard. Don't you think the layout of the entire Iida harbor is a bit too orderly? I heard that it was designed by Master Raphael. Roral paused and said with a smile. Raphael's OCD was well known among the wizards, and this architectural master stubbornly believed that everything in the world should be neat and orderly, a theory that many people appreciated. No, it's probably not that simple. Taik shook his head and used his magic to sketch an image in the air, depicting the town's architectural layout. Do you see anything unusual? It looks like an alchemical array. Roral quickly replied. Exactly, and if I'm not mistaken, it may be related to spiritual energy. Taik's face was filled with seriousness, and this array was the Wailing Tower. It had to be said that Hurlrum's method of using the city's layout as a cover was quite clever. If he hadn't received a confidential report from the council before heading to Iida Harbor, he wouldn't have even thought in this direction. An alchemical array that can cover the entire city? What does that great wizard want to do? Roral furrowed his brows. It's probably not good news. Worry flashed in Taik's eyes, reminding him of the tragedy from 3 years ago. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Chapter 128, Chaos in the Southern District. Roral vividly remembered the event that had shocked the entire wizarding world 3 years ago, leading to the downfall of the psychic school. Naturally, he understood Taik's concerns and couldn't help but inquire, Mr. Taik, what should we do now? If something has indeed gone wrong, it's likely that our own powers alone won't be sufficient to handle it. This was Hurlrum's headquarters, and without a doubt, the great wizard Hurlrum was not someone they could easily contend with. Of course, there's no need to do anything. Taik replied succinctly. The setup of this magic formation has been in place for a long time. It shouldn't encounter any issues in the short term. He added, and considering the time, they should be arriving soon. Roral immediately understood who Taik was referring to, those representatives from the academic conferences. Clearly, Taik had taken this opportunity to enlist some assistance. That's right, Taik confirmed, dispersing the magical images that had appeared in the void. If I'm not mistaken, your teacher, Master Augusto, should be coming as well. Upon hearing this news, excitement and joy flickered across Roral's face. His earlier worries dissipated, and he confidently said, "If my teacher is coming, then I can rest easy. So, all we need to do now is wait and hope that these days go smoothly," Taik said calmly, stroking his long beard. However, just as those words left his mouth, Taik's expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly turned to look in the direction of the southern district. A powerful surge of magical energy was emanating from that direction. Taik and Roral exchanged glances, and after casting a slow fall spell on themselves, they leaped from the towering rooftop and raced towards the southern district. They weren't the only ones who sensed the surge of magical energy. Professors and students awoke from their slumber, filled with anxiety, as if a terrifying disaster was drawing near. When Taik arrived in the southern district, all he saw was chaos. Countless commoners, apprentices, and even wizards were fleeing in a frenzy. Since it was the dead of night, many were disheveled, and some even ran out half-naked. People were being trampled underfoot, and the streets were stained red with blood, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Cries and wails echoed throughout the southern district, sending shivers down one's spine. Magician's hand! Taik exclaimed as he swiftly cast a spell to rescue a disheveled woman who was about to be trampled to death. "Do you know what's happening in the southern district?" Roral asked urgently. "They're dead, Alva is dead, and so is Anthony, everyone is dead." The woman's eyes were vacant as she muttered, as if she couldn't hear Roral's question and kept repeating the same words. Taik, seeing the woman's condition, could only release her with a sigh of helplessness. He cast another spell, leaping onto a nearby rooftop and then launching a fireball spell, illuminating the entire southern district. What they saw next made both of them involuntarily gasp. The streets of the southern district were littered with corpses. Taik witnessed a few commoners running in the distance, suddenly collapsing without warning. They lay there lifeless, and then a ghostly blue light floated out from their bodies and directly sank into the ground. "What is this?" Roral couldn't help but shiver as he watched this horrifying scene. "Soul-devouring magic formation," Taik stated in a deliberate tone. "We cannot allow this thing to continue spreading." Taik spoke solemnly, intercepting Philip and others who had just arrived from the academy. After a quick explanation, he sought out a few wizards who had escaped from the southern district and inquired about the layout of the area. The nodes of the magic formation should be hidden in those abandoned houses. If we destroy the outer nodes, this magic formation should come to a halt. But we need to act quickly, every second counts, Taik spoke rapidly, knowing that any delay could cost dozens of lives. Compared to Philip and the others, who had not yet witnessed the power of a magic formation, the wizards who had escaped from the southern district were unwilling to enter again. The place was too terrifying, and even official wizards couldn't avoid having their souls drained. "Where is Master Hurlrum?" someone in the crowd shouted. With such chaos in the harbor, the fact that Hurlrum, who held authority, was nowhere to be found left everyone present feeling anxious, as if they had lost their leader. "Master Hurlrum left Iida Harbor for the wizard city of Greenrill a while ago," Philip explained with a hesitant expression. "Now that the master is not here, we'll have to rely on our own strength to quell the chaos in the southern district." Taik quickly took the lead, not mentioning their earlier speculations. Instead, he looked at the assembled wizards and continued, "I believe most of you have heard of the tragedy at the psychic school 3 years ago. If we don't stop this magic formation quickly, the entire harbor city will soon become a city of death. Think about it, this is tens of thousands of lives." With Taik's earnest persuasion, most of the wizards eventually took action. They still held some attachment to A.K.A. harbor. As the magic formation nodes hidden in the southern district were destroyed, by the time the morning light broke, the spreading soul-devouring magic formation finally came to a halt. Lynn had also taken advantage of the chaos in the southern district to blend in with the crowd and help destroy several internal nodes. This made the situation progress so smoothly. Until noon the next day, Tyak, Roral, Philip, Kevin, and the others had settled the terrified commoners and returned to A.K.A. Academy to discuss the next steps. Although the chaotic situation had been brought under control, everyone still wore a worried expression. The number of commoners and wizards killed by the magic formation in the entire southern district likely totaled in the thousands. Such a vast amount of spiritual power, no matter where it was directed, posed a massive threat. Lynn sat in the meeting room, listening to the discussions of the others, maintaining his silence. He knew that all the spiritual power had funneled into the Wailing Tower, creating a vengeful spirit on the level of a grand wizard. But this matter involved Hurlram, the founder of the A.K.A. School of Mystical Arts. If Lynn were to rashly reveal what he knew, it might lead to unnecessary suspicions and accusations. After all, Lynn couldn't explain why he remained unaffected by the soul-devouring magic formation or how he had defeated a grand wizard. Since the vengeful spirit of A.K.A. couldn't leave the Wailing Tower, it was best to wait for the council to send someone to deal with the situation. Chapter 129, Revamping the Virtual Realm. Over the next 2 days, the entire A.K.A. harbor was in turmoil. The tragic events in the South City had spread throughout the port city, and despite the efforts of Tyak and his group to intervene, they were powerless to stop it. After all, the impact of this incident was too widespread. Thousands of destitute people who had fled the South City and witnessed the inexplicable deaths of their loved ones, their souls harvested, were plagued by rumors of all kinds. Some suspected that it was a forbidden soul harvesting research being conducted by some magical workshop, while others believed it to be an omen of a dark curse. There were even rumors that the malevolent sorcerer Merc was hiding in the port city. However, Philip, Orlando, and the others no longer had time to pay attention to these endless rumors, as a strange situation had arisen at the A.K.A. Academy. Every night, when the campus was quiet, a faint, eerie whistling sound would emanate from the academy, as if it could condense a person's soul, terrifying the aspiring wizard apprentices. Even someone like Pierce, who had spent over a decade as a wizard apprentice, began to recall the past. This phenomenon dated back to before the psychic school was disbanded, and many students had heard this eerie sound back then. It was why the tower was named the Tower of Whispers. Can someone tell me what's inside that tower? Tyak, who had endured sleepless nights due to the whistling sound, finally couldn't help but question. It's the Tower of Whispers, the former research institute of the psychic school. Since the school's dissolution, the tower has been abandoned, explained Philip, but he remained tight-lipped about the details, unwilling to say more. For the specifics, let's wait for Master Hurlram to come back and explain to you, added Orlando. Rol.c. Tyak and Roral didn't push too hard, as they were still within A.K.A. harbor, and provoking a conflict might make it difficult for them to leave. As for entering the Tower of Whispers to investigate the situation, that was simply risking their lives. Tyak suspected that the souls that had been drained were likely all congregated inside the tower, and the interior might be filled with undead creatures. Venturing inside could pose a life-threatening danger. Given this, the two of them had no choice but to wait for the support of the council while trying to gain the alliance of Lynn, a potential ally. If their speculations were correct, the tragedy in the South City was likely connected to Hurlram, so Philip and the others had a chance of getting involved. Compared to them, the newcomer to the world of wizards, Lynn, who had only been here for a short time, was the one with slightly fewer suspicions. With this in mind, Tyak and Roral inexplicably dragged Lynn into a secret discussion, where they deliberated on various possible scenarios. When Lynn emerged, his expression was rather strange. Unlike the two others, he believed that not too many people would be involved in this matter. After all, the reputation of the soul-eating array was too notorious, it was a forbidden taboo in the world of wizards. Once exposed, even if Hurlram was a grand wizard, he might not escape being hunted down. That's why they had created an organization called the Faceless, an organization where no one knew each other's identities. The whole Bloodthorn was probably the only one who knew who their behind-the-scenes leader was. Because of this, before the news of Hurlram's death was exposed, Lynn didn't think they would encounter any attacks from remnants of the organization. Taking advantage of the school closure due to the riots, he began researching the virtual domain that had been seized by the smart brain. After 2 days of familiarity, Lynn had already made some modifications to this realm, which was composed of magic and soul power. It was no longer a chaotic space with nothing but darkness. Now, it resembled a universe, glittering with countless stars. Here, you could see massive celestial bodies orbiting around stars due to gravitational forces, witnessing the magnificent phenomena of stars collapsing and expanding into red giants. Lynn was completely immersed in this godlike experience. Although most of the work was completed by the smart brain, this sense of participation was a unique and extraordinary feeling. Let's try recreating a black hole, Lynn pondered, accessing the smart brain's database about black holes. However, when he was about to proceed with the replication, he received a notification of insufficient energy. Lynn was momentarily perplexed, and then he asked, 071, how much energy do we have left? Remaining energy, 8.4%. Would you like to replenish it by absorbing stored soul power? The smart brain replied. Go ahead and absorb. Lynn hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. From what he had observed in Iida, reviving a person in this world was not an easy task. Those whose souls had been devoured and transformed into soul entities had lost their past memories, only retaining the most profound memories from before their deaths. There was no possibility of recovery. Oh, and please keep White Dove's soul entity for me. Don't convert her, Lynn suddenly thought of something and voiced his request. Different from the other soul entities he had encountered, White Dove was a rare soul entity that could maintain her sanity and communicate. She held great research value, and besides, he had made a promise. However, in the eyes of the smart brain, White Dove's soul had a strength several times higher than that of an ordinary wizard apprentice. She was like a big gift package, capable of restoring 12% of the energy reserve. So, whenever the smart brain faced an energy shortage, the suggestion to offer White Dove in exchange for energy would always be the first to pop up. Seeing the energy reserve in the smart brain quickly replenish to 100%, Lynn didn't appear too cheerful because there were just too many places where energy was needed. After Hurlram's death, this virtual domain lost its energy supply. Lynn had no choice but to rely on the smart brain to provide magical power, and the consumption was horrifying. It would take 15% of the energy reserve each day. Forget it, let's leave the black hole for now. A simple simulation of all the celestial bodies within the visible range will do. We shouldn't waste too much computing power on this, Lynn decided after some contemplation and mentally relayed his request. After the words were spoken, the distant stars dimmed slightly. The daily magical power consumption also dropped to 5%. If there were no people inside the virtual domain, the consumption would decrease to about 1%. Lynn had put so much effort into creating this virtual realm, not just for the sake of enjoyment. It had a much greater purpose. After witnessing the darkness in Iida Harbor and Hurlram's dual identity, Lynn understood that outsiders could not be relied upon. He needed to establish his own school of thought to avoid being manipulated by others once again. Chapter 130, Beyond Space and Time. Building a new school of magic in the land of wizards in a short amount of time is no easy task. Relying solely on recruiting apprentices for training is too slow, and trouble is bound to come his way sooner or later, especially given his current power. He can't simply walk around in the land of wizards. Although he managed to hold out for a long time in his battle with the great wizard Hurlram, Lynn is well aware that it was only due to the sudden takeover of the virtual domain's control by the smart brain during the opponent's full power spell casting, leading to a strong magical backlash. Even with the support of 9 third-ring wizards, he wouldn't have stood a chance. In this case, he needs to convince the right people to believe that the Society of Mystical Arts is a real thing and become a part of it voluntarily, ensuring the development of the school is supported. This virtual domain is his most useful tool. The gathering format of the Faceless Ones gave Lynn a lot of inspiration. However, the location of this gathering must be grand, considering that he has already inflated his reputation. As Lynn contemplated, he created a limited cosmic bubble, floating in the endless expanse of space. Inside, there was an atmosphere, and even gravity, and all the constants were identical to the surface of a planet. Let's call this place beyond space and time. Lynn quickly had the smart brain record this name. From now on, this will be where he deceives those advanced wizards. Yet, it still needs a little something extra. Lynn indulged in his creativity until he noticed that the smart brain's energy reserves had depleted by more than half. He quickly stopped. It's important to note that the soul energy collected by the smart brain is not infinite, consuming one means having one less. Even though he had recorded the alchemical formula for stripping souls from their bodies, Lynn had no intention of using such a life-draining method to recharge the energy. After decorating the interior of the cosmic bubble, Lynn once again asked, 071, how are those faceless ones that I connected with mentally before? Are they still okay? Since these faceless ones had spent 2 to 3 years inside the virtual domain, participating in hundreds of gatherings, their mental defenses had become as solid as a sieve. When Lynn used the 4th ring magic, deflection force field, the computational power he mobilized was terrifying, reaching over 50%. Therefore, after the battle, these people's mental strength had all been severely damaged. 5 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 4 lost contact temporarily. It was unclear whether they had fallen into a coma or destroyed their Faceless One rings. No remaining connected targets in the virtual domain. Could it be that they were really wiped out? Lynn was amazed, but the smart brain could only roughly assess the situation of these people through magical energy connections, which may not be entirely accurate. Nevertheless, the Faceless Ones, this secretive organization, was on the verge of collapse. Just like the Bloodthorn Thorns, as Hurlrum's white gloves, each Faceless One had a long list of atrocities to their name. By just looking at their research results, one could get a glimpse of their evil doings, and Lynn had no sympathy for this group. Making them disappear along with Hurlrum might not be a bad thing. The only regret Lynn felt was that the means of enhancing his own power by stealing computational power would likely be unusable in the short term, and even if new members joined, it would take a long time to crack their mental defenses. Lost in thought, Lynn temporarily exited the virtual domain and retrieved 3 beautifully crafted rings, Nos, Barbara, and Hank's Faceless One rings. As a spellcaster, Hurlrum didn't need these rings to enter and exit the virtual domain, but it was precisely because of their deep connection that he experienced a strong backlash when control was seized from him. Since acquiring the Faceless One rings, he had been researching their principles. After damaging one of the rings, he had made some progress, but it would still take some time to fully analyze and successfully replicate them. 071, change the magic frequency for entering the virtual domain, Lynn silently said in his mind. This way, the remaining rings scattered outside would lose their original functionality. Without a receptor, those things were just junk. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lynn was contemplating, a sudden knocking on the door echoed. After putting away the remaining rings, Lynn activated Mage Hand to open the door. A silver-haired witch stood quietly at the door and softly reminded, "Professor Lynn, Mr. Tyke asked me to inform you that several council wizards will be arriving today." "All right, I'll head over." Lynn nodded and followed Johnny out. Arriving at the entrance of the Iida Academy, Philip, Kevin, and Orlando were already waiting there. Before they could exchange greetings, Lynn noticed that several beautifully decorated carriages were approaching from a distance. Instead of camels, they were pulled by sturdy fire lions with flaming manes, giving them a majestic appearance. The caravan came to a perfectly smooth stop in front of everyone. With all eyes on them, the carriage curtains slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged wizard with a hint of beard and deep, discerning eyes. He disembarked from the carriage and immediately began observing the surrounding architectural layout. Seeing the rows of identical houses, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Iida Harbor, it's been a while." Tyke felt uneasy at the unexpected arrival of this council member. However, relief washed over him as a familiar figure soon descended from another carriage behind. It was a very young wizard, looking to be in his early 20s, with a handsome face and a hint of a smile that made him instantly likable. Lynn also observed the two individuals, especially the distinctive wizard medals on their chests. Two council members? Lynn had no recollection of the leading middle-aged wizard and couldn't guess his identity, but the other one was easily recognizable. Such a young council member could only be the renowned magic star of the land of wizards, August. Philip, Kevin, and the others exchanged glances, immediately sensing that something was amiss. In the past, when they held academic seminars, the council would send a formal wizard to inform them. However, this time, two council members had arrived suddenly, leaving the wizards of the Iida Academy with a vague sense of unease. Chapter 131, The Frustrated Raphael. "Welcome, masters, to Iida," Philip greeted the two with a hint of unease but a forced smile. He added, "I'm glad to see you here." Raphael scanned the group and asked curiously, "Where's Hurlram?" "Master Hurlram went to Greenvale a while ago," Philip replied indirectly. Raphael raised an eyebrow, surprised that he hadn't heard about this development. Greenvale was large, and he and Hurlram were not particularly close. He decided not to question further. On the other hand, August stepped out of the carriage, his gaze fixed on Lynn. He smiled and said, "Is this Professor Lynn from the Society of Mystical Arts? Roral mentioned your magical courses and your airship experiments in his letters. It must be a significant contribution to the history of wizardry." "Master August, you are too kind," Lynn replied with a smile. Raphael chimed in, "I've seen your star charts, and I must say they are exceptionally precise, much more so than those made by the divination wizards. In reality, the star charts circulating among the wizards are not entirely inaccurate. They are just based on different reference points. They may not have considered the influence of the planet's rotation," Lynn explained. He held great respect for the wizards dedicated to studying celestial movements. It was a lengthy and tedious task, and he understood that errors were bound to occur in the process of exploring the world. As the group chatted, they made their way into the academy, leaving Tyke and the others behind. The relaxed atmosphere of their conversation eased Philip's anxiety. During a break in the conversation, Tyke finally couldn't contain his curiosity. "Master Raphael, I heard that you personally designed the entire layout of Iida. Is that true?" "Of course." Raphael proudly nodded. Tyke hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly, "If I'm not mistaken, this layout is designed to accommodate a particular alchemical array, isn't it?" "That's right. You've managed to figure that out," Raphael said, surprised. Combining alchemical arrays with architecture was one of his specialties. When Hurlram told him about his plans to research spirit-related spells within the Iida Academy, Raphael suggested incorporating the alchemical array into the building layout to suppress spirits. It seemed to be the best way to prevent unexpected incidents. Tyke and Roral exchanged glances. Adding a curriculum for spirit studies in the academy was not a significant event, considering it was before the downfall of the School of Spiritology. The city had been built over 20 years ago, and Raphael's contribution was commendable. However, they found it strange that the entire city was covered by a spirit-suppressing array. What about the poor souls in the South District who had their spirits taken away? What has happened in Iida Academy these days? August asked, timely with his question. Raphael also looked inquisitive. When they entered the bustling harbor city, they noticed something was amiss because there was not a single person on the streets. Philip sighed, realizing that he couldn't keep the scandal hidden from the two great wizards any longer. Just a couple of days ago, a tragedy occurred in the south district of Iida. Are you saying that someone used a soul-devouring array within Iida harbor? After listening to Philip's account, Raphael's expression darkened, feeling as if he had been manipulated. He quickly deduced that someone had made unauthorized changes to his array design. So, when he heard about the unexplained screeching sounds within the academy, Raphael immediately understood that the souls of the deceased had gathered in the Screech Tower, which was the core of the array. Because that was where the array's focal point was located. Let's go. I want to see what Hurlram is up to, Raphael huffed and rushed towards the location of the Screech Tower. Philip and the others didn't believe that Master Hurlram was involved in this matter but couldn't stop Raphael's actions. They followed him. Lynn was no exception. He was quite curious about how the two great wizards would deal with such a powerful grudge spirit. The tower that had been sealed for years was opened once again. The interior was dark and cold, covered in cobwebs. Dust had settled on the walls and ceiling, showing that it had been neglected for a long time. As they entered the tower, they immediately felt a heavy atmosphere, as if something were watching them from the shadows. Ignoring the ominous feeling, Raphael continued towards the basement of the tower. Surprisingly, this area was well maintained compared to the decaying upper levels. Be careful! August suddenly warned. In the next moment, a piercing screech echoed through the tower, and under the blood-red mist, a lightning-fast apparition shot straight toward the group, targeting Roral, the lowest-ranked wizard among them. Under the influence of the soul-devouring screech, everyone's movements involuntarily halted. Roral couldn't react in time, and the grudge spirit was already upon him. However, his body remained frozen, and he could only watch as a blood-red hand reached for his chest. But faster than the grudge spirit was a powerful burst of magical energy. It struck the blood-red mist and sent the grudge spirit flying. August had cast the spell, and he was the first to break free from the screech's influence. Roral, who had narrowly escaped death, remained frozen in place, unable to move. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he thought he was done for. Raphael had also regained his senses. He flicked his wrist, and a vial was thrown at the grudge spirit. Upon contact, it exploded, releasing a cloud of powder that dispersed the blood-red mist. The true form of the grudge spirit was revealed. Lyd Lydia! Tyke exclaimed in shock. During the time he spent studying mathematics and magic in the academy, he had met the young half-elf girl. Seeing the face of the grudge spirit, he couldn't help but call out her name. Chapter 132, The Demise of the Iida School of Magic. Compared to the mistaken identity of Tyke, Orlando and Raphael appeared pale, clearly having recognized the situation. For Lynn, who had absorbed the souls of over 1,000 people, the mighty Iida was invincible. However, facing the combined forces of two grand wizards, she was powerless. Utilizing the magic formation within the tower, Raphael swiftly confined the vengeful spirit Iida to a corner of the tower. August produced a deep blue crystal at the perfect moment, which served as the anchor to assist Raphael in sealing their opponent. The deep blue crystal soon turned blood red, with the restless vengeful spirit visible within. With the threat within the tower resolved, Raphael quickened his pace toward the deeper underground, his expression growing darker. His suspicions had been confirmed. Hurlram had indeed secretly altered his alchemical formation. However, the furious Raphael soon discovered that Hurlram, the one he was searching for, had died in this very tower. How is this possible? Philip couldn't believe his eyes as he gazed at the lifeless body on the floor. If it weren't for the familiar face, he wouldn't have recognized the person as Hurlram. Kevin and Orlando also wore incredulous expressions. A grand wizard had silently perished within the Tower of Shrill Screams, and had they not followed Raphael, they might still be in the dark. Hadn't Master Hurlram already gone to the wizard city of Green Rill? A conjecture suddenly crossed their minds, but they were all reluctant to believe it. His life was drained, likely the cause of his death. It may have been the vengeful spirit's doing, and before he died, he experienced a powerful magical backlash. Raphael carefully examined Hurlrum's lifeless body and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He turned to Tyke and inquired, "You seem to know the identity of that vengeful spirit?" "That would be Iida," Orlando interjected before Tyke could respond. He understood that if the council were to investigate, they would likely uncover the truth. He took the initiative to share what he knew. Iida was Master Hurlrum's daughter, a child with exceptional magical talent and a psychic. However, her outstanding potential prompted Hurlrum to expose her to various forms of magic from an early age, including psychic arts. He hoped to groom her into the youngest formal wizard in the entire wizarding realm, aiming to break records and believing she had the potential to surpass legendary wizards. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Iida died in an accident related to psychic magic before becoming a formal wizard. Master Hurlrum always felt guilty about his daughter's death, believing that it was his own fault for introducing her to magic at such a young age. Before her mind was fully developed, Orlando continued. He shook his head and chose not to delve further into the matter. One of Hurlrum's goals in establishing the school in Iida Harbor was to find a way to bring the dead back to life. However, after the psychic studies professor, Cora, departed to the Sekas Empire to handle this matter, the Tower of Shrill Screams was abandoned. Hurlrum had given up on this impractical idea. Or so they thought. Philip and Kevin also wore somber expressions. They hadn't expected Hurlrum to resort to such cruel methods as the soul-devouring magic formation. Raphael couldn't help but sigh. A grand wizard had died at the hands of his own daughter and the vengeful spirit he had created. It was a bitter irony. Things may not be as simple as they seem. August pointed at the damaged floor tiles and the traces of the magic formation on the elevated platform. A vengeful spirit wouldn't need fire magic. Could there be others involved? Perhaps Hurlrum wasn't the mastermind behind this, Kevin anxiously suggested. Raphael chuckled. The Tower of Shrill Screams was located within the Iida Academy, and with the alterations to the psychic magic formation that covered the entire harbor city, it was a massive project. He couldn't believe that Hurlrum had nothing to do with it. However, the signs of the battle left in the tower puzzled Raphael. If another Grand Wizard had planned this alongside Hurlrum, why didn't they take the results and leave after Hurlrum's death? Why leave this vengeful spirit in the Tower of Shrill Screams? The vengeful spirit that had been created from the collected life force of the soul-devouring magic formation was incredibly powerful. It would be a futile endeavor to leave her here. Raphael suddenly thought of another possibility. Someone had entered the Tower of Shrill Screams after the soul-devouring magic formation had been activated, killed Hurlrum, and attempted to stop the formation's spread. Could there be another Grand Wizard hiding within Iida Harbor who didn't want to reveal themselves? Raphael was perplexed, completely unaware that his second target was right beside him. After all, in Raphael's impression, Hurlrum was a 5-ring Grand Wizard, and formal wizards before him likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, Lynn was also examining the bottom of the tower. The white phosphorus flames, without fuel due to Hurlrum's vacuum field, had long gone out. She couldn't find any clues from the charred marks, and it didn't seem like the situation would implicate her. Realizing this, Lynn felt relieved. Killing the Grand Wizard Hurlrum and halting the spread of the soul-devouring magic formation, although potentially a significant achievement, would also bring about considerable trouble. In the following days, the development of the situation took an unexpected turn for Lynn. While Raphael and August did report Hurlrum's death, they didn't reveal the possible connection of the incident in the Southern District to the Grand Wizard. After all, Hurlrum had managed Iida Harbor for many years, held high prestige, and disclosing that he had established a psychic magic formation covering the entire city to steal their souls would have catastrophic consequences. It would only intensify the fear among the common people of wizard rule. So the responsibility for the incident was shifted to those rogue mages who had fled the city. However, the covered punishments were certainly not lacking, and all titles and honors Hurlram had received were revoked, and his assets confiscated. Philip, Orlando, Kevin, and others appeared worried. They understood that the Aida School of Magic was likely on the path to its demise. Chapter 133, Do You Know Who You Just Rejected? Inside the meeting room of the Aida Academy, after the discussion on how to compensate the families of the deceased had concluded, August suddenly extended an invitation to Lynn. Lynn-sensei, would you be interested in joining my school? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Philip hesitated, and after Hurlram's death, Lynn was the only hope for the Aida Academy. However, he was well aware that Lynn had taken on the role of a mathematics professor out of friendship with Cora and the desire to spread knowledge. The Aida Academy's decline was inevitable, and there was no reason for him to ask Lynn to stay. Furthermore, the person extending the invitation was none other than the Star of Magic, August. No one in their right mind would refuse such a proposal. Not only Philip, but also Tyke and the others had similar thoughts. However, Lynn's response took them by surprise. Thank you for the invitation, Master August, but I'm sorry. Although Aida is facing many difficulties right now, I believe it will eventually overcome them. Is that so? What a pity, August shook his head, wearing an expression of regret. However, he didn't say much more and left after the meeting. Do you know who you just rejected, Professor Lynn? Orlando said with a sense of amazement. Isn't he Master August? Lynn asked in surprise. Had he mistaken the person? Orlando hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to respond. That was August, the Star of Magic, the most magically gifted person in the land of wizards, and the most likely to become a legend. Lynn's words made it seem as if he were just an ordinary wizard. You've only been with the Aida Academy for 2 months, there's no need for you to stand with it to the end. You should have a broader world. Kevin also tried to persuade him. Lynn was at a loss. These people seemed to have misunderstood something. He had refused precisely because August's status was so high. It was clear when he saw how they treated Roll. If he joined their school, he would have little say, and there might even be conflicts. In contrast, the Aida Academy was more suitable for him now. At least here, there was no one to suppress him, and the city's geographical location was excellent, with access to the Sekaz Empire. But Lynn didn't correct their misunderstanding. After all, it wasn't a bad thing. The looks of Philip and the others became much warmer when they looked at Lynn. In times of trouble, Lynn, an outsider, had refused the bright path and chosen to stay as part of the academy. This moved the professors. In a few days, it will be the annual academic conference of the Land of Wizards. This is crucial for the survival of the Aida Academy. I would like to ask you to represent our academy at the conference, Philip pleaded. Then he glanced at Orlando and Kevin and continued, if we can successfully navigate this difficult situation, we will nominate you as the leader of our school. Philip was well aware of his limited abilities. Keeping the glory of the school was already challenging, let alone maintaining the current situation. The Aida Academy was not just a school, in fact, all the wizards in the port city belonged to this school. There were more than 10 wizards with Third Circle alone, and it was beyond his capability to lead them. It might even lead to a complete collapse. Furthermore, Hurlram's use of the soul-devouring formation within the city had left a terrible impression on the council. They might already be discussing whether to ban the Aida Academy. These were problems he couldn't solve. The foundation for the existence of the magic school was twofold: power and academic research. Lynn, like himself, was only an official wizard, but he had the advantage of age, and becoming a grand wizard was just a matter of time. Lynn was also a member of the Secret Arts Society, possessing various esoteric knowledge. Based on these 2 points, Philip made this bold decision. Kevin and Orlando didn't oppose it either, it seemed they had discussed it beforehand. Thank you for your trust. I believe there will be good news at the academic conference, Lynn said with a smile. But, the academic conference is only 4 days away, and we might be too late. It usually takes about 7 days to travel from Iida port to the wizard city of Greenroll by land. Kevin hesitated. They had been busy for the past few days dealing with the mess left by Hurlram and were even considering whether to attend the conference. Traveling by land is not enough, but we can fly there through the sky, right? Lynn reminded them. Orlando and the others suddenly realized. That's right, they had almost forgotten about the skyship. The next morning, a massive airship descended over the Iida Academy. After 2 months of flight training, Lydia had already become skilled, and she smoothly landed the airship in front of the School of Mathematics. It was spacious inside, with room for up to 15 people, thanks to some magical modifications Lynn made with the help of NOS, including wind-resistant and shock-absorbing alchemical arrays. However, for the sake of comfort, Lynn decided to take only 10 people with him. Besides himself, Lydia, and Philip, Lynn also brought along Johnny, Pierce, and Ilk, 3 outstanding apprentices from the School of Mathematics. As for why only 6 people were chosen, it was because they needed to bring Tyack, Roll, Raphael, and August. Lynn had noticed that these 4 had been loitering in Iida port, seemingly in no hurry. He thought they either didn't intend to attend the conference or had another means of fast travel. But it turned out they intended to hitch a ride on his airship. Even though they were all high-level wizards with the power to fly. Lynn sighed inwardly but didn't mind this minor issue. Moreover, having 2 powerful wizards with them could provide extra security in case they encountered flying magical creatures. Chapter 134, The Magical Symposium. For the first time, soaring thousands of meters into the sky on an airship, feeling the brisk wind and witnessing the pure white clouds pass by, Tyack and Roral couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement, though they managed to maintain a calm facade. Even though they had spent several days in Iida harbor, they had the opportunity to take the airship at any time for a mere 10 silver coins. The only issue was their reluctance to mingle with the common folk. As the pilot, Lydia occasionally steered the airship into the clouds, allowing everyone to experience the peculiar sensation of being enveloped by cloud masses. Roral extended his hand to touch the oncoming cloud masses. This is truly a remarkable alchemical creation. It can make ordinary people who can't use magic feel like great wizards, freely flying in the sky. Tyack thought about the utility of airships for transportation, which meant cutting travel times by more than half. If this technology became widespread, it would make traveling in the land of the wizards incredibly convenient. I assume these airships are quite expensive? Tyack inquired. Lynn nodded seriously. They are a bit on the pricier side. While the overall cost of airships isn't high, cheaper materials can be used in their construction. However, the design concept is quite valuable. Lynn then asked about the past academic symposiums and how they were conducted. Tyack reminisced about the grand gatherings of thousands of wizards from various schools, discussing novel theories and presenting their latest magical research. One of the most memorable events was the heated debate 2 decades ago about the nature of fire. Several top schools put forward dozens of ideas, leading to heated arguments among hundreds of official wizards, even resulting in physical altercations. For instance, there was the popular theory of fire elementalism, where proponents believed that fire was composed of countless tiny, lively, and imperceptible microelements that existed in flammable substances and elements. When heated, they would separate, and a large concentration of free fire elements would form visible flames. Their evidence came from the fact that when elements burned, they didn't completely disappear but transformed into other elements, which must have been caused by the separation of fire elements. However, this theory had its fair share of loopholes and didn't gain universal approval among wizards. Opposing them were the fire magic school, the flame elementalism school, and even some wizards who believed that fire was merely a state and a manifestation of intense elemental movement, with no actual fire elements in existence. FEEBOM. And then? Lynn asked with great curiosity. In the end, the founders of the major theories agreed to showcase their most potent fire magic spells, Taik continued. The ultimate victor was the great wizard Adra, who created a new spell called Fire Elemental Storm with temperatures exceeding several thousand degrees. He almost defeated another great wizard with this spell, securing victory in the debate. That's why the popular theory today is fire elementalism. Taik reminisced, longing for the excitement of those debates, not knowing when they might witness such a spectacle again. Of course, even though fire elementalism won the debate, the wizards who opposed it didn't give up. They continued to study new fire magic, hoping to make a comeback. However, to this day, they hadn't surpassed the magical power of fire elementalism. Does that make sense? Lynn thought while listening to Taik's story. On reflection, it seemed quite normal. In the land of the wizards, knowledge equated to power, and whoever had the most potent magic had the most profound research. In situations where there was no clear right or wrong, magic was the only way to resolve disputes. After all, might made right. If you believe your theory is correct, why not create more powerful magic and prove your point? This was the unique debating style of the wizarding world. Oh, I heard that the wizards from the divination schools are preparing to counter your theory at the symposium. They seem to have found some flaws, so you should be careful, Taik suddenly remembered and warned. A person's extensive knowledge doesn't necessarily mean they excel in debates. Although winning with sophistry was impossible, it could be quite embarrassing in a debate. Are they planning to debate using magic as well? Lynn asked inquisitively. They probably won't, Taik replied, not entirely sure. While conflicts arose at previous symposiums due to disagreements, they usually didn't escalate into physical confrontations. What about the legendary wizards? Will they be attending the symposium this time? Lynn asked. I don't know, Taik shook his head. In fact, legendary wizards rarely participated in academic symposiums unless they were interested in or considered the topic highly important. Generally, an exceptional official wizard from the school would present the latest theories. Since Lynn was attending the symposium for the first time, Taik took great care to explain various details to him. Lynn noted them all and then inquired about the legendary wizard's information. However, these counselors, who held a lofty status, were quite enigmatic, and Taik had limited information about them. The one with the most discussion was the legendary wizard Harof. This person also came from outside the land of the wizards, and it was rumored that he only started studying magic in his 30s. Nevertheless, his talent was remarkable, and despite missing the prime age for learning magic, he reached the status of a legendary wizard. What set him apart from other legendary wizards was the fact that Harof had very few apprentices, only a handful. According to him, he only needed a few people to assist him, as he didn't have the time or patience to teach students. Is this the Harof who proposed the possibility of gravity being widespread in any object? Lynn asked in amazement. That's correct, Taik nodded. After your theory on planetary bodies was published, Harof was the first to fly into the sky to confirm whether continents could be spherical. Gravity issues, hey? Lynn contemplated for a moment. He had already prepared an invitation letter for the Mystic Arts Society, and he had been debating whether to give it to Raphael or Auguste since the Ieda school didn't have a prominent Grand Wizard. That was a potential liability. Now, considering it, this legendary wizard Harof might be a better choice. Chapter 135, The Law of Universal Gravitation. The airship was moving faster than expected, and by the evening of the third day, a magnificent city appeared before Lynn. It was the Wizard City, Green Rill. The city was nestled among the mountains, its circular shape resembling a massive gem encrusted in the mountain range. The towering city walls were lined with numerous high-level magic crystal cannons, and inexplicably, they turned to aim at the airship without any human control. Lynn had witnessed the power of these cannons before and knew they could severely damage the mighty Eye of Death. However, Lynn had not come to invade. He had already reported his arrival through alchemical communication arrays, and with two great wizards on board the airship, he was not worried about an attack. He gazed directly at the central tower that soared high into the sky, illuminated by the setting sun's magic, making it quite conspicuous. "Is that the sun-crowned tower?" Lynn whispered to himself. Raphael, who was beside him, nodded in response. "Indeed, that is the sun-crowned tower, the symbol of the wizard city." "Master Raphael, may I ask why this tall tower is named that way?" Lynn inquired. After the incident at A.K.A. harbor, seeing such a towering spire gave him a bit of unease. In truth, it used to be called the Eclipse Tower or the Shadowless Tower, but those names had some negative connotations. That's why it was changed to the Sun Crown. Raphael explained. Every mid-July, at noon, under the sunlight, the tower's shadow would completely overlap with its base, creating a shadowless tower. Of course, all buildings in Greenrill did the same on that day, but the sun-crowned tower was exceptionally tall and thus more awe-inspiring. The wizard's calendar, as well as the hours, were divided based on the length and angle of the sun-crowned tower's shadow in the sun's rays. It was a perfectly arranged year of 360 days, divided into 12 months, each consisting of exactly 30 days. "A brilliant design," Lynn remarked, raising an eyebrow. This way, the entire tall tower served as a massive clock. As for the reason behind the shadowless tower, Lynn could guess that in mid-July, the tower was right under the sun's direct rays. While they were talking, the airship had already entered Greenrill and landed in the square in front of the Magic Research Association in the east. This attracted a large crowd of wizards, as they had all arrived by carriage, making the airship an unusual sight. "Is this the skyship? It's even more massive than what I saw in the newspapers. It's quite grand. If it's not too expensive, buying a skyship for travel is a good idea." Amidst the chatter, Lynn and his skyship were already well known thanks to the Magic Daily's extensive publicity. However, the drawings did not do justice to the real thing, and alchemists were now discussing the design principles of this alchemical device. It could fly and hover without wings. Could it be using some kind of force field magic? Lynn and his group could feel countless eyes watching them as they disembarked from the airship. They were clearly the center of attention. Compared to Lynn's calm demeanor, Johnny and Ilk, who were visiting Greenrill for the first time, seemed a bit uneasy. Philip adjusted his robe. Even when Master Hurlram led their group in the past, the A.K.A. school rarely had a chance to be in the limelight. Just then, a tall and burly male wizard, meticulously groomed, emerged from the crowd. He smiled and bowed to August and Raphael, then turned his attention to Lynn and his group. "Mr. Philip, Mr. Lynn, welcome to Greenrill. Please follow me. Then, masters, we'll see you tomorrow." Lynn bid farewell to August and Raphael and followed the tall wizard to the private rest area of the A.K.A. school. After settling the accommodation matter, Philip hurriedly took Lynn aside. "Have you thought about how to deal with the divination school's wizards tomorrow?" "Of course." Lynn dragged out his response, "I haven't." Philip was in complete disarray. He had thought Lynn was well prepared, given his calm demeanor, but it turned out he had made no preparations at all. However, before Philip could panic, Lynn spoke again. "If you can help me obtain detailed data on the star charts from the divination school, then I'll be fully prepared." "That's simple. You wait here, I'll be back soon." Philip rushed out. The divination school's wizards had published their research results in previous issues of the Magic Daily, and there should be corresponding records in the library, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Lynn took out a piece of parchment and wrote down Kepler's third law and the law of universal gravitation. To understand the rules of celestial orbit, it would require decades, if not centuries, of continuous observation. He didn't have time for that now, but the divination school's wizards had already done the most complicated work for him. He just needed to verify if their theories were correct. Night fell in the wizard city, Greenrill. Lynn arrived outside Harrow's mansion alone, preparing to meet the renowned legendary wizard. However, when he reached the door, he was surprised to find a crowd of people waiting. Over a dozen wizards were anxiously standing there, each holding an envelope or a manuscript. Before Lynn could ask, the mansion's gates opened, and a female wizard, who appeared to be in her 30s and possessed a three-ringed badge, stepped out. Almost simultaneously, the crowd swarmed the gate. "Teresa, this is 10 years of research that I've put into it, hoping it can help Speaker Harof's research," a tall and slim male wizard begged as he handed over a stack of manuscripts. The other wizards were not to be outdone and hurriedly presented their research findings, hoping to catch Teresa's attention and have their papers placed on top during the report, and some even included a few magic coins or an entire money pouch in their manuscripts. Lynn finally realized that he wasn't the only one trying to get Harof's attention regarding gravity research. There were many others. Chapter 136, Lynn, I bring the 3 laws and a formula. All right, everyone, quiet down. Teresa, with a displeased expression, glared at the chaotic crowd and scolded them. She collected their envelopes and papers, disregarding the coins and pouches discreetly handed to her by the wizards. Then, she turned her attention to Lynn, who also held an envelope. "Miss Teresa, I am Lynn from the Society of Mystical Arts. I have something very important to discuss with Lord Harof," Lynn said with a respectful bow. After a brief pause, he continued, "I've made significant progress in gravitational research and have brought 3 laws regarding celestial motion and a formula in arcane science that could assist Lord Harof." Teresa's eyebrows furrowed at Lynn's words. While the others had submitted their research, Lynn seemed to be pushing for a direct meeting with their esteemed teacher. This was rather audacious. As for his claim of 3 significant laws, Teresa scoffed internally. What were these laws? Laws were the eternal and unchanging magical principles that governed the world. Wizards who established magical laws would be remembered in history and, in some cases, become founders of renowned schools or important doctrines. To claim that he had developed 3 laws concerning celestial motion and wanted to assist the legendary wizard Harof was simply preposterous. Teresa had seen many bold claims from wizards seeking to impress her before, but Lynn seemed the most exaggerated. Her impatience showed on her face as she brusquely said, "Lord Harof is currently engrossed in a vital research project. He doesn't have the time to meet you right now. If your theory is indeed useful, he might consider granting you an audience. The celestial motion theory that Lord Harof previously verified is based on my research. I believe he would be willing to meet me," Lynn persisted, not willing to give up. He was starting to wonder if Teresa hadn't recognized him. Teresa saw through Lynn's thoughts and sneered, saying, "Of course, I know who you are. You're Lynn, the one who shamelessly claimed that wizardry in the wizard's land was already outdated, right? But let me tell you, the free fall law you proposed is something Lord Harof knew about a long time ago. He hasn't published the research findings yet, but he was planning to include it in his upcoming gravity theory. You've just preempted it." What annoyed Teresa more was that Lynn, a wizard from the Sekus Empire, had taunted and questioned the research on magic in the wizard's land. It was like an ignorant rat mocking a sky-dwelling dragon. How could she maintain a pleasant demeanor? "You heard it earlier, everyone here believes their research can help our teacher. Should I allow everyone in?" Teresa said sternly. Almost every day, people gathered at the mansion's gate to submit their research materials in the hope of gaining the legendary wizard's appreciation. If she granted access to one, the rest would follow, and there would be no end to it. Most of these formal wizard research proposals had no real value, they were full of errors or stale ideas that would only waste their teacher's precious time. With that, Teresa took the pile of papers and envelopes and walked away, closing the mansion's gate behind her. Having been turned away, Lynn couldn't help but show a hint of frustration on his face. He had assumed that with the publicity from the Magic Daily, he would have some recognition in the wizard's land. It seemed that his reputation had brought negative attention instead. "Sir, do you know how long it usually takes for Lord Harof to review these letters?" Lynn asked the wizard beside him. "That's hard to say. It might be a few hours, or it could be a few days. It all depends on when Lord Harrow feels interested, the wizard replied, shaking his head. He couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude since Lynn, who had been in the limelight for the past 2 weeks, now found himself rejected just like the rest. Lynn shook his head, realizing he might have been too hasty in aiming for a meeting with the legendary wizard. After all, Lord Harrow was at the pinnacle of the wizard's land and not someone he could easily meet. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Teresa cautiously opened the door to the laboratory, making sure not to make a sound that could disturb Harrow, who was lost in thought. In the center of the laboratory, a massive platform held several small magical orbs, orbiting around a central, larger magical orb. This setup was used to simulate the gravitational influence of celestial bodies. The vast cosmic scene was condensed to a small scale, and Teresa couldn't help but marvel at the genius of the legendary wizard. At that moment, Harrow stood beneath the platform, holding the data he had just calculated, and shouted in frustration, "It's impossible. This can't be how it works. The orbit of the celestial bodies should be a perfect circle, with the center right in the middle." The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. In his mind, gravitational forces resembled ripples on a pond, forming a perfect circular shape. Some aspects of field magic supported this idea. However, the star chart data provided by the prophetic scholars didn't match his model. Something was amiss. Perhaps there was an interference factor he hadn't considered, or maybe the data itself was flawed. Teresa, sitting on the floor, carefully picked up the torn pieces of paper, piecing them back together. In her eyes, each research endeavor of her teacher was a profound exploration of the world and magical laws. Even if they contained errors, the insights within were invaluable. Chapter 137, The Astonished Legendary Wizard Harrow. Harrow contemplated for a while without any results, then sighed and turned to Teresa, asking, "Where's today's research material?" "It's right here, teacher," Teresa respectfully handed over a stack of parchment. Harrow casually took a piece of parchment and began to examine it. Although the various ideas proposed by official wizards were full of flaws, sometimes their wild imaginations sparked a glimmer of inspiration. After all, that's what he was lacking the most right now. Harrow scanned through the pages one by one and soon became impatient. The quality of the theories in this issue was extremely poor, with many having no factual basis, just baseless speculations. It felt like a waste of time. Well, he might as well finish reading them just in case he stumbled upon something insightful. Harrow shook his head in frustration and picked up an exquisitely decorated envelope left on the table. "Next time, tell them to bring plain parchment, there's no need for all these unnecessary embellishments," Harrow grumbled. "Yes, teacher, I'll remind them," Teresa nodded in agreement, increasingly disliking the male witch, Lynn, from the wizard lands, who had delivered this letter. Harrow opened the envelope, and his whole demeanor froze. The envelope contained not research papers filled with magical theories but an invitation. "To the esteemed legendary wizard Mr. Harrow. We have heard that you are researching the laws of celestial movements, dedicating yourself to unravel the secrets of gravity, space, and time. We hereby invite you to join the Society of Mystical Arts to explore the mysteries of the cosmic truth." Harrow furrowed his brows, realizing that this invitation from an academic research organization was something he rejected numerous times each month. Now it was mixed in with his research materials. "I'm sorry, teacher, that was my mistake. I should have reviewed it first," Teresa replied in a fluster, as this was her responsibility. However, she had brought it in without checking, causing the delay. The Society of Mystical Arts. Harrow did not immediately discard the letter because he vaguely remembered hearing that name somewhere. Who brought this letter? It was a wizard named Lynn, the one from the Misty Sea who proposed the theory of planetary motion, Teresa said, her voice filled with resentment. That arrogant fellow even claimed to have brought 3 laws and a formula that could solve the problems you're facing. What are those laws and the formula? Harrow inquired further. Since this wizard organization could understand and propose the theory of planets and the law of free fall, it meant they might have something valuable to offer. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Teresa hesitated for a moment, unable to find the words. Fortunately, Harov quickly found the formulas and laws written on the back of the invitation. First law: the orbits of all planets around stars are elliptical, with the star located at one of the foci of the ellipse, Harov muttered thoughtfully as he read the first line. Indeed, in his research on celestial motion, he had also observed this phenomenon. However, the problem was why it happened. According to his calculations, the gravitational field should form a perfect circle, with the star at the center. This had been one of the issues that had been troubling him. He quickly read the next two laws, which were entirely new and unfamiliar to him. Feu novo. Second law: for any planet, the area swept out by the line connecting it and the star is directly proportional to the time it takes to sweep that area. The planet's speed at closest approach remains constant. Third law: the ratio of the cube of the semi-major axis of an orbit to the square of the orbital period is the same for all celestial bodies in orbit. Harov's expression immediately turned serious. These were two brand new laws and principles that he hadn't discovered yet. Quick, bring me paper and a pen, I need to verify this, Harov exclaimed loudly. Could it be that these so-called laws were really useful for him? Teresa was taken aback and quickly brought paper and a pen. However, Harov was too impatient to wait and began scribbling in the air with magic, then compared the data with the star maps. Teresa was in awe and couldn't even breathe as she waited patiently for several hours, unable to leave her spot. When it was already bright outside, Harov finally stopped and muttered to himself, "It matches perfectly, it really does." Harov felt like he was closer to the truth than ever before. With that in mind, he looked at the end of the invitation, where there was a short formula. F equals GMM/R2. But he had no idea what these mathematical symbols meant. What did F represent, and what was G? Harov was clueless about these mathematical notations from another world and could only guess based on his recent study. He had a feeling that what he had been seeking was hidden within this short formula. Where is this Lynn now? Where can I find him? Harov suddenly remembered the person who sent the letter and urgently asked, as Lynn was the one who likely understood the meaning of this formula. Teacher, because it was so late yesterday, the wizard named Lynn has already left. As for now, he's probably attending a seminar, Teresa replied hesitantly, not daring to mention that she had intentionally kept him out. I'll go get him right away. Teresa hurriedly decided to fetch Lynn. She had a clear understanding of her own abilities as an ordinary third-tier wizard. Initially, she had gained Harov's appreciation by providing him with some inspiration through an academic paper. If the legendary wizard found out about such a significant oversight, her current position might not be secure. No need, it's too slow. I'll go myself. Harov's thoughts raced, and he quickly gathered his scattered research notes, summoning them into his hand with magic. Then, he flew out of the wide-open window. Chapter 138, The Morning Star, Silver Moon, and Solar Halo. Lynn, Professor, where were you last night? I was hoping to discuss today's agenda with you, but I waited for over an hour, and you didn't show up, Philip complained, standing in front of the hall of the Greenhall City's Magical Research Society. He had worked tirelessly yesterday afternoon and evening to help Lynn win this debate. I went to see Lord Harov to verify a theory, Lynn replied. And then? Did you meet him? Philip asked curiously. No, I didn't. In fact, I was stopped at the door, Lynn replied casually. That's normal. Even Master Hurlram would require an appointment to meet that legendary wizard when he's available, Philip laughed. Harov was known for his obsession with research, and Lynn's impromptu visit was quite audacious. Lynn shrugged, not too concerned about this setback. He turned to Johnny and the others, asking if they had everything ready as needed. Once they confirmed, they entered the hall of the Magical Research Society together. The hall was beautifully decorated and spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people. Rows of red chairs were arranged in a tiered fashion, ensuring that even the wizards at the back could see the debate clearly. Philip led Lynn and the others to a table belonging to the A.K.A. school. However, this time, they were assigned seats further back. Philip knew that this was due to the impact of Master Hurlrum's death. The A.K.A. school was no longer a magical faction with great wizards. After Lynn and Philip took their seats, the conference began quickly. Raphael and August were among the moderators. The first to take the stage was a tall male wizard, a shaper from the Sky and Swift Wind School. After signaling to a few senior wizards, he turned to the audience and began his presentation. Dear colleagues, I am Yasis, a shaper from the Sky and Swift Wind School. I will demonstrate a new flight magic for you. As he spoke, the wizard turned around and, amidst the excited exclamations of the ladies, removed his shirt, revealing his well-built back. A wave of magic radiated from his body, and his back muscles began to transform and extend, forming enormous wings nearly 3 meters long. However, unlike birds, Yasis' wings were featherless, resembling a thin, wide membrane. These wings were inspired by the wings of bats. They are incredibly light and don't put much strain on the body. They can become quite large and support the entire body's weight. Yasis explained a few more details before vigorously flapping his wings and taking off. He flew around the hall, causing a series of gasps and cheers. Very clever shape-shifting magic, and the transformation is excellent. However, this kind of flight is too slow and energy-consuming, Philip commented from the audience. He didn't think highly of this magic. Lynn nodded in agreement. Firstly, the human body was not lightweight, and flying by flapping wings required a considerable amount of physical effort. Secondly, this magic required a high level of shape-shifting expertise. Wizards who were truly proficient in shape-shifting magic could transform into creatures like the Morguldan falcons for flying, rather than just growing a pair of wings. As expected, after Yasis explained the details of the magic, several senior wizards gave low ratings, ultimately categorizing it as an obscure third-tier shape-shifting magic. Yasis descended the stage with a sigh. He knew he had no chance of winning the Morning Star Medal. Over the next hour, more than 10 wizards from various schools took the stage to present their novel theories or new magical creations. In the end, only one wizard, an alchemist who used a potion to rapidly replenish a wizard's energy, gained recognition from many senior wizards and was nominated for the Morning Star Medal. During the break, Philip explained the 3 major awards in the world of wizards, the Morning Star, Silver Moon, and Solar Halo medals. The Morning Star Medal was awarded to wizards who had made new discoveries, improvements in magic, or alchemical arrays. Not every type of magic qualified. For example, the improved magic demonstrated by Yasis earlier was too limited in its application and didn't even qualify for a nomination. The Silver Moon Medal had stricter criteria, only awarded to wizards who made outstanding contributions in a specific field of magic. Even Adra, the great wizard who created the fire elemental theory 20 years ago, hadn't received a Silver Moon Medal because the theory had yet to be fully validated. As for the Solar Halo Medal, it was the highest academic honor in the wizarding world. Only a handful of great wizards who established mainstream disciplines and profoundly impacted the magical theories of the wizarding world could receive a nomination. If you can prove your planet theory during the debate and correct the star maps of the astrology school, you might be able to get a Silver Moon Medal, Philip said, excited and hopeful. Lynn didn't care much about awards. Instead, he turned his attention to the seats not far from the A.K.A. school, where the astrology school had gathered. A group of male and female wizards stood up and walked towards the podium. The leader, clad in a grey robe, had a slightly emaciated face with sunken eye sockets, appearing as if they hadn't slept for several nights. However, their spirit was exceptionally high as they addressed the audience. Esteemed masters, gentlemen, and ladies, I am Yulin from the astrology school. Today, I'm not here to present new astronomical research, but I have some questions that I hope Mr. Lynn, from beyond the wizarding world, can help us clarify. Yulin's words weren't particularly sharp, but their tone carried a hint of provocation that anyone could detect. The wizards in the audience turned their gaze towards Lynn, wearing expressions of curiosity and amusement. They had guessed that the astrology school would openly challenge Lynn's planet theory during this conference, but they had no idea how Lynn would respond. Chapter 139, Evidence of Planetary Rotation, I certainly have it. Amidst the countless gazes in the assembly, Lynn confidently stood up and walked towards the stage. Professor, he should be able to handle it, right? Ilk murmured, looking concerned as the wizards from the School of Prophecy, appearing numerous and domineering, seemed intent on pressuring others. Philip also had some concerns. He had initially wanted to accompany Lynn, but Lynn had gestured for him to stay back. Yulin couldn't contain his impatience upon seeing Lynn ascend the stage. Mr. Lynn, I've read your theories. According to your theory, all celestial bodies, including the land beneath our feet, revolve around the sun, correct? More precisely, it's the planets within this star system that revolve around the sun, Lynn corrected Yulin's statement. Yulin didn't pay much attention to this distinction but rather expressed his regret, but I've noticed you seem to have overlooked a critical issue. What issue? Lynn asked, puzzled. Since you mentioned in the Magic Daily that the time it takes for our land to revolve around the sun is 360 days, precisely 1 year, how do you explain the phenomenon of day and night? It can't be that we only experience 1 day and night in a whole year, can it? Yulin questioned. According to the theory of prophecy, the sun's rotation around the land caused the cycle of day and night due to its gravitational pull. Lynn found this quite amusing and explained, it's quite simple. That's because our planet, in addition to orbiting the star, is continually rotating. This is what creates the alternating day and night that we observe. Lynn extended his hand, conjuring 2 different-sized water spheres in the air. The smaller one rotated around the larger one while spinning, symbolizing 1 complete cycle of day and night. Rotation. Yulin was momentarily surprised by Lynn's unexpected explanation, but he soon chuckled. I must say, your theory is intriguing. However, if, as you say, our land is in constant motion, rotating around the sun and even moving with it, then why aren't we flung away? Yulin's tone grew more intense, resonating throughout the hall. The wizards present were now engaged in heated discussions, and even those who had initially supported the idea of a rotating planet began to waver in the face of this sharp questioning. After all, Yulin's argument was easy to imagine. For instance, placing a grain of rice on a sphere and rapidly spinning its grain of rice would inevitably be thrown off. Furthermore, their land was enormous, and any movement it made would generate tremendous forces. Even if they were lucky enough not to be thrown off, they would undoubtedly sense the movement. Philip was anxiously fidgeting, resembling an ant on a hot pan. It was as if the person targeted on stage was himself. Lynn's expression remained unchanged as he asked with a sly smile, have you ever ridden in a carriage, Mr. Yulin? Why are you asking about that? Yulin hesitated. Lynn didn't answer but turned to the wizards in the seminar. I believe you all have also noticed that, during carriage rides, we only clearly feel our bodies swaying back and forth at the beginning and end of the journey. At other times, we mainly feel the bumps caused by the uneven road. That's because, while traveling, we are inside the carriage, moving along with it due to friction. Of course, because the carriage's speed varies, it's not very intuitive. Lynn explained. He then turned to a few senior wizards. I think this is something that Master Raphael and Master Auguste, who have ridden airships, might have a better understanding of. All eyes in the room immediately turned to Raphael and Auguste. After a brief contemplation, they both nodded in agreement. Unlike carriages, airships floated completely, and with the wind-blocking magic formation applied, their travel was incredibly smooth. They hardly felt any movement. It's the same for this planet. Lynn continued. As the free-fall experiment showed earlier, the resistance we feel is based on the elements. Under the influence of gravity, all elements and matter change position along with the planet's rotation. That's why we don't perceive our own movement. If one day it suddenly stops rotating, we'd probably all be thrown off. Lynn said in a teasing manner. Nonsense. Beside Yuland, a red-haired witch loudly rebuked, interrupting Lynn. Lord Harof has been to the top of the world. If our land were truly rotating, then over such a long time, Lord Harof would have long since been carried away by the land's rotation to another place. The gravitational influence extends far and wide, madam, much more than you can imagine. Even if we were to ascend tens of thousands of meters into the sky, we still wouldn't escape its control, Lynn stated casually, then looked at everyone, speaking loudly. Just as we cannot perceive that the planet beneath our feet is round, the planet's rotation speed is quite slow relative to its massive size. We, minuscule as dust, are like ants burrowing in a hill. To it, this hill is the entire world. The discussions in the hall grew increasingly intense. Some people were very receptive to Lynn's theory, as it provided a plausible explanation for the cycle of day and night. However, many still held deep reservations. According to Lynn, they don't perceive their own motion because they move with the planet. It was just too absurd. Not at all magical. Where's the evidence? What do you have to prove that our land is rotating? All of this is mere conjecture on your part. Yuland scoffed sharply. According to your theory, when we sleep at night, we're also hurtling along with this land. Then, when you're in a carriage, do you move by yourself? Lynn asked with a smile. Of course. Yuland hesitated for a moment. He had wanted to say that he didn't move, but upon careful consideration, he realized that he did indeed move with the carriage. This conflicting sensation left Yuland, who didn't know what a reference frame was, perplexed. In the end, he could only conclude that he didn't move and that the carriage carried him. However, this conclusion inadvertently supported Lynn's theory of planetary rotation. Yuland wrestled with this for a while before finally remaining silent. As for evidence of planetary rotation, I certainly have it. Lynn paid no mind to Yuland's inner turmoil and turned to the members of the Iida school, saying, Johnny, Ilk, and Pierce, bring everything you've prepared. Chapter 140, Lynn's Pendulum Experiment. It's finally time for us to make our appearance. After watching for a while, Ilk and the others were already brimming with excitement. After receiving Lynn's approval, they immediately ran up to the platform with a large box in their arms. Yuland, feeling a bit uneasy, approached to take a look. The large box contained various peculiar items, with the most prominent being a massive iron ball embedded with a protruding spike at the bottom. Masters, please allow me to use magic to make some adjustments here so that the experiment's effects can be more visual, Lynn said. If you think it'll be helpful, Raphael nodded in agreement. Lynn immediately cast fossil to mud and turned the large stone bricks beneath into fine sand. Then, he had Johnny and the others assemble the stone slabs from the box, creating a giant disc on the platform's outer edge. The edges of the disc had precisely marked 360 divisions, each with a wooden stick placed in front of it. Finally, Lynn asked the wizard who had developed flight magic earlier to suspend the iron ball from the ceiling of the conference hall using a steel wire. Due to the need for magic demonstrations, the conference hall was not only spacious but also tall, with the ceiling standing 60 meters above the ground. The 30-kilogram iron ball was suspended just a little over 10 centimeters above the sand by a thin steel wire. The protruding spike at the bottom was already buried in the sand. What are you planning to do? Yuland was completely perplexed, unable to comprehend Lynn's actions. The other wizards in the audience wore similarly puzzled expressions. I'm conducting an experiment. Lynn waved his hand, asking Ilk and the others to stand aside and then asked, Mr. Yuland, what do you think will happen if we push this iron ball with force? The iron ball will be pushed forward and then swing back and forth in a straight line. Do I need to explain that? Yuland responded impatiently. I don't think so, Lynn shook his head, because you've overlooked a crucial factor, which is that our continent is rotating. The resulting Coriolis force will affect the swing of the pendulum. So, when the pendulum swings, it will continually change direction and revolve around this disk. Absurd. Yuland couldn't believe in something like the Coriolis force caused by the rotation of the planet. It was completely preposterous. With these thoughts in mind, Yuland kept a close watch, fearing that Lynn might pull off some tricks during the experiment. Lynn didn't even use magic this time. Instead, after positioning the iron ball at the 0-degree mark on the sand disk, he let go, allowing the iron ball to swing freely under gravity. The nearly 60-meter-long steel wire remained taut due to the weight of the iron ball. Under the influence of gravity, it produced a slight whistling sound as it struck the wooden stick representing 180 degrees on the opposite side. Just as Yuland had said, the iron ball's path was indeed a straight line. The eyes of all the wizards in the room were fixed on the pendulum. Due to the length of the steel wire that held the iron ball, the swing was not very fast, but it was extremely regular and did not deviate as Lynn had predicted. Yuland waited for a while, but there was no change. He immediately looked at Lynn and taunted, "Where is the pendulum's rotation around the disk that you mentioned? I didn't see it." "You're too impatient, and your observation isn't careful enough, that's why you couldn't see it," Lynn sighed. Yuland was very irritated. He wasn't blind, and he could surely tell whether or not this thing was rotating. At that moment, a cry of astonishment suddenly came from someone. "It's deviating. The trajectory is actually deviating." Several grand wizards even stood up from their seats, closely watching the sand disk below the pendulum. Where was it deviating? Yuland followed everyone's gaze and realized that the fine needle at the bottom of the iron ball didn't leave a completely straight line on the sand disk. There was a slight deviation with each swing. However, this deviation was incredibly small and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It could only be discerned by examining the traces left in the sand as the pendulum swung. Thud. Accompanied by a slight dull sound, the wooden stick representing 1 degree was knocked over, and the pendulum then knocked down the wooden stick representing 181 degrees. Both the imprints left on the sand and the fallen wooden sticks undeniably proved that the pendulum was slowly moving, and it wasn't swinging aimlessly. It was consistently deviating to the left. Wind. The wind must have blown it. A divination wizard exclaimed loudly. Yuland immediately thought of this, but before he could speak, Philip sarcastically said, "This is indoors. Where could the wind come from? Even without strong winds, air is always in motion, and even the slightest influence matters." Yuland argued, neck stiff. In any case, he absolutely refused to believe in something as non-magical as the rotation of the planet. "Masters, since Mr. Yuland has doubts, please turn this area into a vacuum," Lynn suggested with a smile. This time, August stepped in. He was also very curious about this intriguing pendulum deviation phenomenon. Following Lynn's request, he removed all elements from the entire disk, creating a vacuum in the area without affecting the pendulum's movement. Yuland held his breath, staring at the disk, eager to see if the iron ball's trajectory would change in the absence of air. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, the pendulum continued to deviate to the left, with the same degree of deviation as before. The wooden sticks representing 1 degree and 182 degrees also fell over one by one. "Now, there's definitely no wind, right?" Philip said mockingly. Yuland's face turned red and blue. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. There was no magic, no wind interference, so where did the force that caused the pendulum to deviate come from? Could it be that the so-called Coriolis force really existed? As time passed, more and more wooden sticks fell. In the conference hall, the wizards who were originally sitting in their seats had all crowded around the platform, eager to observe this mysterious experiment up close. "This is unbelievable. Our continent is moving, it's really moving. A witch screamed loudly. It's incredible, a miracle in the history of magic. We really live on a constantly rotating planet. Raphael exclaimed, deeply moved. Chapter 141, Raphael, my mind is trembling. Amid the gaze of thousands of eyes, the swinging iron ball slowly knocked down the wooden bar representing 15 degrees. The traces carved into the sand table by the swinging hammer looked like delicate petals, exuding an extreme sense of beauty. These are the lines representing the truth of magic. Lynn pointed at the sand table, looking at Yuland, and said teasingly. I think it's quite clear, isn't it, Mr. Yuland? This is the evidence you were looking for. The planet's rotation has an impact, but this force must be amplified through the swinging pendulum to be visually demonstrated before us. Yuland sat pale and dumbfounded on the ground, gazing at the iron ball that continued to swing without saying a word. Beside him, a prophet witch was hysterically shouting, "This can't be, it can't be. You must have used magic on the pendulum." Upon hearing this, several prominent wizards on the scene frowned, their expressions displeased. With or without magical fluctuations, couldn't they sense them? Lynn shook his head as he looked at the prophet witches who were still unwilling to accept the facts and said, "The materials I used aren't difficult to obtain, are they? Anyone can perfectly replicate this experiment under the same conditions. The truth is right there, unaltered by anyone's will. The world experiences day and night changes because of the planet's rotation, and the changing seasons are related to the movement of the sun's zenith." Lynn extended his hand, using a few water spheres to simulate the orbits of celestial bodies, providing a unique astronomy lesson to everyone in the simplest terms. The wizards in the room listened in fascination, as no theory had ever explained the changes of day and night and the seasons with the movement of the stars so clearly. The mysterious veil of the world seemed to be suddenly lifted from one corner, revealing only a tip of the iceberg, yet it was enough to make people's minds tremble. Until Lynn's voice fell, the hall of the symposium remained eerily silent. Everyone was immersed in contemplation of the planetary motion laws. The wordless silence lasted for several minutes, and as more and more people woke up, the hall of the symposium was filled with thunderous applause. Some even took off their hats and bowed to Lynn. Others shouted in excitement. "It's truly a fantastic and irrefutable theory." August also applauded and praised. The intricate and regular celestial diagrams presented by Lynn made Raphael's mind tremble. Countless inspirations surged into his mind. If the symposium hadn't been over yet, he would have eagerly turned his insights into sculpture. "I knew you could do it, Professor Lynn." Philip walked up and hugged Lynn, already seeing the silver crescent medal beckoning to them. Lydia, Ilk, and others looked at Lynn with admiration and longing in their eyes, while Pierce daydreamed about the day he could present his own magical theory to the audience, just like Professor Lynn, and receive thunderous applause. But soon their excitement was shattered because Lynn quickly said, "Lydia, Johnny, Ilk, and Pierce, why don't you record the pendulum's movement patterns and the time recorded at each scale? You should also be clear about the length of the steel wire, the weight of the pendulum, and its circumference. Draw its motion curve and calculate the data. That's your homework for today." Hey! Pierce, who had been immersed in fantasy, was immediately brought back to reality, and his face instantly drooped. Why was there still homework when they had come all the way to Green Riel? "Did you all take notes?" Ilk quickly looked at the two witches beside her. Lydia shook her head, too busy staring at the pendulum's trajectory, feeling a bit dizzy. "I've already recorded it. The length of the steel wire is 60 meters, the weight of the pendulum is 30 kilograms, and the time it takes to deflect one scale is 5 minutes and 3 seconds, and the swinging period is..." Johnny blurted out the data he had recorded. Ilk and the others looked at Johnny, touched and almost on the verge of tears. "You're our savior." Compared to Lynn, who had become the absolute focus of the audience, the prophet's witches all had a deathly expression. They had spent over 100 years observing the laws of celestial motion and had expended countless efforts to depict a perfect star map. Now someone was telling them that this star map was wrong, and all their efforts were in vain. They weren't even standing on a continent, they were on a rotating sphere. Under such a massive blow, the prophet witches were almost on the verge of collapse, and for a moment, it seemed as if the whole world was about to collapse. Cheer up, we haven't lost yet. This pendulum experiment only proves that there is a unique force affecting the pendulum's motion. A prophet witch stood up, speaking with determination. But besides the Coriolis force, what else can affect the pendulum's motion? Yolande was almost desperate. After all, the massive pendulum was right there, and Lynn hadn't applied any magic to it. Have you all forgotten? Lord Harov is currently studying a theory of gravity, using the star data we provided. If there's a force that can influence it, I guess it must be gravity. The witch said loudly. Upon hearing this, Yolande and the other prophet witches immediately regained some confidence. Yes, if their research was wrong, how could the legendary wizard Lord Harov discover the mysteries of gravity from these stellar data? Could it be that even the legendary wizard couldn't see these errors? Yolande knew that Lord Harov's research had reached a critical moment, a moment that could change the entire magical theory of the wizarding world. After all, this involved the mysteries of spatial and temporal magic. Just as Yolande and the others were pondering, the Magic Symposium's doors suddenly burst open. No, it's not quite right to say they were burst open. To ensure that the symposium proceeded undisturbed, the doors had been locked. But now, with a loud bang, the doors on both sides fell to the ground. Chapter 142, It seems you're no longer fit to host the next seminar. The sudden and intense knocking on the door immediately drew the attention of all the wizards at the conference. Raphael was infuriated. Who was so audacious as to barge into the conference in such a rude manner? Could it be those doomsday cult wizards again, trying to disrupt this academic seminar? Raphael glared at the door, ready to confront the intruder, but what he saw surprised him greatly. The one who had entered was a disheveled male wizard, the legendary mage, Harov. Raphael's anger dissipated instantly. This was not someone he could reprimand. The divination school wizards, like they had found their savior, crowded around Harov. One female wizard even shouted excitedly, "Lord Harov, that mage from beyond the wizard's land, Lynn, just questioned the star chart data we spent over 100 years researching. This is a direct challenge to your theory of gravity." However, Harov was too impatient to listen to what they were saying. He shouted, "Where is he? Where's Lynn?" "He's up on the platform," the young male wizard with brown hair. The female wizard said loudly. Harov grabbed the blocking female wizard and pulled her aside. The other wizards who had gathered in front of the platform also quickly stepped back. Seeing Harov urgently looking for Lynn, with the divination school wizards following closely behind, the expressions of the prominent wizards on the stage grew uneasy. Could this legendary wizard really be causing trouble? Raphael was the first to step forward, blocking Harov with a gentle tone. He said, "Lord Harov, Mr. Lynn has just presented a highly important new theory that concerns the entire Wizard's Land theoretical system. We are considering nominating him for the Silver Moon Medal." Raphael didn't directly object but mentioned the Silver Moon Medal, a significant matter that would surely draw the attention of the other council members. He advised Harov to be cautious. Even if there were disagreements, they could be resolved through words. Silver Moon. Harov hesitated for a moment. He hadn't been present during the previous session, and he initially thought Lynn was expounding the law of universal gravitation. He looked at the other prominent wizards with a slightly dissatisfied expression. The law of universal gravitation would become the foundation for all future spatial magic. This was undoubtedly a remarkable event in the history of magic. And they were suggesting a mere Silver Moon Medal? They didn't even consider the possibility of awarding the Sun Crown Medal. Raphael and the others seemed oblivious to this, and he seriously doubted their suitability to host the next seminar. "Submit a nomination for the Sun Crown Medal to the Council directly, in my name," Harov declared without hesitation. What? Raphael and the others almost questioned if they had misheard. The divination school wizards, who had just been hopeful moments ago, were left in shock. What on earth was going on? Wasn't Lord Harrowf supposed to vindicate their divination school? Why was he suddenly proposing to award the Sun Crown Medal to Lynn? Did something go wrong somewhere? Even Philip found it hard to believe. Even if Lynn had described the motion of the stars, wasn't it too excessive to grant the highest academic honor right away? Directly awarding the Sun Crown Medal? That was a bit too much. In the past few centuries, only 3 individuals in the entire Wizard's Land had received such an honor, and all of them were legendary mages. After this casual statement, Harrowf looked at Lynn, the only young wizard with brown hair on the platform. Anxiously, he inquired, "Tell me quickly, what does the formula on the invitation mean? What is M, and what is G?" Lynn had guessed that Harrowf must have read his letter, so he wasn't surprised by Harrowf's sudden question. He replied confidently, "The 2 ms in the formula represent the masses of 2 objects. G is the gravitational constant, and R represents the distance between the 2 objects. In simpler terms, it's the gravitational constant multiplied by the product of the masses of 2 objects, divided by the square of the distance between them," Lynn explained concisely. "Is it that simple?" Harrowf murmured to himself. He had been researching gravity for over a decade, sifting through vast amounts of data. Now, the answer was being summarized in a single sentence in a formula by someone else. Complexity lies in the derivation process. "Many truths are often simple, clear, and understandable," Lynn replied casually. "Very well said. The truth should be simple, something everyone can understand." Harrowf agreed enthusiastically. "Lord Harrowf, what are you discussing with that formula? Is it related to gravity?" Raphael, who had been listening for a while, couldn't help but interrupt. The other wizards in the room were also waiting for Harrowf's response. They had a feeling that Harrowf's intention to award Lynn the Sun Crown Medal was not merely due to his depiction of the starry scene. "Yes, I've been studying the laws of stellar motion for over a decade to explore the mysteries of gravity. But I didn't expect someone else to provide the answer before me," Harrowf said, feeling somewhat emotional. Harrowf's research on gravity in Greenvale City was not a secret, and many people were eagerly waiting for this legendary wizard to construct a magical model of a gravitational field. It was one of the most exciting and anticipated developments in recent years. Once successful, it could greatly reduce the requirements for using this type of magic and might even lead to the development of more powerful spatial magic, creating another mainstream magical discipline. Harrowf was now asking Lynn for advice on gravitational matters, leaving everyone in the room puzzled. Could it be that a third-tier wizard had a deeper understanding of gravity than the legendary Harrowf? A sense of absurdity filled everyone's hearts. Harrowf didn't mind this. After pondering for a moment, he asked another crucial question: "What is the value of the gravitational constant?" "I'm sorry, Lord Harrowf, but I don't know," Lynn replied, shaking his head candidly. If it were Earth's data, he could have readily provided an answer, given the extensive information available in his intellect. However, when it came to this alien world, he couldn't be absolutely certain. He had estimated that the gravitational constant should be very close to Earth's value, based on his calculation from the weight of a 1-kilogram iron ball. Still, he didn't want to make rash statements without rigorous experimentation. Lynn's response was unexpected for Harrowf, leaving the other wizards in the room baffled. "You have the formula and speak so confidently, yet when asked for the data, you claim to know nothing? Did you make it up?" Chapter 143, Lynn, my apprentice can calculate the circumference of a planet. Seeing Lynn's silence in response to Harrowf's question, he could only use the excuse that he didn't know. The initially lifeless diviners from the Prophecy Guild suddenly became lively again. Yulin seemed to have found a breakthrough and questioned. "Mr. Lynn, if I'm not mistaken, you're not a Grand Wizard yet, so you can't use force field magic, right?" Yulin's question was lethal, and it immediately raised a significant issue for many wizards who supported Lynn. Since he wasn't a grand wizard and couldn't even use force field magic, how did he discover this gravitational formula? The universal gravitational formula is based on the 3 celestial laws proposed by the legendary wizard Kepler, and I calculated it using magical mathematics, Lynn replied calmly and reiterated the 3 laws. Last night, he had confirmed that the universal gravitational law still applied in this parallel world using this method. So when facing Yulin's questioning, he remained composed. Calculated? How did you calculate it? Another diviner from the Prophecy Guild immediately spoke up. According to your statement, to calculate the universal gravitational force, we need to know the so-called gravitational constant, the distance between 2 celestial bodies, and their masses. A celestial body is incredibly massive, larger than the biggest mountain in the wizard's land by millions of times. The distance between them is unimaginably vast. How can we measure that? Are we going to use a ruler, or maybe weigh the continent under our feet? If that's the case, what should we put on the other end of the scale? Another celestial body. The diviner laughed. Inside the discussion hall, over 1,000 wizards engaged in heated debates. Lynn's presentation of the celestial movements had been too perfect, and many still wanted to believe in the gravitational formula he proposed. But no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out how to determine the weight and distance of these celestial bodies. Raphael looked at Lynn and sighed. He suspected that this universal gravitational formula might be nothing more than an unverified theoretical concept. Originally, this wouldn't have been a problem because there were plenty of unverified theoretical concepts. However, it had caught the attention of Lord Harrowf and had even reached the point where he was considering awarding the Corona Medal. If this theory turned out to be incorrect, Lynn's reputation would suffer a heavy blow. Yulin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had every reason to believe that Lynn's so-called universal gravitational formula was nothing but a fabrication. Lynn looked at them with a compassionate expression, as if he were looking at fools. Don't think of this process as too difficult, ladies and gentlemen. With some basic magical knowledge, even my apprentices could calculate the mass of a celestial body and the distance between them. Lynn spoke calmly, but in the eyes of the diviners from the Prophecy Guild, it seemed like he was just blowing hot air. If he claimed he could do it himself, they might believe him to some extent. But if he said that even a wizard apprentice could calculate the data of celestial bodies, it was simply outrageous. The gaze of over 1,000 wizards immediately turned to Johnny, Lydia, Ilk, and Pierce. I can't do it. I can't calculate it. Ilk was on the verge of tears. He had long realized that Professor Lynn might have been holding some unrealistic fantasies about their abilities. They really weren't that extraordinary. Those celestial bodies were so massive, and their distances were so vast. How could they possibly calculate them? Lynn, seemingly oblivious to the resentful glares of Ilk and the others, continued, "Don't make this process seem too difficult, ladies and gentlemen. You only need to find a reference point in the vast universe. The best reference point is our planet beneath our feet. If you know its data, everything becomes easier." Yulin sneered and eagerly awaited to see how Lynn would calculate the various data of this continent. Lynn looked at Ilk and the others, then suddenly asked, "If I want to know the circumference of a circle, what method should I use?" "You can use the diameter multiplied by pi, Professor." Lydia shouted loudly, remembering this very clearly. "What if you don't know the data for the diameter?" Lynn asked again. Lydia's face immediately froze, and Ilk and Pierce thought hard. Eventually, Johnny pointed to the sand table on the platform and responded. "A circle has 360 degrees, with each degree being equal. So, I can measure the length of each degree segment to determine its circumference." "Well said, Johnny. Your magical mathematics has been excellent," Lynn smiled and continued, "Our planet beneath our feet is also a circle. So, as long as we use the same method, can't we calculate it?" Once this statement was made, the wizards in the hall couldn't help but pause for a moment, as if it made sense. Our planet beneath our feet is incredibly massive. How can we determine the angles and distances? Harrow furrowed his brow. He had flown to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters, using magical vision to barely see a slight curve. It was impossible to artificially divide it into equal degrees like the sand table under their feet. Lynn didn't answer directly and walked to the sand table, asking, "Have you heard that every year in mid-July, under the noon sun, the shadow of the daybreak tower overlaps with the tower itself? Is that true?" "That's correct." Raphael nodded beside him. "Then I believe you haven't forgotten what I mentioned when explaining the changing seasons, the zenith of the sun. In mid-July, at noon, we are right at the zenith of the sun. We'll take that as our 0-degree point." Lynn walked to the sand table and took a wooden stick, placing it at the point representing 0 degrees. Then, he put down another wooden stick a bit farther away. "Next, we only need to erect a tall column as far away from the daybreak tower as possible and measure the lengths of the column and its shadow. Can't we calculate the angle to the center of the Earth? Using the tall column as the reference point, with sunlight as the ruler, genius." It was a brilliant idea. Harrow was excited, as the column would be like a straight line on the circular arc, and the shadow would be the other side of a right triangle. This was a straightforward problem of calculating the angle of the top point. Raphael and the others stared at the 2 wooden sticks on the sand table and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Who would have thought it could be done this way? Chapter 144, Storming the Sika's Empire and Overturning the Church? Ladek, now that you've calculated the data of this planet beneath our feet, it should be quite easy, right? Lynn looked at the group of wizard apprentices, smiling as she inquired. Ladek and the others nodded enthusiastically. They now understood that when the professor gave that first lesson, he wasn't just boasting. Numerology could indeed calculate almost anything. Once they knew the planet's circumference, it would be a piece of cake to calculate the radius, area, and even the volume. Inside the seminar, the wizards couldn't contain their excitement. There were only 10 days left until mid-July. In other words, in 10 days, this continent beneath their feet, or rather, the entire planet, would be revealed to them. "I can't believe how your mind works, figuring out such a unique method," Raphael marveled. Before Lynn's arrival, while the wizard lands lacked a structured mathematical system, most wizards had a basic understanding of geometric calculations. However, they had never thought that such a simple method could be used to calculate the planet's circumference. This was true genius. Facing the praises from the others, Lynn remained calm. After all, this method wasn't something she had come up with on her own. She had taken the idea from the father of geography in a past life, Eratosthenes, and made some adjustments based on the wizard land's circumstances. In her previous life, while researching historical records, Lynn had been amazed by Eratosthenes' genius-like thinking. He used fundamental methods to solve the most complex problems. "Are there any specific requirements for where to place this pillar?" Harrow couldn't wait to verify this hypothesis. If there were still 10 days left until mid-July, he would act right away. The ground should be as flat as possible, and the distance from Green Rill should be at least 500 kilometers. For more accurate data, it's best if it's over 1,000 kilometers. Our continent is massive, and one scale could be tens or even hundreds of kilometers. So, the farther, the better. The pillar should also be as high as possible for a clear shadow. Lynn pondered. So far Harrow's brows furrowed. In this way, it seemed impossible to verify within the wizard lands. "There's a suitable place I've heard of. It's a tower that's several hundred meters high, located outside the Misty Sea. It could serve as the pillar." Suddenly, August suggested. The wizards present were surprised, wondering where August was referring to. On the side, Philip suddenly looked as if he had remembered something and exclaimed, "Master August, are you talking about the Sky Dome Tower in the Holy City?" Although Philip had never been to the Sika's empire, he had heard sailors from Hurlram and others mention some interesting things about the Misty Sea, including the Sky Dome Tower. It was rumored to be the manifestation place of the Creator of life, the Lord of Stars, and the Goddess of the Moon, a lot holy land in the hearts of all believers. Regarding this so-called God, Philip naturally scoffed, but he was aware of the power of the Church. If they went to the holy city to measure the length of the Sky Dome Tower, they would be risking their lives. They would probably be unable to even enter the gates and would be burned at the stake. But rational people like Philip were in the minority. Many young wizards were even clamoring to go straight to the holy city. In their eyes, the wizard lands were no longer the refuge for the exiled wizards it used to be. After hundreds of years of development, they had created countless new spells and established a system for wizard advancement and magical theories, making them incredibly powerful. Lynn's portrayal of the celestial vision had made the wizards realize how vast the world truly was and how they were trapped within their little wizard lands. However, Harov quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "We only have 10 days, and even if we set off now, we might not make it to the Sky Dome Tower in time. Moreover, there's no need to make it so complicated. We can simply create an ice island at sea using magic and erect an ice pillar on it. This way, the data we calculate will be the most accurate." The side of the wizard lands facing the Sika's empire was the Misty Sea, but that didn't mean the entire island was enveloped in mist. In fact, the sea beyond was navigable. The only issue was that the sea was vast. Once, a great wizard had wanted to explore the other side of the sea and ended up flying for a month, only to find some uninhabited islands and ferocious sea creatures. He had almost lost his way back. Under Harov's decision, the discussion didn't escalate to the point of storming the Sika's empire and overthrowing the church, despite the opinions of some wizards who believed that Harov's plan was too cautious. Instead, the focus shifted to how to determine the distance between the Sun Crown Tower and the pillar. A female wizard soon proposed a method. They could use an extremely long rope to measure the distance, marking the ground at every rope length as a reference. But this proposal was quickly rejected as being too troublesome, especially considering the uneven terrain in the wizard lands, which would introduce significant errors. After a lively debate, the more convenient methods of using carriages and airships for distance measurement took the lead. "How about using an airship?" Lydia suggested, raising her hand high. Raphael and the others suddenly saw the light, as Raphael had been about to suggest the same thing, but Lydia beat him to it. Compared to alchemical ships, which could be affected by wind and waves, an airship floating in the sky was undoubtedly a better choice. It could overcome all obstacles, navigate in a straight line, and, when enhanced with wind resistance magic, maintain a stable speed that wasn't easily affected by fluctuations. If the airship traveled at full speed, it could cover 15 km per hour. So, at full speed, it would cover 360 km in a day, providing a highly accurate way to measure the distance. Lynn didn't participate in the discussion. Instead, she turned to the seers from the various prediction schools, smiling as she asked, "Mr. Yuland, do you have any more questions now?" Yuland remained stunned, his mind filled with Lynn's method of dividing the circle to calculate the circumference. Although they hadn't arrived at an accurate result yet, he understood that the prediction schools had lost decisively this time. Chapter 145, Reference and Pi. "Lynn, you have won. It seems all our efforts over the years have been in vain," said Yuland, who was in a daze, after a long pause. This statement drained the little remaining strength from Yuland, making him instantly appear several years older. The rest of the divination wizards had similar expressions of shock and disbelief. Their star charts were wrong, and the centuries of effort in the divination guild had turned into a complete joke. "No need to be so down on yourself, Mr. Yuland. In a sense, your star charts are still accurate," Lynn reassured them. He could confirm that the law of universal gravitation still applied in this otherworldly realm. He couldn't bear to crush the dreams of these wizards who yearned for the stars too much. "So, you finally admit that all of this was fabricated?" an excited divination wizard exclaimed. Lynn glanced at her, somewhat speechless. When had he ever said such a thing? But before he could speak, Yulin stopped several colleagues who were still trying to argue and looked at Lynn, awaiting an answer with a puzzled expression. Lynn paid no attention to the disoriented divination wizards and continued speaking. "Do you remember when I mentioned the carriage problem? If we use the carriage as a reference point, the people inside are stationary. But if we use the starting point as the reference, then they have indeed moved. In my opinion, both of these statements are correct. Geocentrism and heliocentrism, in simple terms, are based on different frames of reference. Of course, in comparison, heliocentrism is more suitable for solving practical problems, as the essence of a star system's orbital formation is the gravitational pull of the stars. Therefore, the proposal of heliocentrism was indeed a significant advancement. As for whether these people could comprehend it, that was not his concern. Amidst the discussion, the magical symposium that had lasted all morning quickly came to an end. However, the topic of planets, stellar orbits, and airship range measurement showed no signs of cooling down. Some of the top scholars from various guilds suddenly realized, as they walked out of the symposium, that they had come to showcase their new magical theories and spells. But in the end, not a word was said. The symposium had turned into a solo performance by Lynn. In such a situation, there was probably no one who cared about what new magical theories they had developed. Everyone was speculating about the size and circumference of the planet beneath their feet. Philip, still immersed in his joy, couldn't contain his excitement. Before attending the symposium, he had been worried that Lynn might not be able to handle the challenges from the divination wizards. However, Lynn had easily refuted them with a well-structured experiment and even received a nomination for the Solar Crown Medal. The Solar Crown Medal was the highest honor in the field of magical academia. Philip had never imagined that the A.K.A. Guild would one day be awarded such a prestigious honor, which had previously been the exclusive domain of legendary wizards. Considering using a magical communication spell to summon Kevin, Orlando, and the others for the upcoming medal ceremony, Philip knew it would be a day of great glory for the A.K.A. Guild. Compared to Philip, who was still reveling in joy, Lynn was now surrounded by a crowd of inquisitive wizards with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. After providing them with a method to calculate the planet's circumference, everyone was curious about how to determine the mass of this massive celestial body. Lynn was becoming exasperated with the questions and tried to explain that further calculations required knowing the planet's radius and gravitational constant. Finally, after shooing away these curious minds, Lynn turned to the legendary wizard Harof, who hadn't left yet, and asked, "Lord Harof, is there anything else I can help you with?" "I have a few questions I hope you can answer," Harof said with a humble demeanor, not displaying any arrogance just because Lynn was only a third circle wizard. In fact, this issue had been bothering him for a whole year. "Please, ask your questions. I'll do my best to answer," Lynn replied. "I have read your 3 laws of celestial motion, but why are you so sure that a star's orbit must be elliptical?" Harof asked, clearly puzzled. "Based on my research into gravity, it acts like ripples in water, spreading out from a central point to create orbits. It should be a perfect circle. On this matter, I have discussed it with some scholars within the Secret Arts Society, and many speculations have been put forward. But in summary, there are 2 main points," Lynn responded. "Which 2 points?" Harof inquired eagerly. "First, there is no perfect circle," Lynn said matter-of-factly. "Through precise mathematical calculations, pi is found to be an irrational number. So, the perfect circle we imagine may not exist in reality." "Are you sure about that?" Harof's brow furrowed, and the alchemists in the Alchemical Association have also been researching the curvature of circles. Although they've reached a similar conclusion, he believed that everything in the world must have a pattern. They just hadn't found it yet. "Unfortunately, it's true. I've heard that a prominent member of the Secret Arts Society spent decades calculating pi to over 200 trillion decimal places, and the result still displayed no discernible pattern, able to continue indefinitely, Lynn shrugged and stated bluntly. 200 trillion decimal places? Harof was struck dumb by the horrifying number. He began to doubt whether he and Lynn were even talking about the same thing or if he had misheard something. He vaguely remembered that the Alchemical Association had only calculated pi to a few decimal places, maybe, the 9th place? I don't remember much, maybe just the first 200 digits or so. Lynn raised his hand, using magic to display the numbers before them. 3.14159265358979932. As Harof stared at the string of complex and chaotic numbers in front of him, his face twitched involuntarily. The first 9 digits were identical to the Alchemical Association's calculation. He had to admit that what Lynn said was probably true. However, he couldn't help but wonder just how much free time Lynn had to calculate pi to 200 trillion decimal places. At the same time, Harof was becoming increasingly interested in the Secret Arts Society mentioned in the invitation. It must be a gathering of top academic researchers. Chapter 146, The All-Knowing Eye and the Invitation from the Society of Mystical Arts. Harof pondered for a while, finally reluctantly accepting the fact that a perfect circle didn't exist. He continued to inquire, I understand your first point, but what about the second? The second point is the interference of gravity from other planets. Even our own planet, with its initial orbit close to a perfect circle, will inevitably experience some deviation due to the gravitational pull of other celestial bodies, Lynn explained. I see. Harof suddenly realized the gravity existed everywhere and would naturally interfere with each other. Even if the interference was minuscule, over the course of millions of years, it would be significant enough to affect the planetary orbits. There was also a third point that Lynn didn't mention, which was the fact that stars themselves were not stationary. They orbited around the center of their galaxies, so interference was unavoidable. However, this might be beyond the wizard's understanding. They hadn't even figured out the planet's rotation, let alone the grand cosmic picture. I have another question. The first law states that a star is at one of the foci of the ellipse. What is this focus? Harof continued to inquire. It might be easier to understand with a direct demonstration. Why don't you draw an ellipse yourself? Lynn suggested with a smile. Without hesitation, Harof extended his hand, using his right index finger as a pen, and with magic as ink, he drew an ellipse in the empty air. He then looked at Lynn, waiting for an answer. Drawing an ellipse by hand, and so accurately at that. Lynn's lips twitched, and he finally understood why the wizard's tech tree was so chaotic. Many of the instruments were unnecessary for them. When they faced a problem, they would probably consider which magic was more convenient to solve it. Seeing this, Lynn couldn't help but turn to the group of apprentices. Ilk, why don't you give it a try? Ilk eagerly nodded and hurriedly fetched 2 small wooden sticks and a thin string. He then tied the string to the 2 sticks inserted into the ground, using it as a pivot point, and used a feathered pen to draw a circle around the 2 small sticks. An ellipse immediately appeared in front of Harof. The positions of these 2 wooden sticks are the foci of this ellipse. What's special about them is that the sum of the distances from any point on the elliptical arc to the 2 foci is constant. Some scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts even believe that a perfect circle is just an ellipse with both foci in the same location. With this circle drawing process, Lynn explained the meaning of an ellipse and the derivation of Kepler's 3 laws to Harof. Harof listened with fascination, and finally, he couldn't help but applaud, brilliant. I never expected that through magical calculations, we could so intuitively and clearly replicate the motion of the stars. If you had stayed a bit longer last night, I wouldn't have spent half a day verifying these 3 laws with the most primitive methods, Harof said with emotion. The conclusions he had spent the whole night on were now perfectly summarized by Lynn in just a few sentences and a few magical formulas. Lord Harof, Professor Lynn wanted to visit you in person last night, but unfortunately, he was stopped at the door," Philip interjected. "Is that so?" Harof was taken aback, turning to look at Lynn. "Lady Teresa believed that your research had reached a critical point and there might not be any free time for this meeting," Lynn shook his head and explained. "I mentioned to her that these laws and formulas should be helpful for your research, but it seems that she has some minor bias against me." Harof's face immediately darkened. Lady Teresa had not explained it this way during their time at the mansion. After pointing out the issue on the other side, Lynn didn't need to continue accusing Teresa of her offense. A witch who couldn't see the bigger picture didn't deserve his targeted response. A couple of sentences were enough. "Before coming to the wizarding world, a noble from the Society of Mystical Arts entrusted me with this ring, to be given to a wise and knowledgeable scholar. We are supposed to explore the mysteries of the universe, time and space together, and the next meeting is scheduled for around midnight tonight," Lynn said, taking out an exquisitely styled ring. It was the remade ring of the Faceless, but compared to before, the ring's appearance had undergone significant changes. The most noticeable change was the blooming thorn flower on the ring's surface, which had turned into a peculiar geometric pattern. The outer ring was a circular clock, while the inner part featured a pyramid-like pattern, with a prominent and unique eye in the center, constructed from geometric patterns. It was the all-knowing eye. Although Lynn had not had a pleasant encounter with Teresa's apprentice in front of the mansion, Harof didn't hesitate to put aside his pride and seek help from this legendary wizard. After considering it, Lynn decided to hand over the only signal transmitter he had created. Harof took the ring solemnly, carefully examining the alchemical patterns on the ring's surface. He quickly deduced that its purpose was to project one's own magical power to a certain location. This method wasn't particularly novel, but it was significant in the context of their first contact with the Society of Mystical Arts. Harof saw Lynn as a representative sent by the Society to negotiate with the wizarding world, and this upcoming meeting should be the formal contact between the high-ranking members of both sides, discussing cooperation and exchanging more profound magical issues. After receiving the ring, Harof didn't stay long and quickly took his leave. He needed to think about which pieces of knowledge could be used as bargaining chips. Once Harof had left, Lynn asked in his mind, 071, "Are you sure the magical field is secure? There's no chance of it being taken away again, especially by a legendary wizard." Lynn hadn't forgotten that he had taken the magical field from Hurlram's hands. Under normal circumstances, he wasn't worried, as the AI's computing power was quite strong. However, in the face of a legendary wizard, he couldn't be so sure. The original method of magical transmission and reception was too simple. It has now been replaced with quantum encryption, theoretically making it impossible to be decrypted. Lynn nodded in relief. Chapter 147, Is the solar corona medal important to me? Do you really believe that the continent beneath our feet is a planet constantly in motion? That's incredible. Lord Lynn, didn't you just prove it with your experiment? The pendulum that keeps swinging without external force is the best evidence. Ignorant. The pendulum has always swung in a straight line, which means that what's rotating is not the pendulum but the continent beneath our feet. Teresa rushed to the seminar venue, just missing the end of the discussion, only seeing the wizards leaving the venue in an orderly manner. Excitement was evident on everyone's faces as they discussed Lynn's pendulum experiment incessantly. Throughout her journey here, Teresa had heard Lynn's name mentioned at least 30 times, making her feel somewhat uneasy. "Cass, where is Professor Harof?" Teresa stopped a familiar male wizard and eagerly inquired. "Lord Harof left with Lord Lynn just a while ago," Cass responded. Teresa's expression changed, realizing that she had arrived too late. She quickly asked about what had happened during the seminar. "It's a shame you didn't attend the seminar today. You missed seeing how Lord Lynn single-handedly refuted the wizards of the prophecy school." Cass enthusiastically recounted the interesting events of the seminar, unaware of Teresa's increasingly troubled expression. Are you saying that Professor Harof is planning to award the Solar Corona Medal to Lynn? Teresa could hardly believe her ears. This was the highest honor in the world of magical academia, and a third circle wizard like Lynn achieving such a feat was beyond belief. That's correct. Lord Lynn's research on the stars and gravity is probably ahead of everyone else's. I wonder which noble of the secret society of mystical arts has such a talented disciple in the field of theoretical magic research. Cass marveled. Even though Lynn was just a formal wizard, his knowledge surpassed many grand wizards. Teresa's head was spinning. She had initially thought that Lynn's research might assist her teacher in advancing his theories. However, Cass's description told a different story. Lynn seemed to have taken the lead in formulating the theory of gravity, making it highly sophisticated. Even her teacher had questions about celestial gravity that he wanted to discuss with Lynn. But how could this be? Her teacher had spent years on this subject and still hadn't cracked it, the final answer about the stars and the universe. After parting ways with Cass, Teresa returned to her estate in a daze. Harof had returned, pondering what he should say as the master of ceremonies for the evening gathering. He wanted to ensure that the wizard's reputation remained untarnished. Teacher. Teresa whispered, trying to figure out how to protect her current position. Harof snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Teresa, his voice cold. From now on, you don't need to address me in such a manner, Teresa. Harof had nearly missed the opportunity to refine his theory of gravity because of his arrogance and bias. There were many legendary wizards within the council, and Lynn could easily find another person to expound on the 3 laws of celestial orbits and the universal law of gravitation. Even though these theories would eventually be published, they likely wouldn't have any connection to her. She'd probably be ridiculed by her colleagues. More importantly, the chance to interact with the legendary wizards of the secret society of mystical arts and engage in academic discussions about magic would be given to someone else. Teacher, please, give me another chance, Teresa begged, dropping to her knees in fear, tears streaming down her face. Is the Solar Corona Medal really that important to me? Harof shook his head. Teresa stood there, her face blank, still not quite understanding Harof's intent. In the end, these honors, money, and status are nothing more than derivatives of power for a wizard. Only knowledge is the source of power. Forcing down her academic opinions for the sake of honor was ultimately a futile endeavor. At this point, Harof sighed, as this kind of thing wasn't uncommon among wizards. Do you know why I accepted you as my student a year ago? Harof suddenly asked. Teresa hesitated for a moment before saying, because of an academic paper. Exploring the similarities and differences between magnetism and gravity. Harof accurately recited the title of the paper, shaking his head as he continued. I must admit that the paper was exceptionally well written. Even without the use of force field magic, you proposed many innovative ideas based solely on the materials available in the magical library. That's why I decided to give you a chance. As my student, you could easily seek the help of those grand wizards and access the necessary resources to verify these theories. But now, after an entire year, how much progress have you made with your research? Harof questioned. Teresa's face was filled with shame, unable to utter a word. Instead, you wasted your time and energy attending banquets and listening to flattery. Harof's words were harsh. He handed her a parchment and said decisively, you are no longer suitable to be my apprentice. I will have Carol take over your work. Teresa sat on the ground, utterly deflated. From today, all her glory and status would slip away. Those wizards who had flattered her before, once they found out, would likely return the humiliation tenfold. Teresa's empty eyes turned towards the parchment Harof left behind. It was the magical paper she had submitted a year ago, the one that had earned her Harof's approval. Now, with many annotations added, it had become her only possession that she could take with her. Chapter 148, The First Meeting with the Society of Mystical Arts. Harof watched as Teresa left in a daze and shook his head. He had recruited her as an apprentice with good intentions, but he hadn't expected to awaken her vanity. Harof only hoped that after losing her current glory, she would regain her original purpose. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a promising scholar. "Come out, Aurora. Your illusion magic can't fool me." Harof suddenly turned and looked not far from him, frowning as he spoke. After his words, a figure appeared out of thin air on the previously empty ground. She looked to be around 26 or 27, dressed in a bright red long dress, wearing a pointed hat, and fluttering long eyelashes. After Harof had seen through her, she didn't appear flustered but instead formed a charming smile. "I'm curious, what's gone wrong this time?" The witch, named Aurora, casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and lightly tapped her cheek with her index finger, inquiring. "Why don't you guess it yourself?" Harof said, sounding annoyed. It was bad enough that she had intruded into his mansion without permission, but what irritated him even more was that she was older than him yet insisted on acting coquettish. It was maddening. Harof didn't dwell on this minor issue too much. He straightforwardly asked, "You were at the morning seminar today, right?" "Indeed, the gravitational attraction of a massive star on smaller planets to form a complete stellar orbit is a very interesting theory," Aurora said playfully, leaning back in her chair, her legs crossed. "I'm surprised you didn't come forward to refute that argument since you were present," Harof asked in astonishment. Aurora was the founder of the entire school of prophecy, and the star maps circulated within the world of wizards were her work. According to the young wizard, those two star maps are just different reference points. The school of prophecy studies the trajectories of our own destinies, not the life and death of stars. "So, my theory of prophecy is perfectly valid," Aurora said with a mischievous smile. Harof pursed his lips. He had heard of her celestial divination theory before, but he never believed in destiny and prophecy. Compared to the vastness of the cosmos and the immense universe, wizards were as insignificant as dust, hardly worth mentioning. Why should the movements of the stars be linked to the fate of wizards? It was absurd. "In all these days, have you gained any new insights?" Harof asked with a smirk. "The primary star is obscured, and the brown star is high in the sky. This is a sign of chaos and calamity, but perhaps it also heralds a new hope. We should pay attention to the wizards of the Doomsday sect in the near future," Aurora said thoughtfully. "You mean those fools who believe that the world is constantly heading towards its end because of elemental imbalances?" Harof said disdainfully. Just like this so-called prophecy, he didn't think that the crazy wizards from the Doomsday sect could cause much trouble. "Tell me honestly, why did you come all the way here?" Harof impatiently asked. "Of course, I came for that one and only ring that allows communication with the top ranks of the Society of Mystical Arts," Aurora said, showing interest in the wizard organization. "Didn't you hear earlier? The Society of Mystical Arts is looking for a highly knowledgeable and wise scholar to discuss the mysteries of the universe. Handing me this ring is undoubtedly the best choice," Harof said with a smug look. "On that note, I'll consider relaying your statement to the other counselors." "Let them hear your words," Aurora said playfully. Harof's expression twitched. He was extremely displeased with Aurora's persistence, but being legendary wizards, he didn't have the power to send her away. Instead, he decided to ignore her and, right in front of her, put on the ring with the all-seeing eye. Checking the time, it was almost noon. Harof looked at the magic clock and, as the clock struck 12, activated the ring with his magic. With a sudden and inexplicable burst of dim light, Harof immediately sensed his field of vision splitting. Before him, an incredibly vast and dark space stretched out. No, Harof quickly realized that it wasn't just darkness. In the boundless void, countless brilliant stars were twinkling, and the most intense light came from directly below him. Harof lowered his head and then his pupils suddenly dilated. Before him, an unimaginably enormous celestial body was hurtling towards him at high speed. Even though Harof had extensive knowledge, he was still awestruck at this moment. The scale of this celestial body was beyond imagination. In this moment, he felt like a tiny ant gazing up at a colossal peak. Any magic he possessed appeared insignificant in the face of such a massive volume. An indescribable fear and powerlessness surged from within, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time since becoming a legendary wizard. Fortunately, before the celestial body came too close, it changed its trajectory and passed directly in front of him. The massive size of the object blocked everything from his view, and Harof was drenched in cold sweat. However, he soon realized that the celestial body was orbiting. This was a genuine celestial tableau, with several enormous planets of various colors orbiting a massive red-brown fireball, forming a spectacle of stars arching over the moon. They rotated constantly. This was what they called rotation and revolution, right? Harof immediately remembered the two concepts that Lynn had mentioned at the seminar. It was his first time witnessing them so vividly. The most striking thing was undoubtedly the central star of the gravitational orbit, shining brilliantly. Even from a considerable distance, he could clearly feel the immense heat radiating from that star. It looked like an enormous fireball, a beacon of hope in the dark void. Harof watched it in fascination. Among all celestial phenomena, the sun was what fascinated him the most. In the void, there should be nothing, but where did its energy come from, and how could it continuously transmit light and warmth? Chapter 149, The Cosmic Explosion Unveiled. As Harof immersed himself in the grandeur of the stars, a sudden change occurred. The massive, crimson star seemed to grow larger and brighter by the moment, affecting the orbits of planets. A strong sense of impending crisis flooded Harof's mind. Before he could react, the colossal star expanded to its limit and then rapidly collapsed inwards. In the next moment, an endless burst of light bathed the entire universe. The star, now on its final journey, unleashed its ultimate radiance. It was the spectacle of a supernova eruption. Planets that once orbited were instantly shattered, and powerful electromagnetic radiation illuminated the entire dark galaxy. Infinite matter spewed from the star's core, creating an incredibly vivid tapestry. Harof was left speechless, unable to recover from the overwhelming sight. He murmured to himself, "What is this?" A deep, elderly voice broke the silence in the now tranquil cosmic space. "This is a star's path to extinction." Harof turned to see four figures in this space besides himself. The one who spoke had an unusual appearance, with disheveled white hair that resembled the chaotic expanse of the universe. An eerie pressure emanated from him, akin to facing a star, as if he were radiating boundless energy outward. The speaker was none other than Lynn, but he had temporarily adopted the appearance of Albert Einstein. The previous supernova display had been a calculated show to establish the grand image of the Society of Mystical Arts. Harof looked at Lynn, who appeared somewhat distracted, and wondered if the excitement had been a tad too much. A star's extinction. Harof struggled to grasp the idea that such a colossal celestial body could meet its end. There's nothing surprising about it. Such events happen in the universe all the time. What you witnessed was merely a reenactment of a supernova explosion, Lynn explained. Harof carefully considered each word Lynn used, looking around cautiously before asking, "Where is this place?" "A simulated microcosm of magical energy," Lynn explained before adding, "Welcome to the beyond of space and time." "The beyond of space and time," Harof repeated, understanding it as a place beyond time and space. Harof managed to suppress his inner amazement. He hadn't forgotten that he was representing the entire realm of wizards. His earlier loss of composure left him feeling remorseful. He silently reminded himself to remain calm in any situation. "Let's begin our agenda with the light brought by this supernova eruption," said another person under the control of an AI, her tone slightly rigid. Harof's expression turned peculiar. How could such a terrifying supernova explosion, which appeared like an event of impending doom, be discussed so casually? Harof quickly adjusted his emotions and considered the possible topics for the meeting, such as the so-called gravitational constant, or discussions about space and time magic. He wondered how he should respond. However, Lynn's next statement caught him completely off guard. I believe the entire universe was born from a cosmic explosion. Harof was momentarily dumbfounded. The universe, exploding? He even began to doubt if he had misheard. Could the universe really explode? Before Harof could recover, Lynn continued, the universe's initial state was a tiny point with extremely high temperature and density. I call it the singularity. Then, at some unknown point in time, it suddenly began to rapidly expand. At that moment, all forces were unified. However, as the universe expanded and its temperature dropped, gravity separated as an independent force. Lynn's explanation of the theory of the cosmic explosion left Harof bewildered. Terms like quantum vacuum, inflationary epoch, particle era, and matter era were all foreign to him. For a moment, he even wondered if Lynn was telling a bizarre story about the universe. After listening for a while, Harof realized that the structure of Lynn's narration was highly rigorous, although he couldn't understand most of the terminology. He could sense that it held some magical secrets. Harof had always believed that his research into the laws governing celestial bodies was grand in scale, but he hadn't expected the legendary wizards of the Society of Mystical Arts to be exploring the origins of the universe. What is your basis? The redshift of galaxies. The character in the form of Madame Curie timidly inquired, following someone's instructions, even though she had no idea what galaxy redshift meant. Lynn shot a disapproving look at Madame Curie, encouraging her to speak more confidently. That is indeed one of the pieces of evidence. Following this, the AI-controlled figures provided a few more rehearsed statements. Then, the four figures in the room turned their attention to Harof, as if they were waiting for his valuable input. Lynn was curious to see how the legendary wizards would react to the theory of the cosmic explosion. This theory had been prevalent in his previous world but might not hold the same status in this new world. After all, it hadn't taken magic into account and was likely flawed in some aspects. Still, as a magical theory, it was perfectly acceptable. Harof appeared calm on the surface but was breaking into a cold sweat inside. He had no idea what Lynn was talking about. But this was a gathering of legendary wizards, and they were actively discussing the universe's truths. He couldn't suddenly say he didn't understand or didn't know, could he? In a sudden realization, Harof opened his eyes wide and tugged at the sleeve of the languid witch, Dugest, who was sitting beside him. He urgently asked, Dugest, please tell me, what does galaxy redshift mean? Rol.c. In that moment, he felt extremely fortunate to have Dugest, who shared his passion for celestial research, right by his side. At least he had someone to consult. Chapter 150, Harof, no time to explain, tell me about cosmic redshift. What's happening? Aurora inquired. Aurora had been observing Harof's unusual behavior for a while now. Ever since he put on that ring, he had been acting strangely. She almost thought he might be under some kind of spiritual attack. No time to explain, tell me, what is cosmic redshift? Harof urgently asked, his words coming out rapidly. The others are still waiting. Aurora shook her head, unsure. I'm sorry, I've never heard of that term before. Is there any clue at all? It could be some peculiar astronomical phenomenon, Harof asked again, a bit frustrated. After all, they were legendary wizards with immense knowledge of astronomy, and this question seemed to stump them. Aurora hesitated for a moment and said, when I use magic to observe distant stars, I've noticed that their relative positions seem to be changing. Maybe cosmic redshift refers to this phenomenon. Harof was equally unsure, but there was clearly no time to hesitate. He had to go with what he had. Harof bit his lip and quickly delved into the realm of magic, with four legendary wizards watching him closely. He looked steady on the outside but was actually feeling quite frantic. In fact, I've noticed something as well. It seems that distant stars are gradually, moving away from us under the influence of some force. In any case, the Big Bang Theory does have its merits. Harof carefully chose his words, and seeing that none of the four legendary wizards refuted him, he finally felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness! He had managed to bluff his way through. Indeed, I believe the phenomenon of cosmic redshift is likely evidence of the continuous expansion of the cosmos. If we can calculate the rate of this expansion and then work backward, we can roughly estimate the age of the universe. Besides, microwave radiation can also serve as evidence for this theory. Johnny explained enthusiastically. Harof suddenly had an epiphany. If space was constantly expanding, all they needed was to determine the rate of expansion, and they could deduce the universe's origin. Having witnessed a supernova explosion just moments ago, Harof quickly analogized the mysteries of the universe's expansion. The star had suddenly exploded after collapsing hundreds of times, ejecting matter at an unimaginable speed. Perhaps the same phenomenon occurred with the so-called gravitational singularity. With this newfound understanding, Harof was excited and absorbed as much as he could about this theory, even in parts he didn't fully grasp. He intended to delve deeper into it later. Just as he thought he had grasped the flawless nature of this theoretical concept and had glimpsed the ultimate secrets of the universe, the other three wizards in the magical realm began to counter his theory. If all matter was born from the Big Bang, including time and space itself, where did the singularity of the explosion come from? And how did it generate so much matter and energy? These questions were terrifying upon deeper reflection, and Harof couldn't fathom what a world without time and space would look like. It was beyond his mental capacity to understand. The stringent academic approach and the terrifying knowledge reservoir of the Society of Mystical Arts left Harof feeling inferior. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days when he was just beginning to learn magic, and everything was new and unknown. But he had to maintain his image as a legendary wizard. This awkward feeling made Harof uncomfortable, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He had to cast aside his plans to discuss the gravitational formula with the Society's upper echelons, as keeping a low profile was crucial to avoid revealing his true abilities. Nevertheless, the magical realm was a place for scholarly discussions, and everyone had to contribute. After the other three wizards presented two alternative theories for the origin of the universe, dimensional theory and steady-state theory, it was finally Harof's turn. With four pairs of eyes watching him, Harof felt a heavy pressure. Cough, my view on the origin of the universe is similar to that of Lord Albert. I won't go into detail here. Instead, I'll talk about the influence of magical structures on space. Harof awkwardly shifted the conversation towards his area of expertise to avoid any corrections and public embarrassment. Even so, he couldn't help but worry that his theory might seem too elementary. However, Harof soon realized that even the legendary wizard known as Albert Einstein was seriously listening to his words, even though he was discussing magical structures' influence on spatial magic. It seemed that these Society of Mystical Arts wizards hadn't yet figured out the optimal magical structure for spatial magic. Maybe they already knew these theories, but, due to his newcomer status and his first participation in such a high-end academic gathering, they decided not to debunk him to save face. Just like the annual academic seminars held in the Land of Wizards. Even if the magic theories presented on stage were shallow, the established wizards still listened carefully and pointed out any mistakes. The academic atmosphere in the Society of Mystical Arts was clearly superior to that of the Land of Wizards. Harof sighed internally, briefly summarizing his years of research, and then turned his gaze to the pensive legendary wizards, awaiting their valuable input. At this moment, Johnny was feeling somewhat perplexed. If it were purely scientific theories, he could talk about them for days without any problems. But when it came to the relationship between magic and science, he didn't dare to speak casually for fear of making mistakes and ruining his carefully crafted image. Initially, Johnny thought Harof would ask about the gravitational constant, and he had already prepared how to bluff his way through it. But to his surprise, the topic had shifted, and Harof had started discussing the influence of magical structures on spatial magic, a subject Johnny was unfamiliar with. On the other hand, Dove shrank back when he saw Harof's gaze sweep over him and barely dared to breathe. Fortunately, at this moment, the brilliant light produced by the supernova explosion, accelerated hundreds of times in time, was rapidly fading, and everything within sight was once again swallowed by endless darkness.